Part 1. Akamai. Paris Nord, Sunday, May 2nd, 2004, 12 p.m. In the darkness, he touched her arm and said, "Stay here." She did not move, just waited. The smell of salt water was strong. She heard the faint gurgle of water. Then the lights came on, reflecting off the surface of a large open tank, perhaps 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. It might have been an indoor swimming pool, except for all the electronic equipment that surrounded it. And the very strange device at the far end of the pool. Jonathan Marshall came back to her, grinning like an idiot. "Qu'est-ce que tu penses?" he said, though he knew his pronunciation was terrible. "What do you think?" "It is magnificent," the girl said. When she spoke English, her accent sounded exotic. In fact, everything about her was exotic, Jonathan thought. With her dark skin, high cheekbones, and black hair, she might have been a model. And she strutted like a model in her short skirt and spike heels. She was half Vietnamese, and her name was Marissa. "But no one else is here," she said, looking around. No, he said, "it's Sunday. No one is coming." Jonathan Marshall was 24, a graduate student in physics from London, working for the summer in the ultra-modern Laboratoire Ondulatoire, the wave mechanics laboratory, of the French Marine Institute in Vichy, just north of Paris. But the suburb was mostly the residence of young families, and it had been a lonely summer for Marshall, which was why he could not believe his good fortune at meeting this girl, this extraordinarily beautiful and sexy girl. "Show me what it does, this machine," Marissa said. Her eyes were shining. "Show me what it is you do." "My pleasure," Marshall said. He moved to the large control panel and began to switch on the pumps and sensors. The 30 panels of the wave machine at the far end of the tank clicked, one after another. He glanced back at her, and she smiled at him. "It is so complicated," she said. She came and stood beside him at the control panel. "Your research is recorded on cameras?" "Yes, we have cameras in the ceiling, and on the sides of the tank. They make a visual record of the waves that are generated. We also have pressure sensors in the tanks that record pressure parameters of the passing wave." "These cameras are on now?" No, he said. "We don't need them. We're not doing an experiment." "Perhaps we are," she said, resting her hand on his shoulder. Her fingers were long and delicate. She had beautiful fingers. She watched for a minute, then said, "This room. Everything is so expensive. You must have great security, no?" "Not really," he said. "Just cards to get in, and only one security camera." He gestured over his shoulder. "That one back in the corner." She turned to look. "And that is turned on?" she said. "Oh, yes," he said. "That's always on." She slid her hand to caress his neck lightly. "So someone is watching us now?" "Afraid so." "Then we should behave." "Probably. Anyway, what about your boyfriend?" "Him." She gave a derisive snort. "I've had enough of him." Earlier that day, Marshall had gone from a small apartment to the cafe on Rue Montaigne, the cafe he went to every morning, taking a journal article with him to read as usual. Then this girl had sat down at the next table with her boyfriend. The couple had promptly fallen into an argument. In truth, Marshall felt that Marissa and the boyfriend didn't seem to belong together. He was American, a beefy, red-faced fellow built like a footballer, with longish hair and wire-frame glasses that did not suit his thick features. He looked like a pig trying to appear scholarly. His name was Jim, and he was angry with Marissa, apparently because she had spent the previous night away from him. "I don't know why you won't tell me where you were," he kept repeating. "It is none of your business, that's why." "But I thought we were going to have dinner together." "Jimmy, I told you we were not." "No, you told me you were, and I was waiting at the hotel for you all night." "So? No one made you. You could go out, enjoy yourself." "But I was waiting for you." "Jimmy, you do not own me." She was exasperated by him, sighing, throwing up her hands or slapping her bare knees. Her legs were crossed, and the short skirt rode up high. "I do as I please." "That's clear." "Yes," she said. And at that moment she turned to Marshall and said, "What is that you are reading? It looks very complicated." At first Marshall was alarmed. She was clearly talking to him to taunt the boyfriend. He did not want to be drawn into the couple's dispute. "It's physics," he said briefly, and turned slightly away. He tried to ignore her beauty. "What kind of physics?" she persisted. "Wave mechanics, ocean waves." "So, you are a student?" "Graduate student." "Ah, and clearly intelligent. You are English? Why are you in France?" And before he knew it, he was talking to her. And she introduced the boyfriend, who gave Marshall a smirk and a limp handshake. It was still very uncomfortable, but the girl behaved as if it were not. "So you work around here?" "What sort of work?" "A tank with a machine. Really, I can't imagine what you say. Will you show me?" And now they were here, in the wave mechanics laboratory, and Jimmy, the boyfriend, was sulking in the parking lot outside, smoking a cigarette. "What shall we do about Jimmy?" she said, standing beside Marshall, while he worked at the control panel. "He can't smoke in here. I will see that he does not, but I don't want to make him more angry. Can I let him in, do you think?" Marshall felt disappointment flood through him. "Sure, I guess." Then she squeezed his shoulder. "Don't worry. He is busy later with other business of his." She went and opened the door at the back of the lab, and Jimmy came in. Marshall glanced back and saw him hanging back, hands in his pockets. Marissa came up to stand beside Marshall again, at the control panel. "He's all right," she said. "Now show me." The electric motors at the far end of the tank whirred, and the wave paddles generated the first wave. It was a small wave, and it rippled smoothly down the length of the tank to splash on a slanted panel at the near end. "So, this is a tidal wave," she said. "It is a simulation of a tsunami, yes," Marshall said, his fingers tapping the keyboard. On the control panel, displays showed temperature and pressure, generated false color images of the wave. "A simulation," she said. "Meaning what?" "We can make waves up to 1 meter high in this tank," Marshall said. "But the real tsunamis are 4, 8, 10 meters high, occasionally even more." "A wave in the ocean that is 10 meters!" Her eyes widened. "Really?" She was looking toward the ceiling, trying to imagine it. Marshall nodded. That would be over 30 feet high, the height of a 3-story building, and it would be moving at 800 kilometers an hour, roaring up to the shore. "And when it comes to the shore," she said, "is that the slope at this end? It looks like a pebble texture on it. Is that the shore?" "That's right," Marshall said. "How high the wave goes up the shore is a function of the angle of the slope. We can adjust the slope to any angle." The boyfriend came over, moving closer to the tank. But still he hung back. He never said a word. Marissa was excited. "Can you adjust it? How?" "It is motorized." "To any angle?" She giggled. "Show me 1/7 degrees. 27. "Coming up." Marshall typed at the keyboard. With a slight grinding sound, the slope of the shore angled higher. The American boyfriend went closer to the tank to look, drawn by the activity. It was fascinating, Marshall thought. Anybody would be interested. But the guy never spoke. He just stood and watched the pebbled surface tilt. Soon it stopped. "So that is the slope?" she said. "Yes," Marshall said. "Although, in point of fact, 27 degrees is fairly steep, more than the average shoreline in the real world. Maybe I should set it to—" Her dark hand closed over his. No, she said. Her skin was soft. "Leave it. Show me a wave. I want to see a wave." Small waves were being generated every 30 seconds. They rippled along the length of the tank with a slight whoosh. "Well, I first have to know the shape of the shoreline. Right now it's flat beach. But if it was an inlet of some kind, will it change to make an inlet? Of course. Really? Show me. What kind of inlet do you want? A harbor, a river, a bay?" "Oh," she said, shrugging. "Make a bay." He smiled. "Fine. How big?" With the whir of electric motors, the shoreline began to sink into a curve, the slope indenting into a bowl. "Fantastique," she said. "Come on, Jonathan. Show me the wave." "Not yet." "How big is the bay?" "Oh," she gestured in the air. 1 mile. A bay of 1 mile. "Now will you show me?" She leaned toward him. "I do not like to wait. You should know this." He smelled her perfume. He typed quickly. "Here it comes," he said. "A big wave, coming into a 1-mile bay with a 27-degree slope." There was a much louder whoosh as the next wave was generated at the far end of the tank, and then it rippled smoothly toward them, a raised line of water about 6 inches high. "Oh," Marissa pouted, "you promised me it would be big." "Just wait," he said. "Will it grow?" she said, giggling. She put her hand on his shoulder again. Then the American glanced back and gave her a dirty look. She jerked her chin in the air, defiant. But when he looked back at the tank, she took her hand away. Marshall felt despondent again. She was just using him. He was a pawn in this game between them. "You said it will grow," she said. "Yes," Marshall said. "The wave will grow as it comes to the shore. In deep water, a tsunami is small, but in shallow water it builds, and the inlet will concentrate its power so it goes higher." The wave rose higher, and then smashed against the curved shore at the near end. It foamed white and sloshed up the sides of the shore. It came up about 5 feet, he guessed. "So it comes high," she said. "In the real world?" "That's about 40, 50 feet, he said. 15 meters? Ooh la la, she said, pursing her lips. So a person cannot run away from this? Oh, no, Marshall said. You can't outrun a tidal wave. There was a wave in Hilo, Hawaii in 1957. Came right down the streets of the town, tall as the buildings. People ran from it, but... So that's it, the American said. That's all it does. His voice was growly, like he needed to clear his throat. Don't mind him, she said quietly. Yes, that's what we do here, Marshall said. We generate wave. Jesus fucking A, the American said. I could do that in my bathtub when I was 6 months old. Well, Marshall said, gesturing to the control panel and the monitors displaying data. We generate a lot of databases for researchers around the world who are, yeah, that's enough. Boring as whale shit. I'm leaving. You coming, Marissa, or not? He stood and glared at her. Marshall heard her suck in her breath. No, she said. I am not. The American turned and walked off, slamming the door loudly as he left. Her apartment was just across the river from Notre Dame, and from the balcony in the bedroom he had a beautiful view of the cathedral, which was lighted at night. It was 10 o'clock, but there was still a deep blue in the sky. He looked down at the street below, the lights of the cafes, the crowds walking on the streets. It was a busy and glamorous scene. Don't worry, she said, behind him. If you're looking for Jimmy, he won't come here. Actually, the thought hadn't occurred to him until she mentioned it. No, she said. He will go elsewhere. Jimmy has many women. She took a sip of red wine, then set the glass down on the bedside table. Unceremoniously, she pulled her top over her head and dropped her skirt. She was wearing nothing beneath. Still in her high heels, she walked toward him. He must have seemed surprised because she said, I told you, I do not like to wait, and threw her arms around him and kissed him hard, fiercely, almost angrily. The next moments were awkward, trying to kiss while she tore off his clothes. She was breathing hard, almost panting. She never spoke. She was so passionate, she seemed almost angry. And her beauty, the physical perfection of her dark body, intimidated him. But not for long. Afterward, she lay against him. Her skin soft, but her body taut beneath the surface. The bedroom ceiling had a soft glow from the church facade opposite. He was relaxed, but she seemed, if anything, to be energized, restless after making love. He wondered if she had really come, despite her moans and her final cries. And then, abruptly, she got up. Anything wrong? She took a sip of wine. To the toilet, she said, and turned away, passing through a door. She had left her wine glass. He sat up and took a sip, seeing the delicate pattern of her lipstick on the rim. He looked at the bed and saw the dark streaks on the sheets from her heels. She had not taken them off until midway through their lovemaking. Now the heels were tossed away, coming to a stop beneath the window, signs of their passion. He still felt even now as if he were in a dream. He had never been with a woman like this, beautiful like this, living in a place like this. He wondered how much this apartment cost. The wood paneling, the perfect location. He took another sip of wine. He could get used to this, he thought. He heard water running in the bathroom. A humming sound, a tuneless song. With a bang, the front door slammed open, and 3 men burst into the bedroom. They were wearing dark raincoats and hats. Terrified, Marshall set the wineglass on the table. It fell, and dived for his clothes beside the bed to cover himself. But in an instant the men were on him, grabbing him with gloved hands. He yelled in alarm and panic as they threw him over, shoving him face down on the bed. He was still yelling as they pushed his face into a pillow. He thought they were going to suffocate him, but they didn't. One man hissed, "Be quiet! Nothing will happen if you are quiet." He didn't believe him, so he struggled, calling out again. Where was Marissa? What was she doing? It was happening so fast. One man was sitting on his back, knees digging into his spine, his cold shoes on Marshall's bare buttocks. He felt the man's hand on his neck, shoving him into the bed. "Be quiet!" the man hissed again. The other men had each taken one of his wrists, and they were pulling his arms wide, spread-eagling him on the bed. They were getting ready to do something to him. He felt terrified and vulnerable. He moaned, and somebody hit him on the back of the head. "Quiet!" Everything was happening quickly. It was all impressionistic. Where was Marissa? Probably hiding in the bathroom, and he couldn't blame her. He heard a sloshing sound, and saw a plastic baggie and something white in it, like a golf ball. They were placing the baggie under his armpit, on the fleshy part of his arm. What the hell were they doing? He felt the water cold against his underarm, and he struggled, but they held him tight. And then inside the water, something soft pressed against the arm, and he had a sticky sensation, like sticky chewing gum, something sticky and tugging against the flesh of his arm. And then he felt a little pinch. Nothing, hardly noticeable, a momentary sting. The men were moving quickly. The baggie was removed. And at that moment he heard 2 surprisingly loud gunshots, and Marissa was screaming in rapid French, "Salut! Salut pas! Bouge-toi, la coule!" And the third man had tumbled off Marshall's back and fallen to the ground, then scrambled up. And Marissa was still screaming. There were more shots, and he could smell powder in the air, and the men fled. The door slammed and she came back, stark naked, babbling in French he could not understand, something about vacherie, which he thought was a cow, but he wasn't thinking straight. He was starting to tremble on the bed. She came over and threw her arms around him. The barrel of the gun was hot, and he yelled, and she set it aside. "Oh, Jonathan, I am so sorry, so sorry." She cradled his head against his shoulder. "Please, you must forgive me. It is all right now, I promise you." Gradually, his trembling stopped, and she looked at him. "Did they hurt you?" He shook his head. "No." "Good. I did not think so. Idiots! Friends of Jimmy. They think they make a joke to scare you, and me, I am sure. But you are not hurt." He shook his head again. He coughed. "Perhaps," he said, finding his voice at last. "Perhaps I should be going." "Oh, no," she said. No, you cannot do this to me." "I don't feel absolutely no," she said. She pushed closer to him, so her body was touching his. "You must stay a while." "Should we call the police?" "Mais non. The police will do nothing. A quarrel of lovers. In France, we do not do this, call the police." "But they broken. They are gone now," she said, whispering in his ear. He felt her breath. "There is only us now. Only us, Jonathan." Her dark body slid down his chest. It was after midnight when he was finally dressed and standing at the window looking out at Notre Dame. The streets were still crowded. "Why will you not stay?" she said, pouting prettily. "I want you to stay. Don't you want to please me?" "I'm sorry," he said. "I have to go. I don't feel very well. I will make you feel better." He shook his head. In truth, he really did not feel very well. He was experiencing waves of dizziness, and his legs felt oddly weak. His hands were trembling as he gripped the balcony. "I'm sorry," he said again. "I have to leave." "All right, then I will drive you." Her car, he knew, was parked on the other side of the Seine. It seemed far to walk, but he just nodded numbly. "All right," he said. She was in no rush. They strolled arm in arm like lovers along the embankment. They passed the houseboat restaurants tied up to the side, brightly lit, still busy with guests. Above them, on the other side of the river, rose Notre Dame, brilliantly lit. For a while, this slow walk, with her head on his shoulder, the soft words she spoke to him, made him feel better. But soon he stumbled, feeling a kind of clumsy weakness coursing through his body. His mouth was very dry. His jaw felt stiff. It was difficult to speak. She did not seem to notice. They had moved past the bright lights now, under one of the bridges, and he stumbled again. This time he fell on the stone embankment. "My darling," she said, worried and solicitous, and helped him to his feet. He said, I think... Darling, are you all right?" She helped him to a bench, away from the river. "Here, just sit here for a moment. You will feel better in a moment." But he did not feel better. He tried to protest, but he could not speak. In horror, he realized he could not even shake his head. Something was very wrong. His whole body was growing weak, swiftly and astonishingly weak, and he tried to push up from the bench, but he could not move his limbs. He could not move his head. He looked at her, sitting beside him. "Jonathan, what is wrong? Do you need a doctor?" "Yes, I need a doctor," he thought. "Jonathan, this is not right." His chest was heavy. He was having trouble breathing. He looked away, staring straight ahead. He thought in horror, "I am paralyzed." "Jonathan!" He tried to look at her, but now he could not even move his eyes. He could only look straight forward. His breathing was shallow. "Jonathan, I need a doctor. Jonathan, can you look at me? Can you? No? You cannot turn your head?" Somehow her voice did not sound concerned. She sounded detached, clinical. Perhaps his hearing was affected. There was a rushing sound in his ears. It was harder and harder to breathe. "All right, Jonathan, let's get you away from here." She ducked her head under his arm and with surprising strength got him to his feet. His body was loose and floppy, sagging around her. He could not control where he looked. He heard the clicking of footsteps approaching and thought, "Thank God." He heard a man's voice say in French, "Mademoiselle, do you need help?" "Thank you, but no," she said. "Just too much to drink." "Are you sure?" "He does this all the time." "Yes?" "I can manage." "Ah, then I wish you bonne nuit." "Bonne nuit," she said. She continued on her way, carrying him. The footsteps became fainter. Then she paused, turned to look in all directions, and now she was moving him toward the river. "You are heavier than I thought," she said, in a conversational tone. He felt a deep and profound terror. He was completely paralyzed. He could do nothing. His own feet were scraping over the stone. Toward the river. "I am sorry," she said, and she dropped him into the water. It was a short fall, and a stunning sense of cold. He plunged beneath the surface, surrounded by bubbles and green, then black. He could not move, even in the water. He could not believe this was happening to him. He could not believe that he was dying this way. Then slowly, he felt his body rise, green water again, and then he broke the surface on his back, turning slowly. He could see the bridge, and the black sky, and Marissa, standing on the embankment. She lit a cigarette and stared at him. She had one hand on her hip, one leg thrust forward, a model's pose. She exhaled, smoke rising in the night. Then he sank beneath the surface again, and he felt the cold and the blackness close in around him. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the light snapped on in the Laboratoire Ondulatoire of the French Marine Institute in Vichy. The control panel came to life. The wave machine began to generate waves that rolled down the tank, one after another, and crashed against the artificial shore. The control screens flashed three-dimensional images, scrolled columns of data. The data was transmitted to an unknown location somewhere in France. At 4 o'clock, the control panel went dark, and the lights went out, and the hard drives erased any record of what had been done. Pahang, Tuesday, May 11th, 11:55 a.m. The twisting jungle road lay in shadow beneath the canopy of the Malay rainforest. The paved road was very narrow, and the land cruiser careened around the corners, tires squealing. In the passenger seat, a bearded man of 40 glanced at his watch. "How much farther?" "Just a few minutes," the driver said, not slowing. "We're almost there." The driver was Chinese, but he spoke with a British accent. His name was Charles Ling, and he had flown over from Hong Kong to Kuala Lumpur the night before. He had met his passenger at the airport that morning, and they had been driving at breakneck speed ever since. The passenger had given Ling a card that read Alan Peterson Seismic Services, Calgary. Ling didn't believe it. He knew perfectly well that there was a company in Alberta, ELS Engineering, that sold this equipment. It wasn't necessary to come all the way to Malaysia to see it. Not only that, but Ling had checked the passenger manifest on the incoming flight, and there was no Alan Peterson listed. So this guy had come in on a different name. Furthermore, he told Ling he was a field geologist doing independent consulting for energy companies in Canada, mostly evaluating potential oil sites. But Ling didn't believe that either. You could spot those petroleum engineers a mile off. This guy wasn't one. So Ling didn't know who the guy was. It didn't bother him. Mr. Peterson's credit was good. The rest was none of Ling's business. He had only one interest today, and that was to sell cavitation machines. And this looked like a big sale. Peterson was talking about 3 units, more than $1 million in total. He turned off the road abruptly, onto a muddy rut. They bounced through the jungle beneath huge trees and suddenly came out into sunlight in a large opening. There was a huge semicircular gash in the ground, exposing a cliff of gray earth. A green lake lay below. "What's this?" Peterson said, wincing. It was open-face mine. Abandoned now. Kaolin. Which is, Ling thought, this is no geologist. He explained that kaolin was a mineral in clay. It's used in paper and ceramics. Lot of industrial ceramics now. They make ceramic knives incredibly sharp. They'll make ceramic auto engines soon. But the quality here was too low. It was abandoned 4 years ago. Peterson nodded. And where is the cavitator? Ling pointed toward a large truck parked at the edge of the cliff. There. He drove toward it. Russians make it? The vehicle and the carbon matrix frame are Russian-made. The electronics came from Taiwan. We assemble ourselves in Kuala Lumpur. And this is your biggest model? No, this is the intermediate. We don't have the largest one to show you. They pulled alongside the truck. It was the size of a large earth mover. The cab of the Land Cruiser barely reached above the huge tires. In the center, hanging above the ground, was a large rectangular cavitation generator. Looking like an oversized diesel generator, a boxy mass of pipes and wires. The curved cavitation plate was slung underneath, a few feet above the ground. They climbed out of the car into the sweltering heat. Ling's eyeglasses clouded over. He wiped them on his shirt. Peterson walked around the truck. Can I get the unit without the truck? Yes. We make transportable units, seagoing containers, but usually clients want them mounted on vehicles eventually. I just want the units, Peterson said. Are you going to demonstrate? Right away, Ling said. He gestured to the operator, high up in the cab. Perhaps we should step away. Wait a minute, Peterson said, suddenly alarmed. I thought we were going to be alone. Who is that? That's my brother, Ling said smoothly. He's very trustworthy. Well, let's step away, Ling said. We can see better from a distance. The cavitation generator fired up, chugging loudly. Soon the noise blended with another sound, a deep humming that Ling always seemed to feel in his chest, in his bones. Peterson must have felt it too, because he moved back hastily. These cavitation generators are hypersonic, Ling explained, producing a radially symmetric cavitation field that can be adjusted for focal point, rather like an optical lens, except we are using sound. In other words, we can focus the sound beam and control how deep the cavitation will occur. He waved to the operator, who nodded. The cavitation plate came down until it was just above the ground. The sound changed, becoming deeper and much quieter. The earth vibrated slightly where they were standing. Jesus, Peterson said, stepping back. Not to worry, Ling said. This is just low-grade reflection. The main energy vector is orthogonal, directed straight down. About 40 feet below the truck, the walls of the canyon suddenly seemed to blur, to become indistinct. Small clouds of gray smoke obscured the surface for a moment, and then a whole section of cliff gave way and rumbled down into the lake below, like a gray avalanche, the whole area filled with smoke and dust. As it began to clear, Ling said, "Now we will show how the beam is focused." The rumbling began again, and this time the cliff blurred much farther down, 200 feet or more. Once again the gray sand gave way, this time sliding rather quietly into the lake. And it can focus laterally as well, Peterson said. Ling said it could. 100 yards north of the truck, the cliff was shaken free and again tumbled down. We can aim it in any direction and any depth. Any depth. Our big unit will focus at 1,000 meters, although no client has any use for such depths. No, Peterson said. We don't need anything like that. But we want beam power. He wiped his hands on his trousers. I've seen enough. Really? We have quite a few other techniques to I'm ready to go back. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were unreadable. Very well, Ling said. If you are sure, I'm sure. Driving back, Peterson said, You ship from KL or Hong Kong? From KL. With what restrictions? Ling said, How do you mean? Hypersonic cavitation technology in the U.S. is restricted. It can't be exported without a license. As I said, we use Taiwanese electronics. Is it as reliable as the U.S. technology? Ling said, Virtually identical. If Peterson knew his business, he would know that the U.S. had long ago lost the capacity to manufacture such advanced chipsets. The U.S. cavitation chipsets were manufactured in Taiwan. Why do you ask? Are you planning to export to the U.S.? No. Then there is no difficulty. What's your lead time? Peterson said. We need 7 months. I was thinking of 5. It can be done. There will be a premium. For how many units? 3, Peterson said. Ling wondered why anyone would need 3 cavitation units. No geological survey company in the world owned more than one. I can fill that order, Ling said, upon receipt of your deposit. You will have it wired to you tomorrow. And we are shipping where, Canada? You will receive shipping instructions, Peterson said, in 5 months. Directly ahead, the curved spans of the ultra-modern airport designed by Kurokawa rose into the sky. Peterson had lapsed into silence. Driving up the ramp, Ling said, I hope we are in time for your flight. What? Oh, yes, we're fine. You're heading back to Canada? Yes. Ling pulled up at the international terminal, got out and shook Peterson's hand. Peterson shouldered his day bag. It was his only luggage. Well, Peterson said, I'd better go. Safe flight. Thank you. You too. Back to Hong Kong? No, Ling said. I have to go to the factory and get them started. It's nearby? Yes, in Puduraya. Just a few kilometers. All right, then. Peterson disappeared inside the terminal, giving a final wave. Ling got back in the car and drove away. But as he was heading down the ramp, he saw that Peterson had left behind his cell phone on the car seat. He pulled over to the curb, glancing back over his shoulder. But Peterson was gone, and the cell phone in his hand was lightweight, made of cheap plastic. It was one of those prepaid card phones, the disposable ones. It couldn't be Peterson's main phone. It occurred to Ling that he had a friend who might be able to trace the phone and the card inside it, find out more about the purchaser. And Ling would like to know more. So he slipped the phone into his pocket and drove north to the factory. Shad Thames, Friday, May 21st, 11:04 a.m. Richard Mallory looked up from his desk and said, Yes. The man standing in the doorway was pale-complected, slender, and American-looking, with a blonde crew cut. His manner was casual, his dress nondescript, dirty Adidas running shoes and a faded navy tracksuit. He looked as if he might be out for a jog and had stopped by the office for a moment. And since this was Design Quest, a hot graphics shop located on Butler's Wharf, a refurbished warehouse district below London's Tower Bridge. Most of the employees in the office were casually dressed. Mallory was the exception. Since he was the boss, he wore slacks and a white shirt, and wingtip shoes that hurt his feet. But they were hip. Mallory said, "Can I help you?" "I've come for the package," the American said. "I'm sorry, what package?" Mallory said. "If it's a DHL pickup, the secretary has it up front." The American looked annoyed. "Don't you think you're overdoing it?" he said. "Just give me the fucking package." "Okay, fine," Mallory said, getting up from behind the desk. Apparently, the American felt he had been too harsh, because, in a quieter tone, he said, "Nice posters," and pointed to the wall behind Mallory. "You do 'em?" "We did," Mallory said. "Our firm?" There were two posters side by side on the wall, both stark black, with a hanging globe of the Earth in space, differing only in the tagline. One said, "Save the Earth," and beneath it, "It's the only home we have." The other said, "Save the Earth," and beneath that, "There's nowhere else to go." Then off to one side was a framed photograph of a blonde model in a T-shirt. "Save the Earth," and the copy line was, "And look good doing it." "That was our Save the Earth campaign," Mallory said. "But they didn't buy it." "Who didn't?" "International Conservation Fund." He went past the American and headed down the back stairs to the garage. The American followed. "Why not? They didn't like it?" "No, they liked it," Mallory said. "But they got Leo as a spokesman, and used him instead. Campaign went to video spots." At the bottom of the stairs, he swiped his card, and the door unlocked with a click. They stepped into the small garage beneath the building. It was dark, except for the glare of daylight from the ramp leading to the street. Mallory noticed with annoyance that a van partly blocked the ramp. They always had trouble with delivery vans parking there. He turned to the American. "You have a car?" "Yes, a van." He pointed. "Oh, good. So that's yours. And somebody to help you?" "No, just me." "Why?" "It's bloody heavy," Mallory said. "It may just be wire, but it's 500,000 feet of it. Weighs 700 pounds, mate." "I can handle it." Mallory went to his Rover and unlocked the boot. The American whistled, and the van rumbled down the ramp. It was driven by a tough-looking woman with spiked hair, dark makeup. Mallory said, "I thought you were alone." "She doesn't know anything," the American said. "Forget her. She brought the van. She just drives." Mallory turned to the open boot. There were stacked white boxes marked Ethernet cable, unshielded, and printed specifications. "Let's see one," the American said. Mallory opened a box. Inside was a jumble of fist-sized coils of very thin wire, each in shrink-wrap plastic. "As you see," he said, "it's guide wire for anti-tank missiles." "Is it?" "That's what they told me. That's why it's wrapped that way. One coil of wire for each missile." "I wouldn't know," the American said. "I'm just the delivery man." He went and opened the back of his van. Then he began to transfer the boxes, one at a time. Mallory helped. The American said, "This guy tell you anything else?" "Actually, he did," Mallory said. "He said somebody bought 500 surplus Warsaw-packed rockets called Hotfire or Hotwire or something. No warheads or anything, just the rocket bodies. The story is they were sold with defective guide wire. I haven't heard that. That's what he said. Missiles were bought in Sweden. Gothenburg, I think. Shipped out from there. Sounds like you're worried. I'm not worried, Mallory said. Like you're afraid you're mixed up in something. Not me. Sure about that? The American said. Yes, of course I'm sure. Most of the boxes were transferred to the van. Mallory started to sweat. The American seemed to be glancing at him out of the corner of his eye. Openly skeptical, he said, "So tell me, what do you look like? This guy?" Mallory knew better than to answer that. He shrugged. "Just a guy. American? I don't know." "You don't know whether he was American or not?" "I couldn't be sure of his accent." "Why is that?" the American said. "He might have been Canadian." "Alone?" "Yes." "Yeah?" "Because I hear talk about some gorgeous woman, sexy woman, in high heels, tight skirt." "I would have noticed a woman like that," Mallory said. "You wouldn't be leaving her out." Another skeptical glance. "Keeping her to yourself." Mallory noticed a bulge on the American's hip. Was it a gun? It might be. No, he was alone. Whoever the guy was. Yes. "You ask me," the American said, "I'd be wondering why anybody needed 500,000 feet of wire for anti-tank missiles in the first place." "I mean, for what?" Mallory said. "He didn't say." "And you just said, 'Right, mate, 500,000 feet of wire. Leave it to me,' with never a question?" "Seems like you're asking all the questions," Mallory said, still sweating. "And I have a reason," the American said. His tone turned ominous. "I gotta tell you, pal, I don't like what I'm hearing." The last of the boxes were stacked in the van. Mallory stepped back. The American slammed the first door shut, then the second. As the second door closed, Mallory saw the driver standing there, the woman. She had been standing behind the door. "I don't like it either," she said. She was wearing fatigues, army surplus stuff, baggy trousers and high-laced boots, a bulky green jacket, heavy gloves, dark glasses. "Now wait a minute," the American said. "Give me your cell phone," she said, holding her hand out for it. Her other hand was behind her back, as if she had a gun. "Why?" "Give it to me." "Why?" "I want to look at it, that's why." "There's nothing unusual. Give it to me." The American pulled the cell phone out of his pocket and handed it to her. Instead of taking it, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him toward her. The cell phone clattered to the ground. She brought her other hand from around her back and quickly gripped the side of his neck with her gloved hand. She held him with both hands around his neck, as if she was strangling him. For a moment he was stunned. Then he began to struggle. "What the fuck are you doing?" he said. "What are you? Hey!" He knocked her hands away and jumped back, as if he had been burned. "What was that? What did you do?" He touched his neck. A tiny trickle of blood ran down, just a few drops. There was red on his fingertips. Almost nothing. "What did you do?" he said. "Nothing." She was stripping off her gloves. Mallory could see she was doing it carefully, as if something were in the glove, something she did not want to touch. "Nothing," the American said. "Nothing! Son of a bitch!" Abruptly he turned and began to run up the ramp toward the street outside. Calmly she watched him go. She bent over, picked up the cell phone, and put it in her pocket. Then she turned to Mallory. "Go back to work." He hesitated. "You did a good job. I never saw you. You never saw me. Now go." Mallory turned and walked to the back stairs door. Behind him, he heard the woman slam the van door, and when he glanced back, he saw the van racing up the ramp into the glare of the street. The van turned right and was gone. Back in his office, his assistant Elizabeth came in with a mock-up for the new ultralight computer ads for Toshiba. The shoot was tomorrow. These were the finals to go over. He shuffled through the boards quickly. Mallory had trouble concentrating. Elizabeth said, "You don't like them?" No, they're fine." "You look a little pale." "I just, my stomach." "Ginger tea," she said. "That's best. Shall I make some?" He nodded, to get her out of the office. He looked out the window. Mallory's office had a spectacular view of the Thames, and the Tower Bridge off to the left. The bridge had been repainted baby blue and white. Was that tradition or just a bad idea? But to see it always made him feel good, secure somehow. He walked closer to the window and stood looking at the bridge. He was thinking that when his best friend had asked if he would lend a hand in a radical environmental cause, it had sounded like something fun. A bit of secrecy, a bit of dash and daring-do. He had been promised that it would not involve anything violent. Mallory had never imagined he would be frightened. But he was frightened now. His hands were shaking. He stuck them in his pockets as he stared out the window. 500 rockets, he thought. 500 rockets? What had he gotten himself into? Then, slowly, he realized that he was hearing sirens. And there were red lights flashing on the bridge railings. There had been an accident on the bridge, and judging from the number of police and rescue vehicles, it was a serious accident, one in which someone had died. He couldn't help himself. Feeling a sense of panic, he left the office, went outside to the quay, and with his heart in his throat, hurried toward the bridge. From the upper level of the red double-decker bus, the tourists were staring down, covering their mouths in horror. Mallory pushed through the crowd clustered near the front of the bus. He got close enough to see a half-dozen paramedics and police crouched around a body lying in the street. Above them stood the burly bus driver, in tears. He was saying that there was nothing he could have done. The man had stepped in front of the bus at the last moment. "He must have been drunk," the driver said, "because he was wobbling. It was almost as if he fell off the curb." Mallory could not see the body. The policeman blocked his view. The crowd was nearly silent, just watching. Then one of the policemen stood, holding a red passport in his hands, a German passport. Thank God, Mallory thought, feeling a flood of relief that lasted until a moment later, when one of the paramedics stepped away, and Mallory saw one leg of the victim, a faded black tracksuit and a dirty Adidas running shoe, now soaked with blood. He felt a wave of nausea, and turned away, pushing back through the crowd. The faces stared past him, impassive or annoyed, but nobody even glanced at him. They were all looking at the body. Except for one man, dressed like an executive in a dark suit and tie. He was looking directly at Mallory. Mallory met his eyes. The man nodded slightly. Mallory made no response. He just pushed through the last of the crowd and fled, hurrying back down the stairs to his office, and realizing that somehow, in some way that he did not understand, his life had changed forever. Tokyo, Tuesday, June 1st, 10:01 a.m. IDEC, the International Data Environmental Consortium, was located in a small brick building adjacent to the campus of Kyoto Mita University. To the casual observer, IDEC was part of the university, and even showed the coat of arms Calamus Gladio Fortior. But in fact, it was independent. The center of the building consisted of a small conference room with a podium and 2 rows of 5 chairs facing a screen at the front. At 10 in the morning, IDEC Director Akira Hitomi stood at the podium and watched as the American came in and took a seat. The American was a large man, not so tall, but thick in the shoulders and chest, like an athlete. For such a large man, he moved easily, quietly. The Nepali officer entered right behind him, dark-skinned and watchful. He took a seat behind the American and off to one side. At the podium, Hitomi nodded to them and said nothing. The wood-paneled room darkened slowly to allow eyes to adjust. On all sides, the wood panels slid silently away, exposing huge flat-panel screens. Some of the screens moved smoothly out from the walls. At last, the main door closed and locked with a click. Only then did Hitomi speak. "Good morning, Kenner-san." On the main screen it said Hitomi Akira, in English and Japanese. "And good morning, Tapa-san." Hitomi flipped open a very small, very thin silver laptop. "Today I will present data from the last 21 days. Correct up to 20 minutes ago. These will be findings from our joint project, Akamai Tree." The 2 visitors nodded. Kenner smiled in anticipation, as well he should, Hitomi thought. Nowhere else in the world could he see such a presentation, for Hitomi's agency was the world leader in the accumulation and manipulation of electronic data. Now images on the screen came up, glowing one after another. They showed what appeared to be a corporate logo, a green tree on a white background, and the lettering Akamai Tree Digital Network Solutions. This name and image had been chosen for their similarity to actual Internet companies and their logos. For the last 2 years, Akamai Tree's network of servers actually consisted of carefully designed traps. They incorporated multi-level quad-check honey nets, established in both business and academic domains. This enabled them to track backward from servers to user with an 87% success rate. They had baited the net starting last year, first with ordinary feed, and then with increasingly juicy morsels. Our sites mirrored established geology, applied physics, ecology, civil engineering, and biogeography sites, Hitomi said, to attract deep divers. Typical data included information on the use of explosives in seismic recordings, the tests of the stability of structures to vibration and earthquake damage, and in our oceanographic sites, data on hurricanes, rogue waves, tsunamis, and so forth. All this is familiar to you? Kenner nodded. Hitomi continued. We knew we had a disseminated enemy, and a clever one. Users often operate behind NetNanny firewalls, or used AOL accounts with teen ratings, to imply they are juvenile pranksters or kiddie scripters. But they are nothing of the sort. They are well organized, patient, and unrelenting. In recent weeks, we have begun to understand more. The screen changed, showing a list. Out of a mix of sites and discussion groups, our sysprogs found the deep divers clustered on the following category topics: Aarhus, Denmark, argon oxygen drives, Australian military history, caisson sea walls, cavitation solid, cellular encryption, controlled demolition, flood mitigation, high voltage insulators, Hilo, Hawaii, Mid-Ocean Relay Network, MORN, Missionary Diaries of the Pacific, National Earthquake Information Center, NEIC, National Environmental Resource Fund, NERF, Network Data Encryption, Potassium Hydroxide, Prescott, Arizona, Rainforest Disease Foundation, RFDF, Seismic Signatures, Geological, Shaped Explosives, Timed, Shinkai 2000, Solid Rocket Propellant Mixtures, Toxins and Neurotoxins, Wire-Guided Projectiles. An impressive, if mysterious, list, Hitomi said. However, we have filters to identify SMEs and high-performance clients. These are individuals attacking firewalls, setting Trojans, wild spiders, and so forth. Many of them are looking for credit card lists, but not all. He tapped his little computer, and the images changed. We added each of these topics into the honeynet with increasing stickiness, finally including hints of forthcoming research data, which we exposed as email exchanges among scientists in Australia, Germany, Canada, and Russia. We drew a crowd and watched the traffic. We eventually sorted a complex nodal North America: Toronto, Chicago, Ann Arbor, Montreal, with spines to both American coasts, as well as England, France, and Germany. This is a serious alpha extremist group. They may already have killed a researcher in Paris. We're awaiting data. But the French authorities can be slow. Kenner spoke for the first time. And what's the current Delta Cellular? Cellular traffic is accelerating. Email is heavily encrypted. STF rate is up. It is clear there is a project underway, global in scope, immensely complicated, extremely expensive. But we don't know what it is. Not yet. Then you'd better follow the money. We are doing it, everywhere. Hitomi smiled grimly. It is only a matter of time before one of these fishes takes the hook. Vancouver, Tuesday, June 8th, 4:55 p.m. Nat Damon signed the paper with a flourish. I've never been asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement before. I'm surprised, the man in the shiny suit said, taking the paper back. I would have thought it was standard procedure. We don't want our proprietary information to be disclosed. He was a lawyer accompanying his client, a bearded man with glasses, wearing jeans and a work shirt. This bearded man said he was a petroleum geologist, and Damon believed him. He certainly looked like the other petroleum geologists he had dealt with. Damon's company was called Canada Marine RS Technologies. From a tiny, cramped office outside Vancouver, Damon leased research submarines and remote submersibles to clients around the world. Damon didn't own these subs. He just leased them. The subs were located all over the world, in Yokohama, Dubai, Melbourne, San Diego. They ranged from fully operational 50-foot submersibles with crews of 6, capable of traveling around the globe, to tiny one-man diving machines, and even smaller remote robotic vehicles that operated from a tender ship on the surface. Damon's clients were energy and mining companies, who used the subs for undersea prospecting or to check the condition of offshore rigs and platforms. His was a specialized business, and his little office at the back of a boat repair yard did not receive many visitors. Yet these two men had come through his door just before closing time. The lawyer had done all of the talking. The client merely gave Damon a business card that says Seismic Services with a Calgary address. That made sense. Calgary was a big city for hydrocarbon companies. Petro-Canada, Shell, and Suncor were all there, and many more. And dozens of small private consulting firms had sprung up there to do prospecting and research. Damon took a small model down from the shelf behind him. It was a tiny, white, snub-nosed submarine with a bubble top. He set it on the table in front of the men. "This is the vehicle I would recommend for your needs," he said. "The RS Scorpion, built in England just 4 years ago. 2-man crew, diesel and electric power with closed-cycle argon drive. Submerged, it runs on 20% oxygen, 80% argon. Solid, proven technology. Potassium hydroxide scrubber, 200-volt electrical, operational depth of 2,000 feet, and 3.8 hours dive time. It's the equivalent of the Japanese Shinkai 2000, if you know that one, or the Downstar 80, of which there are 4 in the world, but they're all on long leases. The Scorpion is an excellent submarine." The men nodded and looked at each other. "What kind of external manipulators are there?" the bearded man said. "That's depth-dependent," Damon said. "At lesser depths, let's say at 2,000 feet. What external manipulators are there?" "You want to collect samples at 2,000 feet? Actually, we're placing monitoring devices on the bottom." "I see. Like radio devices, sending data to the surface." "Something like that." "How large are these devices?" The bearded man held his hands 2 feet apart. "About so big." "And they weigh what?" "Oh, I don't know exactly. Maybe 200 pounds. Damon concealed his surprise. Usually petroleum geologists knew precisely what they were going to place. Exact dimensions, exact weight, exact specific gravity, all that. This guy was vague. Perhaps Damon was just being paranoid. He continued, "And these sensors are for geological work?" "Ultimately. First, we need information on ocean currents, flow rates, bottom temperatures, that kind of thing." Damon thought, for what? Why did they need to know about currents? Of course, they might be sinking a tower, but nobody would do that in 2,000 feet of water. What were these guys intending to do? "Well," he said, "if you want to place external devices, you have to secure them to the exterior of the hull prior to the dive. There are lateral shelves on each side," he pointed to the model, "for that purpose. Once you're at depth, you have a choice of 2 remote arms to place the devices." "How many devices are you talking about?" "Quite a few." "More than 8? "Oh, yes, probably." "Well, then you're talking about multiple dives. You can only take 8, maybe 10 external devices on any given dive." He talked on for a while, scanning their faces, trying to understand what lay behind the bland looks. They wanted to lease the sub for 4 months, starting in August of that year. They wanted the sub and the tender ship transported to Port Moresby, New Guinea. They would pick it up there. Depending on where you go, there are some required marine licenses. We'll worry about that later, the lawyer said. Now the crew will worry about that later, too. It's part of the contract. Then just write it in, however you do it. You'll return the tender to Moresby at the end of the lease period? Yes. Damon sat down in front of the desktop computer and began to fill in the estimate forms. There were, all in all, 43 categories, not including insurance, that had to be filled out. At last he had the final number. $583,000, he said. The men didn't blink. They just nodded. Half in advance. They nodded again. Second half an escrow account prior to your taking delivery in Port Moresby. He never required that of his regular customers, but for some reason, these two made him uneasy. That will be fine, the lawyer said. Plus 20% contingency payable in advance. That was simply unnecessary. But now he was trying to make these guys go away. It didn't work. That will be fine. Okay, Damon said. Now, if you need to talk to your contracting company before you sign... No. We're prepared to proceed now. And then one of them pulled out an envelope and handed it to Damon. Tell me if this is satisfactory. It was a check for $250,000 from Seismic Services, payable to Canada Marine. Damon nodded and said it was. He put the check and the envelope on his desk, next to the submarine model. Then one of the men said, "Do you mind if I make a couple of notes?" and picked up the envelope and scribbled on it. And it was only after they were gone that Damon realized they had given him the check and taken back the envelope, so there would be no fingerprints. Or was he just being paranoid? The following morning he was inclined to think so. When he went to Scotiabank to deposit the check, he stopped by to see John Kim, the bank manager, and asked him to find out if there were sufficient funds in the Seismic Services account to cover the check. John Kim said he would check right away. Stangfedlis, Monday, August 23rd, 3:02 a.m. Christ, it was cold, George Morton thought, climbing out of the Land Cruiser. The millionaire philanthropist stamped his feet and pulled on gloves, trying to warm himself. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sky glowed red, with streaks of yellow from the still visible sun. A bitter wind blew across the Sprengisandur, the rugged dark plain in the interior of Iceland. Flat gray clouds hung over the lava that stretched away for miles. The Icelanders loved this place. Morton couldn't see why. In any case, they had reached their destination. Directly ahead lay a huge, crumpled wall of dirt-covered snow and rock, stretching up to the mountains behind. This was Snorrejökull, one tongue of the huge Vatnajökull glacier, the largest ice cap in Europe. The driver, a graduate student, climbed out and clapped his hands with delight. "Not bad at all. Quite warm. You are lucky. It's a pleasant August night." He was wearing a t-shirt, hiking shorts, and a light vest. Morton was wearing a down vest, a quilted windbreaker, and heavy pants. And he was still cold. He looked back as the others got out of the back seat. Nicholas Drake, thin and frowning, wearing a shirt and tie and a tweed sport coat beneath his windbreaker, winced as the cold air hit him. With his thinning hair, wire-frame glasses, and pinched, disapproving manner, Drake conveyed a scholarly quality that, in fact, he cultivated. He did not want to be taken for what he was, a highly successful litigator who had retired to become the director of the National Environmental Resource Fund, a major American activist group. He had held the job at NERF for the last 10 years. Next, young Peter Evans bounced out of the car. Evans was the youngest of Morton's attorneys, and the one he liked best. Evans was 28 and a junior associate of the Los Angeles firm of Hassel and Black. Now, even late at night, he remained cheerful and enthusiastic. He pulled on a Patagonia fleece and stuck his hands in his pockets, but otherwise gave no sign that the weather bothered him. Morton had flown all of them in from Los Angeles on his Gulfstream G5 jet, arriving at Keflavik Airport at 9 yesterday morning. None of them had slept, but nobody was tired. Not even Morton, and he was 65 years old. He didn't feel the slightest sense of fatigue, just cold. Morton zipped up his jacket and followed the graduate student down the rocky hill from the car. "The light at night gives you energy," the kid said. "Dr. Enerson never sleeps more than 4 hours a night in the summer. None of us does." "And where is Dr. Enerson?" Morton asked. "Down there." The kid pointed off to the left. At first, Morton could see nothing at all. Finally, he saw a red dot and realized it was a vehicle. That was when he grasped the enormous size of the glacier. Drake fell into step with Morton as they went down the hill. "George," he said, "you and Evans should feel free to go on a tour of the site, and let me talk to Pierre Enerson alone." "Why?" "I expect Enerson would be more comfortable if there weren't a lot of people standing around." "But isn't the point that I'm the one who funds his research?" "Of course," Drake said. "But I don't want to hammer that fact too hard. I don't want Pierre to feel compromised." "I don't see how you can avoid it." "I'll just point out the stakes," Drake said. "Help him to see the big picture." "Frankly, I was looking forward to hearing this discussion," Morton said. "I know," Drake said, "but it's delicate." As they came closer to the glacier, Morton felt a distinct chill in the wind. The temperature dropped several degrees. They could see now the series of 4 large tan tents arranged near the red Land Cruiser. From a distance, the tents had blended into the plain. From one of the tents, a very tall, blond man appeared. Pierre Enerson threw up his hands and shouted, "Nicholas!" "Pierre!" Drake raced forward. Morton continued down the hill, feeling distinctly grouchy about being dismissed by Drake. Evans came up to walk alongside him. "I don't want to take any damn tour," Morton said. "Oh, I don't know," Evans said, looking ahead. "It might be more interesting than we think." Coming out of one of the other tents were 3 young women in khakis, all blonde and beautiful. They waved to the newcomers. "Maybe you're right," Morton said. Peter Evans knew that his client George Morton, despite his intense interest in all things environmental, had an even more intense interest in pretty women. And indeed, after a quick introduction to Enerson, Morton happily allowed himself to be led away by Eva Jonsdotter, who was tall and athletic, with short-cropped white blonde hair and a radiant smile. She was Morton's type, Evans thought. She looked rather like Morton's beautiful assistant, Sarah Jones. He heard Morton say, "I had no idea so many women were interested in geology." And Morton and Eva drifted away, heading toward the glacier. Evans knew he should accompany Morton, but perhaps Morton wanted to take this tour alone. And more important, Evans's firm also represented Nicholas Drake, and Evans had a nagging concern about what Drake was up to. Not that it was illegal or unethical, exactly. But Drake could be imperious, and what he was going to do might cause embarrassment later on. So for a moment, Evans stood there, wondering which way to go, which man to follow. It was Drake who made the decision for him, giving Evans a slight dismissive wave of his hand as he disappeared into the big tent with Enerson. Evans took the hint and ambled off toward Morton and the girl. Eva was chattering on about how 12% of Iceland was covered in glaciers and how some of the glaciers had active volcanoes poking out from the ice. This particular glacier, she said, pointing upward, was of the type called a surge glacier, because it had a history of rapid advances and retreats. At the moment, she said, the glacier was pushing forward at the rate of 100 meters a day, the length of a football field every 24 hours. Sometimes, when the wind died, you could actually hear it grinding forward. This glacier had surged more than 10 kilometers in the last few years. Soon they were joined by Asdis Svensdotter, who could have been Eva's younger sister. She paid flattering attention to Evans, asking him how his trip over had been, how he liked Iceland, how long he was staying in the country. Eventually, she mentioned that she usually worked in the office at Reykjavik, and had only come out for the day. Evans realized then that she was here doing her job. The sponsors were visiting Enerson, and Enerson had arranged for the visit to be memorable. Eva was explaining that although surge-type glaciers were very common, there were several hundred of them in Alaska, the mechanism of the surges was not known, nor was the mechanism behind the periodic advances and retreats, which differed for each glacier. "There is still so much to study, to learn," she said, smiling at Morton. That was when they had heard shouts coming from the big tent, and considerable swearing. Evans excused himself and headed back to the tent. Somewhat reluctantly, Morton trailed after him. Pierre Enerson was shaking with anger. He raised his fists. "I tell you no!" he yelled, and pounded the table. Standing opposite him, Drake was very red in the face, clenching his teeth. "Pierre," he said, "I am asking you to consider the realities." "You are not," Enerson said, pounding the table again. "The reality is what you do not want me to publish." "Now, Pierre, the reality," he said, "that in Iceland the first half of the 20th century was warmer than the second half, as in Greenland. The reality is that in Iceland most glaciers lost mass after 1930 because summers warmed by 0.6 degrees Celsius. But since then, the climate has become colder. The reality is that since 1970, these glaciers have been steadily advancing. They have now regained half the ground that was lost earlier. Right now, 11 are surging. That is the reality, Nicholas, and I will not lie about it." "No one has suggested you do," Drake said, lowering his voice and glancing at his newly arrived audience. "I am merely discussing how you word your paper, Pierre." Enerson raised a sheet of paper. "Yes? And you have suggested some wording." "Merely a suggestion." "That is truth." "Pierre, with due respect, I feel you are exaggerating." "Am I?" Enerson turned to the others and began to read. "This is what he wants me to say. The threat of global warming has melted glaciers throughout the world, and in Iceland as well. Many glaciers are shrinking dramatically, although paradoxically others are growing. However, in all cases, recent extremes in climate variability seem to be the cause, blah, 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 args fo fambuigus." He threw the paper down. "That is simply not true." "It's just the opening paragraph. The rest of your paper will amplify." "The opening paragraph is not true," Of course it is. It refers to extremes in climate variability. No one can object to such vague wording. Recent extremes, but in Iceland these effects are not recent. Then take out recent. That is not adequate, Ener said, because the implication of this paragraph is that we are observing the effects of global warming from greenhouse gases, whereas in fact we are observing local climate patterns that are rather specific to Iceland, and are unlikely to be related to any global pattern. And you can say so in your conclusion. But this opening paragraph will be a big joke among Arctic researchers. You think Motoyama or Sergeson will not see through this paragraph, or Hicks, Watanabe, Isaacson? They will laugh and call me compromised. They will say I did it for grants. But there are other considerations, Drake said soothingly. We must all be aware there are disinformation groups funded by industry, petroleum, automotive, who will seize on the report that some glaciers are growing and use it to argue against global warming. That is what they always do. They snatch at anything to paint a false picture. How the information is used is not my concern. My concern is to report the truth as best I can. Very noble, Drake said. Perhaps not so practical. I see. And you have brought the source of funding right here, in the form of Mr. Morton. So I do not miss the point? No, Pierre, Drake said hastily. Please, don't misunderstand. I understand only too well. What is he doing here? Enerson was furious. Mr. Morton, do you approve of what I am being asked to do by Mr. Drake? It was at that point that Morton's cell phone rang, and with ill-conceived relief he flipped it open. Morton? Yes. Yes, John. Where are you, Vancouver? What time is it there? He put his hand over the mouthpiece. John Kim in Vancouver, Scotiabank. Evans nodded, though he had no idea who that was. Morton's financial operations were complex. He knew bankers all over the world. Morton turned and walked to the far side of the tent. An awkward silence fell over the others as they waited. Enerson stared at the floor, sucking in his breath, still furious. The blonde women pretended to work, giving great attention to the papers they shuffled through. Drake stuck his hands in his pockets, looked at the roof of the tent. Meanwhile, Morton was laughing. Really? I hadn't heard that one, he said, chuckling. He glanced back at the others and turned away. Drake said, Look, Pierre, I feel we have gotten off on the wrong foot. Not at all, Enerson said coldly. We understand each other only too well. If you withdraw your support, you withdraw your support. Nobody is talking about withdrawing support. Time will tell, he said. And then Morton said, What? They did what? Deposited to what? How much money are... Jesus Christ, John. This is unbelievable. And still talking, he turned and walked out of the tent. Evans hurried after him. It was brighter, the sun now higher in the sky, trying to break through low clouds. Morton was scrambling up the slope, still talking on the phone. He was shouting, but his words were lost in the wind as Evans followed him. They came to the land cruiser. Morton ducked down, using it as a shield against the wind. Christ, John, do I have legal liability there? I mean, no, I didn't know a thing about it. What was the organization? Friends of the Planet Fund? Morton looked questioningly at Evans. Evans shook his head. He'd never heard of Friends of the Planet, and he knew most of the environmental organizations. Based where? Morton was saying. San Jose? California? Oh, Jesus. What the hell is based in Costa Rica? He cupped his hand over the phone. Friends of the Planet Fund. San Jose, Costa Rica. Evans shook his head. I never heard of them, Morton said, and neither has my lawyer. And I don't remember. No, Ed, if it was $250,000, I'd remember. The check was issued where? I see. And my name was where? I see. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I will. Bye. He flipped the phone shut. He turned to Evans. Peter, he said, get a pad and make notes. Morton spoke quickly. Evans scribbled, trying to keep up. It was a complicated story that he took down as best he could. John Kim, the manager of Scotiabank, Vancouver, had been called by a customer named Nat Damon, a local marine operator. Damon had deposited a check from a company called Seismic Services in Calgary, and the check had bounced. It was for $250,000. Damon was nervous about whoever had written the check and asked Kim to look into it. John Kim could not legally make inquiries in the U.S., but the issuing bank was Calgary, and he had a friend who worked there. He learned that Seismic Services was an account with a postal box for an address. The account was modestly active, receiving deposits every few weeks from only one source, the Friend of the Planet Foundation, based in San Jose, Costa Rica. Kim placed a call down there. Then about that time it came up on his screen that the check had cleared. Kim called Damon and asked him if he wanted to drop the inquiry. Damon said no, check it out. Kim had a brief conversation with Miguel Chavez at the Banco Credito Agricola in San Jose. Chavez said he had gotten an electronic deposit from the Maria Wind Power Associates via Ansbach, Cayman Limited, a private bank on Grand Cayman Island. That was all he knew. Chavez called Kim back 10 minutes later to say he had made inquiries at Ansbach and had obtained a record of a wire transfer that was paid into the Maria account by the International Wilderness Preservation Society 3 days before that. And the IWPS transfer noted in the comment field G. Morton Research Fund. John Kim called his Vancouver client, Nat Damon, to ask what the check was for. Damon said it was for the lease of a small 2-man research submarine. Kim thought that was pretty interesting. So he telephoned his friend George Morton to kid him a bit, and ask why he was leasing a submarine. And to his surprise, Morton knew absolutely nothing about it. Evans finished taking down notes on the pad. He said, "This is what some bank manager in Vancouver told you?" "Yes, a good friend of mine." "Why are you looking at me that way?" "Because it's a lot of information," Evans said. He didn't know the banking rules in Canada, to say nothing of Costa Rica, but he knew it was unlikely that any banks would freely exchange information in the way Morton had described. If the Vancouver manager's story was true, there was more to it than he was telling. Evans made a note to check into it. "And do you know the International Wilderness Preservation Society? Which has your check for $250,000? Morton shook his head. "Never heard of them." "So you never gave them $250,000? Morton shook his head. "I'll tell you what I did do in the last week," he said. "I gave $250,000 to Nicholas Drake to cover a monthly operating shortfall. He told me he had some problem about a big contributor from Seattle not coming through for a week. Drake's asked me to help him out before like that once or twice." "You think that money ended up in Vancouver?" Morton nodded. "You better ask Drake about it," Evans said. "I have no idea at all," Drake said, looking mystified. "Costa Rica? International Wilderness Preservation? My goodness, I can't imagine." Evans said, "You know the International Wilderness Preservation Society?" "Very well," Drake said. "They're excellent. We've worked closely with them on any number of projects around the world. The Everglades, tiger tops in Nepal, the Lake Toba Preserve in Sumatra. The only thing I can think is that somehow George's check was mistakenly deposited in the wrong account. Or, I just don't know. I have to call the office. But it's late in California. It'll have to wait until morning." Morton was staring at Drake, not speaking. "George," Drake said, turning to him, "I'm sure this must make you feel very strange, even if it's an honest mistake, as I am almost certain it is. It's still a lot of money to be mishandled. I feel terrible. But mistakes happen, especially if you use a lot of unpaid volunteers as we do. But you and I have been friends for a long time. I want you to know that I will get to the bottom of this. And of course I will see that the money is recovered at once. You have my word, George." "Thank you," Morton said. They all climbed into the land cruiser. The vehicle bounced over the barren plain. "Damn, those Icelanders are stubborn," Drake said, staring out the window. "They may be the most stubborn researchers in the world." "He never saw your point?" Evans said. "No," Drake said. "I couldn't make him understand. Scientists can't adopt that lofty attitude anymore. They can't say, 'I do the research and I don't care how it is used.' That is out of date. It's irresponsible. Even in a seemingly obscure field like glacier geology, because, like it or not, we're in the middle of a war, a global war of information versus disinformation. The war is fought on many battlegrounds: newspaper op-eds, television reports, scientific journals, websites, conferences, classrooms, and courtrooms too, if it comes to that." Drake shook his head. "We have truth on our side, but we're outnumbered and outfunded. Today the environmental movement is David battling Goliath. And Goliath is Aventis, and Acadel, Humana, and GE, BP, Bayer, Shell, and Glaxo Wellcome. Huge global corporate. These people are the implacable enemies of our planet. And Pierre Enerson, out there on his glacier, is irresponsible to pretend it isn't happening." Sitting beside Drake, Peter Evans nodded sympathetically, though in fact he took everything Drake was saying with a large grain of salt. The head of NERF was famously melodramatic, and Drake was pointedly ignoring the fact that several of the corporations he had named made substantial contributions to NERF every year, and 3 executives from those companies actually sat on Drake's board of advisors. That was true of many environmental organizations these days, although the reasons behind corporate involvement were much debated. "Well," Morton said, "maybe Pierre will reconsider later on." "I doubt it," Drake said gloomily. He was angry. "We've lost this battle, I'm sorry to say. But we do what we always do. Soldier on. Fight the good fight." It was silent in the car for a while. "The girls were damn good looking," Morton said. "Weren't they, Peter?" "Yes," Evans said. "They were." Evans knew that Morton was trying to lighten the mood in the car, but Drake would have none of it. The head of Nerf stared morosely at the barren landscape and shook his head mournfully at the snow-covered mountains in the distance. Evans had traveled many times with Drake and Morton in the last couple of years. Usually Morton could cheer everybody around him, even Drake, who was glum and fretful. But lately Drake had become even more pessimistic than usual. Evans had first noticed it a few weeks ago and had wondered at that time if there was illness in the family, or something else that was bothering him. But it seemed there was nothing amiss. At least, nothing that anyone would talk about. Nerf was a beehive of activity. They had moved into a wonderful new building in Beverly Hills. Fundraising was at an all-time high. They were planning spectacular new events and conferences, including the abrupt climate change conference that would begin in 2 months. Yet despite these successes, or because of them, Drake seemed more miserable than ever. Morton noticed it too, but he shrugged it off. "He's a lawyer," he said. "What do you expect? Forget about it." By the time they reached Reykjavik, the sunny day had turned wet and chilly. It was sleeting at Keflavik Airport, obliging them to wait while the wings of the white Gulfstream jet were de-iced. Evans slipped away to a corner of the hangar and, since it was still the middle of the night in the U.S., placed a call to a friend in banking in Hong Kong. He asked about the Vancouver story. "Absolutely impossible," was the immediate answer. "No bank would divulge such information, even to another bank." "There's an STR in the chain somewhere." "An STR? Suspicious transfer report. If it looks like money for drug trafficking or terrorism, the account gets tagged. And from then on, it's tracked. There are ways to track electronic transfers, even with strong encryption. But none of that tracking is ever going to wind up on the desk of a bank manager. No, not a chance. You need international law enforcement credentials to see that tracking report." "So this bank manager didn't do all this himself?" "I doubt it. There is somebody else involved in this story. A policeman of some kind. Somebody you're not being told about. Like a customs guy, or Interpol, or something." "Why would my client be contacted at all?" "I don't know. But it's not an accident." "Does your client have any radical tendencies?" Thinking of Morton, Evans wanted to laugh. "Absolutely not." "You're quite sure, Peter?" "Well, yes. Because sometimes these wealthy donors amuse themselves or justify themselves by supporting terrorist groups. That's what happened with the IRA. Rich Americans in Boston supported them for decades. But times have changed. No one is amused any longer. Your client should be careful, and if you're his attorney, you should be careful too. Hate to visit you in prison, Peter." And he hung up. To Los Angeles, Monday, August 23rd, 1:04 p.m. The flight attendant poured Morton's vodka into a cut-glass tumbler. "No more ice, sweetie," Morton said, raising his hand. They were flying west over Greenland, a vast expanse of ice and cloud and pale sun beneath them. Morton sat with Drake, who talked about how the Greenland ice cap was melting, and the rate at which the Arctic ice was melting, and Canadian glaciers were receding. Morton sipped his vodka and nodded. "So Iceland is an anomaly?" "Oh, yes," Drake said, "an anomaly. Everywhere else glaciers are melting at an unprecedented rate." "It's good we have you, Nick," Morton said, putting his hand on Drake's shoulder. Drake smiled. "And it's good we have you, George," he said. "We wouldn't be able to accomplish anything without your generous support. You've made the Vanuatu lawsuit possible, and that's extremely important for the publicity it will generate. And as for your other grants, well, words fail me." "Words never fail you," Morton said, slapping him on the back. Sitting across from them, Evans thought they really were the odd couple. Morton, big and hearty, dressed casually in jeans and a work shirt, always seeming to burst from his clothes. And Nicholas Drake, tall and painfully thin, wearing a coat and tie, with his scrawny neck rising from the collar of a shirt that never seemed to fit. In their manner, too, they were complete opposites. Morton loved to be around as many people as possible, loved to eat and laugh. He had a penchant for pretty girls, vintage sports cars, Asian art, and practical jokes. His parties drew most of Hollywood to his Holmby Hills mansion. His charity functions were always special, always written up the next day. Of course, Drake attended those functions, but invariably left early, sometimes before dinner, often pleaded illness, his own or a friend's. In fact, Drake was a solitary ascetic man who detested parties and noise. Even when he stood at a podium giving a speech, he conveyed an air of isolation, as if he were alone in the room. And being Drake, he made it work for him. He managed to suggest that he was a lone messenger in the wilderness, delivering the truth the audience needed to hear. Despite their differences in temperament, the two men had built a durable friendship that lasted the better part of a decade. Morton, the heir to a forklift fortune, had the congenital uneasiness of inherited wealth. Drake had a good use for that money, and in return provided Morton with a passion and a cause that informed and guided Morton's life. Morton's name appeared on the board of advisors of the Audubon Society, the Wilderness Society, the World Wildlife Fund, and the Sierra Club. He was a major contributor to Greenpeace and the Environmental Action League. All this culminated in two enormous gifts by Morton to NERF. The first was a grant of $1 million to finance the Vanuatu lawsuit. The second was a grant of $9 million to NERF itself, to finance future research and litigation on behalf of the environment. Not surprisingly, the NERF board had voted Morton their Concerned Citizen of the Year. A banquet in his honor was scheduled for later that fall in San Francisco. Evans sat across from the two men, idly thumbing through a magazine. But he had been shaken by the Hong Kong call, and found himself observing Morton with some care. Morton still had his hand on Drake's shoulder, and was telling him a joke, as usual trying to get Drake to laugh. But it seemed to Evans that he detected a certain distance on Morton's part. Morton had withdrawn, but didn't want Drake to notice. This suspicion was confirmed when Morton stood up abruptly and headed for the cockpit. "I want to know about this damn electronic thing," he said. Since takeoff, they had been experiencing the effects of a major solar flare that rendered satellite telephones erratic or unusable. The pilot said the effect was heightened near the poles and would soon diminish as they headed south. And Morton seemed eager to make some calls. Evans wondered to whom. It was now 4 a.m. in New York, 1 a.m. in Los Angeles. Who was Morton calling? But of course it could concern any of his ongoing environmental projects. Water purification in Cambodia, reforestation in Guinea, habitat preservation in Madagascar, medicinal plants in Peru. To say nothing of the German expedition to measure the thickness of the ice in Antarctica. Morton was personally involved in all these projects. He knew them in detail, knew the scientists involved, had visited the locations himself. So it could be anything. But somehow Evans felt it wasn't just anything. Morton came back. "Pilots say it's okay now." He sat by himself in the front of the plane, reached for his headset, and pulled the sliding door shut for privacy. Evans turned back to his magazine. Drake said, "You think he's drinking more than usual?" "Not really," Evans said. "I worry." "I wouldn't," Evans said. "You realize," Drake said, "we are just 5 weeks from the banquet in his honor in San Francisco. That's our biggest fundraising event of the year. It will generate considerable publicity, and it'll help us launch the conference on abrupt climate change." "Uh-huh," Evans said. "I'd like to ensure that the publicity focuses on environmental issues and not anything else. Of a personal nature, if you know what I mean." Evans said, "Isn't this a conversation you should be having with George?" "Oh, I have. I only mention it to you because you spend so much time with him." "I don't really." "You know he likes you, Peter," Drake said. "You're the son he never had, or... hell, I don't know, but he does like you. And I'm just asking you to help us if you can." "I don't think he'll embarrass you, Nick. Just keep an eye on him." "Okay, sure." At the front of the plane, the sliding door opened. Morton said, "Mr. Evans, if you please." Peter got up and went forward. He slid the door shut behind him. "I've been on the phone to Sarah," Morton said. Sarah Jones was his assistant in L.A. "Isn't it late?" "It's her job. She's well paid. Sit down." Evans sat in the chair opposite. "Have you ever heard of the NSIA?" "No." "The National Security Intelligence Agency?" Evans shook his head. "No." "But there are 20 security agencies. Ever heard of John Kenner?" "No." "Apparently he's a professor at MIT." "No," Evans said. "Sorry." "Does he have something to do with the environment?" "He may. See what you can find out." Evans turned to the laptop by his seat and flipped open the screen. It was connected to the internet by satellite. He started to type. In a few moments he was looking at a picture of a fit-looking man with prematurely gray hair and heavy horn-rimmed glasses. The attached biography was brief. Evans read it aloud. Richard John Kenner, William T. Harding, Professor of Geoenvironmental Engineering. "Whatever that means," Morton said. "He is 39, doctorate in civil engineering from Caltech at age 20. Did his theses on soil erosion in Nepal. Barely missed qualifying for the Olympic ski team. A JD from Harvard Law School. Spent the next 4 years in government. Department of the Interior, Office of Policy Analysis. Scientific advisor to the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee. Hobby is mountain climbing. He was reported dead on Nyakanga Peak in Nepal, but he wasn't. Tried to climb K2, driven back by weather." "K2?" Morton said. "Isn't that the most dangerous peak?" "I think so." "Looks like he's a serious climber. Anyway, he went to MIT, where I'd say his rise has been spectacular. Associate professor in 93, director of the MIT Center for Risk Analysis in 95, William T. Harding professor in 96, consultant to the EPA, the Department of the Interior, the Department of Defense, the government of Nepal. God knows who else. Looks like a lot of corporations, and since 2002 on faculty leave. Meaning what? Just says he's on leave. For the last 2 years? Morton came and looked over Evans's shoulder. I don't like it. The guy burns up the track at MIT, goes on leave, and never comes back. You think he's got into trouble? I don't know, but Evans was calculating the dates. Professor Kenner got a doctorate from Caltech at 20, got his law degree from Harvard in 2 years instead of 3. Professor at MIT when he's 28. Okay, so he's smart, Morton said. I still want to know why he's on leave, and why he's in Vancouver. Evans said, He's in Vancouver? He's been calling Sarah from Vancouver. Why? He wants to meet with me. Well, Evans said, I guess you'd better meet with him. I will, Morton said. But what do you think he wants? I have no idea. Funding? A project? Sarah says he wants the meeting to be confidential. He doesn't want anybody to be told. Well, that's not hard. You're on an airplane. No, Morton said, jerking his thumb. He specifically doesn't want Drake to be told. Maybe I'd better attend this meeting, Evans said. Yes, Morton said. Maybe you should. Los Angeles, Monday, August 23rd, 4:09 p.m. The iron gate swung open, and the car drove up the shaded driveway to the house that slowly came into view. This was Holmby Hills, the wealthiest area of Beverly Hills. The billionaires lived here, in residences hidden from the street by high gates and dense foliage. In this part of town, security cameras were all painted green and tucked back unobtrusively. The house came into view. It was a Mediterranean-style villa, cream-colored, and large enough for a family of 10. Evans, who had been speaking to his office, flipped his cell phone shut and got out as the car came to a stop. Birds chirped in the ficus trees. The air smelled of the gardenia and jasmine that bordered the driveway. A hummingbird hung near the purple bougainvillea at the garage. It was, Evans thought, a typical California moment. Evans had been raised in Connecticut and schooled in Boston. Even after 5 years in California, the place still seemed exotic to him. He saw that another car was parked in front of the house, a dark gray sedan. It had government license plates. From out of the front door came Morton's assistant, Sarah Jones, a tall blonde woman of 30, as glamorous as any movie star. Sarah was dressed in a white tennis skirt and pink top, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Morton kissed her lightly on the cheek. You playing today? I was. My boss came back early. She shook Evans's hand and turned back to Morton. Good trip? Fine. Drake is morose, and he won't drink. It gets tiresome. As Morton started toward the door, Sarah said, I think I ought to tell you. They're here right now. Who is? Professor Kenner. And another guy with him, foreign guy. Really? But didn't you tell them they had to make an appointment? Yes, I did. They seem to think that doesn't apply to them. They just sat down and said they'd wait. You should have called me. They got here 5 minutes ago. Huh? Okay. He turned to Evans. Let's go, Peter. They went inside. Morton's living room looked out on the garden and back of the house. The room was decorated with Asian antiques, including a large stone head from Cambodia. Sitting erectly on the couch were two men. One was an American of middle height, with short gray hair and glasses. The other was very dark, compact, and very handsome, despite the thin scar that ran down the left side of his face in front of his ear. They were dressed in cotton slacks and lightweight sport coats. Both men sat on the edge of the couch, very alert, as if they might spring up at any moment. "Look military, don't they?" Morton muttered as they went into the room. The two men stood. "Mr. Morton, I'm John Kenner from MIT, and this is my colleague Sanyong Thapa, a graduate student from Mustang, in Nepal." Morton said, "And this is my colleague, Peter Evans." They shook hands all around. Kenner's grip was firm. Sanyong Thapa gave a very slight bow as he shook hands. He spoke softly, with a British accent. "How do you do?" "I didn't expect you," Morton said, "so soon." "We work quickly." "So I see. What's this about?" "I'm afraid we need your help, Mr. Morton." Kenner smiled pleasantly at Evans and Sarah. "And unfortunately, our discussion is confidential." "Mr. Evans is my attorney," Morton said, "and I have no secrets from my assistant." "I'm sure," Kenner said. "You may take them into your confidence whenever you choose, but we must speak to you alone." Evans said, "If you don't mind, I'd like to see some identification." "Of course," Kenner said. Both men reached for wallets. Evans was shown Massachusetts driver's licenses, MIT faculty cards, and passports. Then they handed out business cards. There were telephone numbers, fax, email. Evans turned the cards over. It all looked straightforward. Kenner said, "Now, if you and Miss Jones will excuse us." They were outside in the hallway, looking into the living room through the large glass doors. Morton was sitting on one couch, Kenner and Sanyong were on the other. The discussion was quiet. In fact, it looked to Evans just like one more of the endless investment meetings that Morton endured. Evans picked up the hall phone and dialed a number. "Center for Risk Analysis," a woman said. "Professor Kenner's office, please." "One moment." Clicking, another voice. "Center for Risk Analysis, Professor Kenner's office." "Good afternoon," Evans said. "My name is Peter Evans, and I'm calling for Professor Kenner. I'm sorry, he is not in the office." "Do you know where he is?" "Professor Kenner is on extended leave." "It's important that I reach him," Evans said. "Do you know how I could do that?" "Well, it shouldn't be hard, since you are in Los Angeles and so is he." So she had seen the caller ID, Evans thought. He would have imagined Morton had a blocked ID, but evidently not. Or perhaps the secretary in Massachusetts had a way to unblock it. "Well," Evans said, "can you tell me—" "I'm sorry, Mr. Evans," she said, "but I am not able to help you further." Click. Sarah said, "What was that about?" Before Evans could answer, a cell phone rang in the living room. He saw Kenner reach into his pocket and answer briefly. Then he turned, looked at Evans, and waved. Sarah said, "His office called him?" "Looks like it." "So I guess that's Professor Kenner." "I guess it is," Evans said. "And we're dismissed." "Come on," Sarah said. "I'll give you a ride home." They walked past the open garage, the row of Ferraris glinting in the sun. Morton owned 9 vintage Ferraris, which he kept in various garages. These included a 1947 Spider Corsa, a 1956 Testarossa, and a 1959 California Spider, each worth more than $1 million. Evans knew this because he reviewed the insurance every time Morton bought another one. At the far end of the line was Sarah's black Porsche convertible. She backed it out, and he climbed in beside her. Even by Los Angeles standards, Sarah Jones was an extremely beautiful woman. She was tall, with a honey-colored tan, shoulder-length blonde hair, blue eyes, perfect features, very white teeth. She was athletic in the casual way that California people were athletic, generally showing up for work in a jogging suit or short tennis skirt. She played golf and tennis, scuba dived, mountain biked, skied, snowboarded, and God knew what else. Evans felt tired whenever he thought about it. But he also knew that she had issues, to use the California word. Sarah was the youngest child of a wealthy San Francisco family. Her father was a powerful attorney who had held political office. Her mother was a former high-fashion model. Sarah's older brothers and sisters were all happily married, all successful, and all waiting for her to follow in their footsteps. She found her family's collective success a burden. Evans had always wondered why she chose to work for Morton, another powerful and wealthy man, or why she had come to Los Angeles at all, since her family regarded any address south of the Bay Bridge to be hopelessly tawdry. But she was good at her job and devoted to Morton. And, as George often said, her presence was aesthetically pleasing. And the actors and celebrities who attended Morton's parties agreed. She had dated several of them, which further displeased her family. Sometimes Evans wondered if everything she did was rebellion, like her driving. She drove quickly, almost recklessly, shooting down Benedict Canyon, heading into Beverly Hills. "Do you want to go to the office or your apartment?" "My apartment," he said. "I have to pick up my car." She nodded, swerved around a slow-moving Mercedes, then cut left down a side street. Evans took a deep breath. "Listen," she said, "do you know what net war is?" "What?" He wasn't sure he had heard her over the sound of the wind. "Net war." "No," he said. "Why?" "I heard them talking about it before you showed up, Kenner and that Sanyong guy." Evans shook his head. "Doesn't ring a bell. You sure it wasn't netware?" "Might have been." She swept across Sunset, running a yellow light, and then downshifted as she came to Beverly. "You still on Roxbury?" He said he was. He looked at her long legs, protruding from the short white skirt. "Who were you going to play tennis with?" "I don't think you know him. It's not a—" "No, that's over." "I see." "I'm serious, it's over." "Okay, Sarah, I hear you." "You lawyers are all so suspicious." "So, it's a lawyer you're playing with." "No, it is not a lawyer. I don't play with lawyers." "What do you do with them?" "As little as possible, like everybody else." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Except you, of course," she said, giving him a dazzling smile. She accelerated hard, making the engine scream. Peter Evans lived in one of the older apartment buildings on Roxbury Drive in the flats of Beverly Hills. There were 4 units in his building across the street from Roxbury Park. It was a nice park, a big green expanse, always busy. He saw Hispanic nannies chatting in groups while they minded the children of rich people, and several oldsters sitting in the sun. Off in a corner, a working mother in a business suit had taken off lunch to be with the kids. The car screeched to a stop. "Here you are." "Thanks," he said, getting out. "Isn't it time to move? You've been here 5 years." "I'm too busy to move," he said. "Got your keys?" "Yeah." "But there's always one under the doormat." He reached in his pocket, jingled metal. "All set. See ya." And she raced off, squealed around the corner, and was gone. Evans walked through the little sunlit courtyard and went up to his apartment on the second floor. As always, he had found Sarah slightly distressing. She was so beautiful and so flirtatious. He always had the feeling that she kept men at a distance by keeping them off balance. At least she kept him off balance. He could never tell if she wanted him to ask her out or not. But considering his relationship with Morton, it was a bad idea. He would never do it. As soon as he walked in the door, the phone began to ring. It was his assistant, Heather. She was going home early because she felt sick. Heather frequently felt sick toward the afternoon, in time to beat rush hour traffic. She tended to call in sick on Fridays or Mondays, yet the firm showed a surprising reluctance to fire her. She had been there for years. Some said she had had a relationship with Bruce Black, the founding partner, and that ever since Bruce lived in constant dread that his wife would find out, since she had all the money. Others claimed Heather was seeing another of the firm's partners, always unspecified. A third story was that she had been on the scene when the firm moved offices from one Century City skyscraper to another, in the course of which she stumbled on some incriminating documents and copied them. Evans suspected the truth was more mundane, that she was a clever woman who had worked in the firm long enough to know everything about wrongful termination suits, and now carefully gauged her repeated infractions against the cost and aggravation of their firing her. And in this way worked about 30 weeks a year. Heather was invariably assigned to the best junior associate in the firm, on the assumption that a really good attorney wouldn't be hampered by her inconstancy. Evans had tried for years to get rid of her. He was promised a new assistant next year. He saw it as a promotion. "I'm sorry you don't feel well," he told Heather dutifully. One had to go along with her pretense. "It's just my stomach," she said. "I have to see the doctor." "Are you going today?" "Well, I'm trying to get an appointment." "All right, then. But I wanted to tell you that they set a big meeting for the day after tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the big conference room." "Oh?" "Mr. Morton just called. Apparently 10 or 12 people are called." "You know who?" "No. They didn't say." Evans thought useless. "Okay," he said. "And don't forget you have the arraignment for Morton's daughter next week. This time it's Pasadena, not downtown. And Margot Lane's calling about her Mercedes lawsuit. And that BMW dealer still wants to go forward." "He still wants to sue the church?" "He calls every other day." "Okay. Is that it?" "No, there's about 10 others. I'll try to leave the list on your desk if I feel well enough." That meant she wouldn't. "Okay," he said. "Are you coming in?" "No, it's too late. I need to get some sleep." "Then I'll see you tomorrow." He realized he was very hungry. There was nothing to eat in the refrigerator except a container of yogurt of indeterminate age, some wilted celery, and a half-finished bottle of wine left over from his last date about 2 weeks earlier. He'd been seeing a girl named Carol, who did product liability at another firm. They'd picked each other up in the gym and had begun a desultory intermittent affair. They were both busy, and not especially interested in each other, to tell the truth. They met once or twice a week, had passionate sex, and then one of them would plead a breakfast appointment the next day and go home early. Sometimes they went to dinner as well, but not usually. Neither of them wanted to take the time. He went into the living room to check his answering machine. There was no message from Carol. But there was a message from Janice, another girl he sometimes saw. Janice was a trainer in the gym, the possessor of one of those LA bodies, perfectly proportioned and rock hard. Sex for Janice was an athletic event involving multiple rooms, couches, and chairs, and it often left Evans feeling vaguely inadequate, as if his body fat weren't low enough for her. But he continued to see her, feeling vaguely proud that he could have a girl who looked so astonishing, even if the sex wasn't that good. And she was often available on short notice. Janice had a boyfriend who was older, a producer for a cable news station. He was out of town a lot, and she was restless. Janice had left a message the night before. Evans didn't bother to call her back. With Janice, it was always that night or forget it. Before Janice and Carol, there had been other women, more or less the same. Evans told himself he should find a more satisfying relationship, something more serious, more adult, more suited to his age and station in life. But he was busy, and just took things as they came. Meanwhile, he was hungry. He went back down to his car and drove to the nearest drive-in, a hamburger joint on Pico. They knew him there. He had a double cheeseburger and a strawberry shake. He went home, intending to go to bed. Then he remembered he had owed Morton a call. "I'm glad you called," Morton said. "I've just been going over some things. Where are we now on my donations to Nerf? The Vanuatu lawsuit, all that?" "I don't know," Evans said. "The papers are drawn and signed, but I don't think anything's been paid yet." "Good. I want you to hold off payments." "Sure. No problem." "Just for a while." "Okay." "There's no need to say anything to Nerf." No, of course not." "Good." Evans hung up. He went into the bedroom to get undressed. The phone rang again. It was Janice, the exercise instructor. "Hey," she said, "I was thinking about you, and I wondered what you were doing." "As a matter of fact, I was going to bed." "Oh? Pretty early for that." "I just got in from Iceland." "So you must be tired." "Well," he said, "not that tired." "Want company?" "Sure." She giggled and hung up. Beverly Hills, Tuesday, August 24th, 6:04 a.m. Evans awoke to the sound of rhythmic gasping. He flung his hand across the bed, but Janice wasn't there. Her side of the bed was still warm. He raised his head slightly, yawning. In the warm morning light, he saw one slender, perfectly formed leg rise above the foot of the bed, to be joined by the other leg. Then both legs slowly descended, gasping. Then legs up again. "Janice," he said, "what are you doing?" "I have to warm up." She stood, smiling, naked, and at ease, confident of her appearance, every muscle outlined. "I have a class at 7. "What time is it?" 6. He groaned and buried his head in the pillow. "You really should get up now," she said. "It shortens your lifespan to sleep in." He groaned again. Janice was full of health information. It was her job. "How can it possibly shorten my life to sleep?" "They did studies on rats. They didn't let them sleep. And you know what? They lived longer." "Uh-huh. Would you mind turning on the coffee?" "Okay," she said. "But you really should give up coffee." She drifted out of the room. He swung his feet onto the floor and said, "Haven't you heard? Coffee prevents strokes." "It does not." she said from the kitchen. "Coffee has 923 different chemicals in it, and it is not good for you." "New study," he said. It was true, too. "Besides, it causes cancer." "That's never been shown." "And miscarriages." "Not a concern for me." "And nervous tension." "Janice, please." She came back, crossing her arms across her perfect breasts as she leaned against the door jamb. He could see the veins in her lower abdomen, running down to her groin. "Well, you are nervous, Peter. You have to admit it." "Only when I look at your body." She pouted. "You don't take me seriously." She turned back into the kitchen, showing him her perfect high glutes. He heard her open the refrigerator. "There's no milk." "Black is fine." He stood and headed for the shower. "Did you have any damage?" she said. "From what?" "From the earthquake. We had a little one while you were gone, about 4.3. "Not that I know." "Well, it sure moved your TV." He stopped in mid-stride. "What?" "It moved your TV. Look for yourself." The morning sunlight that slanted through the window clearly showed the faint outline where the base of the television had compressed the carpet. The TV had been moved about 3 inches from its former position. It was an old 32-inch monitor, and damned heavy. It didn't move easily. Looking at it now gave Evans a chill. "You're lucky," she said. "You have all those glass things on your mantel. They break all the time, even in a small quake. Do you have an insurance policy?" He didn't answer. He was bent over, looking behind the television at the connections. Everything looked normal. But he hadn't looked behind his TV for about a year. He really wouldn't know. "By the way," she said, "this is not organic coffee. You should at least drink organic. Are you listening to me?" "Just a minute." He had crouched down in front of the television, looking for anything unusual beneath the set. He could see nothing out of the ordinary. "And what is this?" she said. He looked over. She was holding a donut in her hand. "Peter," Janice said severely, "do you know how much fat's in these things? You might as well just eat a stick of butter." "I know. I should give them up." "Well, you should, unless you want to develop diabetes later in life." "Why are you on the floor?" "I was checking the TV." "Why? Is it broken?" "I don't think so." He got to his feet. "The water is running in your shower," she said. "That's not environmentally conscious." She poured coffee, handed it to him. "Go and take your shower. I've got to get to my class." When he came out of the shower, she was gone. He pulled the covers up over the bed, as close as he ever came to making it, and went into the closet to dress for the day. Century City, Tuesday, August 24th, 8:45 a.m. The law firm of Hassel and Black occupied 5 floors of an office building in Century City. They were a forward-looking, socially aware firm. They represented many Hollywood celebrities and wealthy activists who were committed to environmental concerns. The fact that they also represented 3 of the biggest land developers in Orange County was less often publicized, but as the partners said, it kept the firm balanced. Evans had joined the firm because of its many environmentally active clients, particularly George Morton. He was one of 4 attorneys who worked almost full-time for Morton, and for Morton's pet charity, the National Environmental Resource Fund, NERF. Nevertheless, he was still a junior associate, and his office was small, with a window that looked directly at the flat glass wall of the skyscraper across the street. Evans looked over the papers on his desk, It was the usual stuff that came to junior attorneys. There was a residential sublet, an employment agreement, written interrogatories for a bankruptcy, a form for the Franchise Tax Board, and 2 drafted letters threatening lawsuits on behalf of his clients. One for an artist against a gallery refusing to return his unsold paintings, and one for George Morton's mistress, who claimed that the parking attendant at Sushi Roku had scratched her Mercedes convertible while parking it. The mistress, Margaret Lane, was an ex-actress with a bad temper and a propensity for litigation. Whenever George neglected her, which in recent months was increasingly often, she would find a reason to sue somebody, and the suit would inevitably land on Evans's desk. He made a note to call Margot. He didn't think she should proceed with this suit, but she would take convincing. The next item was a spreadsheet from a Beverly Hills BMW dealer who claimed that "What Would Jesus Drive" campaign had hurt his business because it denigrated luxury cars. Apparently, his dealership was a block from a church, and some parishioners had come around after services and harangued his sales staff. The dealer didn't like that, but it looked to Evans as if his sales figures were higher this year than last. Evans made a note to call him, too. Then he checked his emails, sorting through 20 offers to enlarge his penis, 10 offers for tranquilizers, and another 10 to get a new mortgage now before rates started to rise. There were only a half-dozen emails of importance. The first from Herb Lowenstein, asking to see him. Lowenstein was the senior partner on Morton's account. He did mostly estate management, but handled other aspects of investments as well. For Morton, estate management was a full-time job. Evans wandered down the hall to Herb's office. Lisa, Herb Lowenstein's assistant, was listening on the phone. She hung up and looked guilty when Evans entered.
"He's talking to Jack Nicholson."
"How is Jack?"
"He's good. Finishing a picture with Merrill. There were some problems."
Lisa Ray was a bright-eyed 27-year-old and a dedicated gossip. Evans had long ago come to rely on her for office information of all sorts. "What's Herb want me for?"
"Something about Nick Drake."
"What's this meeting about tomorrow at 9?
"I don't know," she said, sounding amazed. "I can't find out a thing."
"Who called it?"
"Morton's accountants."
She looked at the phone on her desk.
"Oh, he's hung up. You can go right in."
Herb Lowenstein stood and shook Evans's hand perfunctorily. He was a pleasant-faced, balding man, mild-mannered and slightly nerdy. His office was decorated with dozens of pictures of his family, stacked 3 and 4 deep on his desk. He got on well with Evans, if only because these days, whenever Morton's 30-year-old daughter got arrested for cocaine possession, it was Evans who went downtown at midnight to post her bail. Lowenstein had done it for many years, and now was glad to sleep through the night. "So," he said, "how was Iceland?" "Good. Cold. Is everything okay?" "Sure. I mean, between George and Nick, everything okay there?" "I think so. Why?" "Nick is worried. He called me twice in the last hour." "What about?" "Where are we on George's Nerf donation?"
"Nick's asking that?"
"Is there a problem about it?" "George wants to hold off for a while." "Why?" "He didn't say." "Is it this Kenner guy?" "George didn't say. He just said, hold off." Evans wondered how Lowenstein knew about Kenner. "What do I tell Nick?" "Tell him it's in the works, and we don't have a date for him yet." "But there's not a problem with it, is there?" "Not that I've been told," Evans said. "Okay." Lowenstein said, In this room, tell me, is there a problem?
There might be. Evans was thinking that George rarely held up charitable donations, and there had been a certain tension in the brief talk he had had with him the night before.
What's this meeting about tomorrow morning? Lowenstein said. The big conference room.
Beats me.
George didn't tell you?
No.
Nick is very upset.
Well, that's not unusual for Nick.
Nick has heard of this Kenner guy. He thinks he's a troublemaker. Some kind of anti-environmental guy.
I doubt that. He's a professor at MIT in some environmental science.
Nick thinks he's a troublemaker.
I couldn't say.
He overheard you and Morton talking about Kenner on the airplane.
Nick should stop listening at keyholes.
He's worried about his standing with George.
Not surprising, Evans said. Nick screwed up on a big check. Got deposited in the wrong account.
I heard about that. It was an error by a volunteer. You can't blame Nick for that.
It doesn't build confidence.
It was deposited to the International Wilderness Preservation Society, a great organization. And the money is being transferred back even as we speak.
That's fine.
Where are you in this?
Nowhere.
I just do what the client says. But you advise him.
If he asks me. He hasn't asked.
Sounds like you've lost confidence yourself.
Evans shook his head. Herb, he said, I'm not aware of any problem. I'm aware of a delay. That's all.
Okay,
Lowenstein said, reaching for the phone.
I'll calm Nick down.
Evans went back to his office. His phone was ringing. He answered it.
What are you doing today?
Morton said.
Not much.
Paperwork.
That can wait. I want you to go over and see how that Vanutu lawsuit is coming.
Geez, George, it's still pretty preliminary.
I think the filing is several months away.
Pay them a visit, Morton said.
Okay. They're in Culver City. I'll call over there.
No, don't call. Just go.
But they're not expecting.
That's right. That's what I want.
Let me know what you find out, Peter.
And he hung up. Culver City, Tuesday, August 24th, 10:30 a.m. The Vanutu litigation team had taken over an old warehouse south of Culver City. It was an industrial area, with potholes in the streets. There was nothing to see from the curb, just a plain brick wall, and a door with the street number in battered metal numerals. Evans pushed the buzzer and was admitted to a small, walled-off reception area. He could hear the low murmur of voices from the other side of the wall, but he could see nothing at all. 2 armed guards stood on either side of the far door leading into the warehouse itself. A receptionist sat at a small desk. She gave him an unfriendly look. "And you are?" "Peter Evans, Hassel and Black." "To see?" "Mr. Balder." "You have an appointment?" "No." The receptionist looked disbelieving. "I will buzz his assistant." "Thank you." The receptionist talked on the phone in a low voice. He heard her mention the name of the law firm. Evans looked at the 2 guards. They were from a private security firm. They stared back at him, their faces blank, unsmiling. The receptionist hung up and said, "Ms. Haynes will be out in a moment." She nodded to the guards. One of them came over and said to Evans, "Just a formality, sir. May I see some identification?" Evans gave him his driver's license. "Do you have any cameras or recording equipment on your person?" "No," Evans said. "Any disks, drives, flashcards, or other computer equipment?" "No." "Are you armed, sir?" "No." Would you mind raising your arms for a moment?" When Evans gave him a strange look, the guard said, "Just think of it like airport security." And he patted him down. But he was also clearly feeling for wires. He ran his fingers over the collar of Evans's shirt, felt the stitching in his jacket, ran his finger around his waistband, and then asked him to take off his shoes. Finally, he passed an electronic wand over him. "You guys are serious," Evans said. "Yes, we are. Thank you, sir." The guard stepped away, resuming his place at the wall. There was no place to sit, so Evans just stood there and waited. It was probably 2 minutes before the door opened. An attractive but tough-looking woman in her late 20s, with short dark hair and blue eyes, wearing jeans and a white shirt, said, "Mr. Evans, I'm Jennifer Haynes." Her handshake was firm. "I work with John Balder. Come this way." They went inside. They were in a narrow corridor with a locked door at the far end. Evans realized it was a security lock. 2 doors to get inside. "What was all that about?" he said, indicating the guards. "We've had a little trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "People want to know what's going on here." "Uh-huh. We've learned to be careful." She held her card against the door, and it buzzed open. They entered an old warehouse, a vast, high-ceiling space, separated into large rooms by glass partitions. Immediately to his left, behind glass, Evans saw a room filled with computer terminals, each manned by a young person with a stack of documents beside their keyboard. In big lettering on the glass it said Data, Raw. To his right, there was a matching conference room labeled Satellites, Radiosonde. Evans saw 4 people inside that room, busily discussing huge blow-ups of a graph on the wall, jagged lines on a grid. Farther along there was another room marked General Circulation Models, GCMs. Here the walls were plastered with large maps of the world, graphical representations in many colors. "Wow," Evans said. "Big operation. Big lawsuit," Jennifer Haynes replied. "These are all our issue teams. They're mostly graduate students in climate science, not attorneys. Each team is researching a different issue for us." She pointed around the warehouse. "The first group does raw data, meaning processed data from the Goddard Institute for Space Studies at Columbia University in New York, from the USHCN at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and from Hadley Center in East Anglia, England. Those are the major sources of temperature data from around the world." "I see," Evans said. "Then the group over there works on satellite data. Orbiting satellites have recorded temperatures of the upper atmosphere since 1979, so there is more than a 20-year record. We're trying to figure out what to do about it." "What to do about it?" "The satellite data's a problem," she said. "Why?" As though she hadn't heard him, she pointed to the next room. "The team there is doing comparative analysis of GCMs, meaning the computer-generated climate models, from the 1970s to the present. As you know, these models are immensely complex, manipulating 1 million variables or more at once. There are by far the most complex computer models ever created by man. We're dealing with American, British, and German models primarily." "I see." Evans was starting to feel overwhelmed. "And the team down there is doing sea level issues. Around the corner is paleoclimate. Those are proxy studies, of course. And the final team is dealing with solar irradiance and aerosols. Then we have an off-site team at UCLA that is doing atmospheric feedback mechanisms, primarily focusing on cloud cover as it varies with temperature change." And that's about all of it." She paused, seeing the confusion on Evans's face. "I'm sorry. Since you work with George Morton, I assumed you were familiar with all this stuff." "Who said I worked with George Morton?" She smiled. "We know our job, Mr. Evans." They passed a final glass-walled room that had no label. It was filled with charts and huge photographs, and three-dimensional models of the Earth set inside plastic cubes. "What's this?" he said. "Our AV team. They prepare visuals for the jury. Some of the data is extremely complex, and we're trying to find the simplest and most forceful way to present it." They walked on. Evans said, "Is it really that complicated?" "That's correct," she said. "The island nation of Vanuatu is actually 4 coral atolls in the southern Pacific, which have a maximum elevation of 20 feet above sea level. The 8,000 inhabitants of those islands are at risk of being flooded out by rising sea levels caused by global warming." "Yes," Evans said, "I understand that. But why do you have so many people working on the science?" She looked at him oddly. "Because we're trying to win the case." "Yes, and it's not an easy case to win." "What do you mean?" Evans said. "This is global warming. Everybody knows that global warming is—" A voice boomed from the other end of the warehouse. "Is what?" A bald, bespectacled man came toward them. He had an ungainly gait, and looked like his nickname, the Bald Eagle. As always, John Boulder was dressed all in blue, a blue suit, a blue shirt, and a blue tie. His manner was intense. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Evans. In spite of himself, Evans was intimidated to meet the famous litigator. Evans extended his hand. "Peter Evans, Hassel and Black." "And you work with George Morton?" "Yes, sir, I do." "We are indebted to Mr. Morton's generosity. We strive to be worthy of his support." "I'll tell him that, sir." "I'm sure you will." "You were speaking of global warming, Mr. Evans. Is it a subject that interests you?" "Yes, sir, it does, and every concerned citizen of the planet." "I certainly agree, but tell me, what is global warming as you understand it?" Evans tried to conceal his surprise. He hadn't expected to be quizzed. "Why do you ask?" "We ask everybody who comes here. We're trying to get a feel for the general state of knowledge. What is global warming?" "Global warming is the heating up of the Earth from burning fossil fuels." "Actually, that is not correct." "It's not?" "Not even close. Perhaps you'd try again." Evans paused. It was obvious he was being interrogated by a fussy and precise legal mind. He knew the type only too well, from law school. He thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "Global warming is, the heating up of the surface of the Earth from the excess of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere that is produced by burning fossil fuels." "Again, not correct." "Why not?" "Several reasons. At a minimum, I count 4 errors in the statement you just made." "I don't understand," Evans said. "My statement... That's what global warming is." "In fact, it is not." Balder's tone was crisp, authoritative. "Global warming is the theory—" "Hardly a theory anymore." "No, it is a theory," Balder said. "Believe me, I wish it were otherwise. But in fact, global warming is the theory that increased levels of carbon dioxide and certain other gases are causing an increase in the average temperature of the Earth's atmosphere because of the so-called greenhouse effect." "Well, okay," Evans said. "That's a more exact definition, but—" "Mr. Evans,
You yourself believe in global warming, I take it.
Of course.
Believe in it strongly.
Sure. Everybody does.
When you have a strongly held belief, don't you think it's important to express your belief accurately?
Evans was starting to sweat. He really felt like he was back in law school. Well, sir, I guess... not really in this case. Because when you refer to global warming, everybody knows what you were talking about.
Do they? I suspect that even you don't know what you are talking about.
Evans felt a burst of hot anger. Before he could check himself, he had blurted, "Look, just because I may not be expressing the fine details of the science—"
I'm not concerned about details, Mr. Evans. I'm concerned about the core of your strongly held beliefs. I suspect you have no basis for those beliefs.
With all due respect, that's ridiculous. He caught his breath. Sir.
You mean you do have such a basis?
Of course I do. Balder looked at him thoughtfully. He seemed pleased with himself.
In that case, you can be a great help to this lawsuit. Would you mind giving us an hour of your time?
I guess so.
Would you mind if we videotaped you?
No, but why? Balder turned to Jennifer Haynes, who said, "We're trying to establish a baseline for what a well-informed person such as yourself knows about global warming, to help us refine our jury presentation." Sort of a mock jury of one? Exactly. We've interviewed several people already. Okay, Evans said. I guess I could schedule that at some point.
Now is a good time,
Balder said. He turned to Jennifer.
Get your team together in room 4.
Of course I'd like to help, Evans said, but I came here to get an over...
Because you've heard there are problems with the lawsuit? There aren't, but there are significant challenges, Balder said. He glanced at his watch. I'm about to go into a meeting, he said. You spend some time with Ms. Haynes, and when you're done, we'll talk about the litigation as I see it. Is that all right with you?
There was nothing Evans could do but agree. Vanuatu Team, Tuesday, August 24th, 11 a.m. They put him in a conference room at the end of a long table and aimed the video camera at him from the far end. Just like a deposition, he thought. 5 young people drifted into the room and took seats at the table. All were casually dressed, in jeans and T-shirts. Jennifer Haynes introduced them so quickly that Evans didn't catch their names. She explained that they were all graduate students in different scientific disciplines. While they were setting up, Jennifer slipped into a chair beside his and said, I'm sorry John was so rough on you. He's frustrated and under a lot of pressure. From the case? Yes. What kind of pressure? This session may give you some idea what we're dealing with. She turned to the others. Are we ready? Heads nodded. Notebooks flipped open. The camera light came on. Jennifer said, Interview with Peter Evans of Hassel & Black on Tuesday, August 24th. Mr. Evans, we'd like to go over your views about the evidence that supports global warming. This isn't a test. We'd just like to clarify how you think about the issue. Okay, Evans said. Let's begin informally. Tell us what you know about the evidence for global warming. Well, Evans said, I know that temperatures around the globe have risen dramatically in the last 20 or 30 years as a result of increases in carbon dioxide that is released by industry when fossil fuels are burned. Okay. And by a dramatic rise in temperature, you mean how much? I think about a degree. Fahrenheit or Celsius? Fahrenheit. And this rise has occurred over 20 years. 20 or 30, yes. And earlier in the 20th century? Temperatures went up then, but not as fast. Okay, she said. Now I am going to show you a graph. She pulled out a graph on foam core backing. Does this look familiar to you? She asked. I've seen it before, Evans said. It's taken from the NASA GATA dataset used by the UN and other organizations. Do you consider the UN a trustworthy source? Yes. So we can regard this graph as accurate, unbiased, no monkey business. Yes. Good. Do you know what this graph represents? Evans could read that much. He said, It's the mean global temperature from all the weather stations around the world for the last 100 years or so. That's right, she said. How do you interpret this graph? Well, he said, it shows what I was describing. He pointed to the red line. World temperatures have been rising since about 1890, but they start to go up steeply around 1970, when industrialization is most intense, which is the real proof of global warming. Okay, she said. So the rapid increase in temperature since 1970 was caused by what? Rising carbon dioxide levels from industrialization. Good. In other words, as the carbon dioxide goes up, the temperature goes up. Yes. All right. Now you mentioned the temperature started to rise from 1890 up to about 1940. And we see here that it did. What caused that rise? Carbon dioxide? I'm not sure. Because there was much less industrialization back in 1890, and yet look how temperatures go up. Was carbon dioxide rising in 1890? I'm not sure. Actually, it was. Here is a graph showing carbon dioxide levels and temperature. Okay, Evans said. Just what you would expect. Carbon dioxide goes up and makes temperatures go up. Good, she said. Now, I want to direct your attention to the period from 1940 to 1970. As you see, during that period, the global temperature actually went down. You see that? Yes. Let me show you a close-up of that period. She took out another chart. This is a 30-year period, 1/3 of a century during which temperatures declined. Crops were damaged by frost in summer. Glaciers in Europe advanced. What caused the decline? I don't know. Was carbon dioxide rising during that period? Yes. So if rising carbon dioxide is the cause of rising temperatures, why didn't it cause temperatures to rise from 1940 to 1970? I don't know, Evans said. There must have been another factor, or it could be an anomaly. There are anomalies within broad secular trends. Just look at the stock market. Does the stock market have anomalies that last 30 years? He shrugged. Or it could have been soot. Or particulate matter in the air. There were a lot of particulates back then, before environmental laws took effect. Or maybe some other factor. These graphs show that carbon dioxide rose continuously, but temperature did not. It rose, then fell, then rose again. Even so, I take it you remain convinced that carbon dioxide has caused the most recent temperature rise. Yes. Everybody knows that's the cause. Does this graph trouble you at all? No, Evans said. I admit it raises some questions, but then not everything is known about the climate. So no, the graph doesn't trouble me. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. Let's move on. You said this graph was the average of weather stations around the world. How reliable is that weather data, do you think? I have no idea. Well, for example, in the late 19th century, the data were generated by people going out to a little box and writing down the temperature twice a day. Maybe they forgot for a few days. Maybe somebody in their family was sick. They had to fill it in later. That was back then. Right. But how accurate do you think weather records are from Poland in the 1930s? Or Russian provinces since 1990? Not very good, I would guess, and I would agree. So over the last 100 years, a fair number of reporting stations around the world may not have provided high-quality, reliable data. That could be, Evans said. Over the years, which country do you imagine has the best maintained network of weather stations over a large area? The U.S.? Right. I think there is no dispute about that. Here is another graph. Does this graph look like the first one we saw of world temperatures? Not exactly. What is the change in temperature since 1880? Looks like, a third of a degree. A third of a degree Celsius in 120 years. Not very dramatic. She pointed to the graph. And what was the warmest year of the last century? Looks like 1934. Does this graph indicate to you that global warming is occurring? Well, the temperature is going up. For the last 30 years, yes. But it went down for the previous 30 years. And current temperatures in the U.S. are roughly the same as they were in the 1930s. So, does this graph argue for global warming? Yes, Evans said. It's just not as dramatic in the U.S. as it is in the rest of the world, but it's still happening. Does it trouble you that the most accurate temperature record shows the least warming? No, because global warming is a global phenomenon. It's not just the U.S. If you had to defend these graphs in a court of law, do you think you could persuade a jury of your position? Or would a jury look at the graph and say, this global warming stuff is nothing serious? Leading the witness, he said, laughing. In fact, Evans was feeling slightly uneasy, but only slightly. He'd heard such claims before at environmental conferences. Industry hacks could slap together data that they had massaged and twisted, and give a convincing, well-prepared speech, and before Evans knew it, he'd start to doubt what he knew. As if she were reading his mind, Jennifer said, "These graphs show solid data, Peter. Temperature records from Goddard Institute for Space Studies at Columbia University. Carbon dioxide levels from Mauna Loa and the Law Dome ice cores in Antarctica. All generated by researchers who believe firmly in global warming." Yes, he said, because the overwhelming consensus of scientists around the world is that global warming is happening, and it is a major worldwide threat. Okay, good, she said smoothly. I'm glad that none of this changes your views. Let's turn to some other questions of interest. David? One of the graduate students leaned forward. Mr. Evans, I'd like to talk to you about land use, and the urban heat island effect, and satellite data on the temperature of the troposphere. Evans thought, oh, Jesus. But he just nodded. Okay. One of the issues we're trying to address concerns how surface temperatures change with land use. Are you familiar with that issue? Not really, no. He looked at his watch. Frankly, you people are working at a level of detail that is beyond me. I just listen to what the scientists say. And we're preparing a lawsuit, Jennifer said, based on what scientists say. This level of detail is where the suit will be fought. Fought? Evans shrugged. Who's going to fight it? Nobody with any stature. There isn't a reputable scientist in the world who doesn't believe in global warming. On that point you are wrong, she said. The defense will call full professors from MIT, Harvard, Columbia, Duke, Virginia, Colorado, UC Berkeley, and other prestigious schools. They will call the former president of the National Academy of Sciences. They may also call some Nobel Prize winners. They will bring in professors from England, from the Max Planck Institute in Germany, from Stockholm University in Sweden. These professors will argue that global warming is at best unproven and at worst pure fantasy. Their research paid for industry, no doubt. A few, not all. Arch conservatives, neocons. The focus in litigation, she said, will be on the data. Evans looked at them and saw the concern on their faces. And he thought, they really believe they might lose this thing. But this is ridiculous, Evans said. All you have to do is read the newspapers or watch television. Newspapers and television are susceptible to carefully orchestrated media campaigns. Lawsuits are not. Then forget mass media, Evans said, and just read the scientific journal. We do. They're not necessarily helpful to our side, Mr. Evans. We have a lot to go over. If you'd hold your protestations, we can get on with the issues. It was at that moment that the phone buzzed, and Balder delivered him from his torment. "Send the guy from Hassel and Black into my office," he said. "I have 10 minutes for him." Vanuatu Team, Tuesday, August 24th, 12:04 p.m. Balder was ensconced in a glass-walled office, with his feet up on a glass desk, working his way through a stack of briefs and research papers. He didn't take his feet down as Evans came in. "You find it interesting?" he said. He meant the interrogation. "In a way," Evans said. "But if you'll pardon my saying so, I get the sense they're worried they might lose." "I have no doubt that we will win this case," Balder said. "No doubt whatsoever. But I don't want my people thinking that way. I want them worried as hell. I want my team running scared before any trial, and especially this one. We are bringing this suit against the EPA. And in anticipation of that, the agency has retained outside counsel in the person of Barry Beckman." "Whew," Evans said. "Big guns." Barry Beckman was the most famous litigator of his generation. A professor at Stanford Law School at 28, he left the university in his early 30s to go into private practice. He had already represented Microsoft, Toyota, Philips, and a host of other multinationals. Beckman had an incredibly agile mind, a charming manner, a quick sense of humor, and a photographic memory. Everyone knew that when he argued before the Supreme Court, as he had done 3 times already, he cited document page numbers as he answered the justices' questions. "Your Honor, I believe you will find that in footnote 17 on the bottom of page 237, like that." "Barry has his faults," Balder said. "He has so much information at his fingertips that he can easily slip into irrelevance. He likes to hear himself talk. His arguments drift. I have beaten him once, and lost him once. But one thing is sure. We can expect an extremely well-prepared opposition." "Isn't it a little unusual to hire an attorney before you've even filed?" "It's a tactic," Balder said. The current administration doesn't want to defend this lawsuit. They believe they will win. But they don't want the negative publicity that will accompany their brief against global warming. So they hope to intimidate us into dropping the case. And of course, we never would. Especially now that we are fully funded, thanks to Mr. Morton.
That's good, Evans said.
At the same time, the challenges are significant. Barry will argue that there is insufficient evidence for global warming. He will argue that the supporting science is weak. He will argue that the predictions from 10 and 15 years ago have already been shown to be wrong. And he will argue that even leading proponents of global warming have publicly expressed doubts about whether it can be predicted, whether it is a serious problem, and indeed whether it's occurring at all.
Leading proponents have said that?
Balder sighed. They have, in journals.
I've never read anything of that sort.
The statements exist. Barry will dig them out.
He shook his head.
Some experts have expressed different views at different times. Some have said rising carbon dioxide isn't a big problem. Now they say it is. So far, we don't have a single expert witness that can't be turned, or made to look very foolish on cross.
Evans nodded sympathetically. He was familiar with this circumstance. One of the first things you learned in law school was that the law was not about truth. It was about dispute resolution. In the course of resolving a dispute, the truth might or might not emerge. Often it did not. Prosecutors might know a criminal was guilty and still be unable to convict him. It happened all the time.
That's why, Balder said, this is going to hinge on the sea level records in the Pacific. We are collecting all available data records now.
Why does the case hinge on that?
Because I believe, Balder said, that this is a case we should bait and switch. The case is about global warming. But that's not where the emotional impact is for a jury. Juries aren't comfortable reading graphs. And all this talk about tenths of a degree Celsius goes right over their heads. It's technical detail. It's the quibbles of experts. And it's incredibly boring for normal people. No. The jury will see this as a case about helpless, victimized, impoverished people being flooded out of their ancestral homelands. A case about the terror of sea levels rising precipitously and inexplicably, with no conceivable cause, unless you accept that something extraordinary and unprecedented has affected the entire world in recent years. Something that is causing the sea levels to rise and to threaten the lives of innocent men, women, and children.
And that something is global warming. Balder nodded.
The jury will have to draw their own conclusions. If we can show them a convincing record of rising sea levels, we will be on very strong ground. When juries see that damage has been done, they are inclined to blame somebody.
Okay. Evans saw where Balder was going. So the sea level data is important.
Yes, but it needs to be solid, irrefutable.
Is that so hard to obtain?
Balder cocked an eyebrow. Mr. Evans, do you know anything about the study of sea levels?
No, I just know that sea levels are rising around the world.
Unfortunately, that claim is in considerable dispute.
You're joking.
It is well known, Balder said, that I have no sense of humor.
But sea level cannot be disputed. Evans said, it's too simple. You put a mark on a dock at high tide, measure it year after year, watch it go up.
I mean, how difficult can it be? Balder sighed.
You think sea level is simple. Trust me, it's not. Have you ever heard of the geoid? No? The geoid is the equipotential surface of the Earth's gravitational field that approximates the mean sea surface. That help you?
Evans shook his head.
Well, it is the core concept in the measurement of sea levels.
Balder flipped through the stack of papers in front of him.
How about glacio-hydro-isostatic modeling? Use static and tectonic effects on shoreline dynamics. Holocene sedimentary sequences. Intertidal foraminifera distributions. Carbon analysis of coastal paleo environments. Aminostratigraphy. No? Not ringing a bell? Let me assure you, sea level is a fiercely debated specialty.
He tossed the last of the papers aside.
That's what I'm working through now. But the disputes within the field give added importance to finding an unimpeachable set of data.
And you are obtaining this data?
Waiting for them to arrive, yes. The Australians have several sets. The French have at least one in Maria, and perhaps another in Papeete. There is a set that is funded by the V. Allen Willey Foundation, but it may be of too short a duration, and other sets as well. We will have to see.
The intercom buzzed. The assistant said, Mr. Balder, it's Mr. Drake on the line from NERF.
All right.
Balder turned to Evans, extended a hand.
Nice talking with you, Mr. Evans. Again, our thanks to George. Tell him any time he wants to have a look around, he can drop by. We are always hard at work here. Good luck to you. Close the door on your way out.
Balder turned away, picking up the phone.
Evans heard him say, Well, Nick, what the fuck is going on at NERF? Are you going to fix this for me or not?
Evans closed the door. He walked out of Balder's office with a sense of nagging unease. Balder was one of the most persuasive men on the planet. He had known Evans was there on behalf of George Morton. He knew Morton was on the verge of making a huge contribution to the lawsuit. Balder should have been totally upbeat, radiating confidence. And he had indeed begun that way. I have no doubt we will win this lawsuit. But then, Evans had heard, the challenges are significant. I do not have a single expert witness who can't be turned. This is a case we should bait and switch. This case will hinge on sea level records. Sea level is a fiercely debated specialty. We will have to see? It certainly wasn't a conversation calculated to raise Evans's level of confidence. Neither, for that matter, was the video session he'd had with Jennifer Haynes discussing the scientific problems the lawsuit would face. But then, as he considered it, he decided that these expressions of doubt were actually a sign of confidence on the part of the legal team. Evans was an attorney himself. He had come to learn the issues surrounding the trial, and they had been forthright with him. It was a case they would win, even though it would not be easy because of the complexity of the data and the short attention span of the jury. So, would he recommend that Morton continue? Of course he would. Jennifer was waiting for him outside Balder's office. She said, "They're ready for you back in the conference room." Evans said, "I'm really sorry. I can't. My schedule—" "I understand," she said. "We'll do it another time." "I was wondering if your schedule was really tight, or whether there was time for you and me to have lunch." "Oh," Evans said, without missing a beat. My schedule isn't that tight. Good, she said. Culver City, Tuesday, August 24th, 12:15 p.m. They had lunch in a Mexican restaurant in Culver City. It was quiet. There were a handful of film editors in the corner from nearby Sony studios. A couple of high school kids necking. A group of older women in sun hats. They sat in a corner booth and both ordered the special. Evans said, "Balder seems to think the sea level data is key." "That's what Balder thinks. Frankly, I'm not so sure." "Why is that?" "Nobody's seen all the data." "But even if it's high quality, it needs to show a substantial sea level rise to impress a jury." "It may not." "How could it not?" Evans said. "With glaciers melting and breaking off Antarctica." "Even so, it may not," she said. "You know the Maldive Islands in the Indian Ocean? They were concerned about flooding. So a team of Scandinavian researchers came in to study sea levels. The scientists found no rise in several centuries, and a fall in the last 20 years. "A fall? Was that published?" "Last year," she said. "The food came." Jennifer gave a dismissive wave of her hand. Enough shop talk for now. She ate her burrito with gusto, wiping her chin with the back of her hand. He saw a jagged white scar running from her palm down the underside of her forearm. She said, "God, I love this food. You can't get decent Mexican food in D.C. "Is that where you're from?" She nodded. "I came out to help John." "He asked you?" "I couldn't turn him down." She shrugged. "So I see my boyfriend on alternate weekends. He comes out here or I go back there. But if this trial goes forward, it will be a year, maybe 2 years. I don't think our relationship will make it." "What does he do, your boyfriend?" "Attorney." Evans smiled. "Sometimes I think everyone's an attorney." "Everyone is. He does securities law. Not my thing." "What's your thing?" "Witness prep and jury selection. Psychological analysis of the pool. That's why I'm in charge of the focus groups." "I see. We know that most people we might put on the jury will have heard of global warming, and most will probably be inclined to think it is real." "Jesus, I'd hope so," Evans said. "I mean, it's been an established fact for the last 15 years. But we need to determine what people will believe in the face of contrary evidence." Such as the graphs I showed you today, or the satellite data." "You know about the satellite data?" Evans shook his head. "The theory of global warming predicts that the upper atmosphere will warm from trapped heat, just like a greenhouse. The surface of the Earth warms later. But since 1979, we've had orbiting satellites that can continuously measure the atmosphere 5 miles up. They show that the upper atmosphere is warming much less than the ground is." "Maybe there's a problem with the data." "Trust me, the satellite data have been reanalyzed dozens of times," she said. "They're probably the most intensely scrutinized data in the world. But the data from weather balloons agree with the satellites. They show much less warming than expected by the theory." She shrugged. "Another problem for us." "We're working on it." "How?" "We think it'll prove too complex for a jury. The details of MSUs, microwave sounding units, cross-track scanners with 4-channel radiance analysis, and the questions about whether Channel 2 has been corrected for diurnal drifts and intersatellite offsets, time-varying nonlinear instrumental responses. We hope it'll make them throw up their hands. Anyway, enough of all that. She wiped her face with her napkin, and again he saw the white scar that ran down the underside of her arm. "How did you get that?" he said. She shrugged. "In law school." "And I thought my school was tough." "I taught an inner-city karate class," she said. "Sometimes it went late. You want any more of these chips?" "No," he said. "Shall we get the check?" "Tell me," he said. "There's not much to tell. One night I got in my car to drive home, and a kid jumped in the passenger seat and pulled a gun, told me to start driving." "Kid from your class?" "No, an older kid, late 20s. "What'd you do?" "I told him to get out. He told me to drive. So I started the car, and as I put it in gear, I asked him where he wanted to go. He was stupid enough to point, so I hit him in the windpipe. I didn't hit him hard enough, and he got off a round, blew out the windshield. Then I hit him again with my elbow, 3 times. "What happened to him?" he said. "He died." "Jesus," Evans said. "Some people make bad decisions," she said. "What are you staring at me like that for?" He was 6'2" and 210 and had a record from here to Nebraska. Armed robbery, assault with a deadly weapon, attempted rape, you name it. You think I should feel sorry for him? "No," Evans said quickly. "You do, I can see it in your eyes. A lot of people do. They go, 'He was just a kid, how could you do that?' Let me tell you, people don't know what the hell they're talking about. One of us was going to get killed that night. I'm glad it wasn't me. But of course, it still bothers me. I'll bet. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat, seeing the gunshot blow the windshield in front of my face, realizing how close I came to dying. I was stupid. I should have killed him the first time." Evans paused. He didn't know what to say. "You ever had a gun into your head?" she said. "No." "Then you have no idea how it feels, do you?" "Was there trouble about it?" he said. "You bet your ass there was trouble. For a while I thought I wasn't going to be able to practice law. They claimed I led him on. Do you believe that shit? I never saw the guy in my life. But then a very good attorney came to my rescue." "Balder?" She nodded. "That's why I'm here." "And what about your arm?" "Ah, hell," she said. "The car crashed and I cut it on the broken glass." She signaled to the waitress. "What do you say we get the check?" "I'll do that." Minutes later they were back outside. Evans blinked in the milky midday light. They walked down the street. "So," Evans said, "I guess you're pretty good at karate." "Good enough." They came to the warehouse. He shook her hand. "I'd really like to have lunch again sometime," she said. She was so direct about it, he wondered whether it was personal or whether she wanted him to know how the lawsuit was going, because like Balder, much of what she had said was not encouraging. "Lunch sounds great," he said. "Not too long." "Deal. Will you call me?" "Count on it," he said. Beverly Hills, Tuesday, August 24th, 5:04 p.m. It was almost dark when he went home to his apartment and parked in the garage facing the alley. He was going up the back stairs when the landlady poked her head out the window. "You just missed them," she said. "Who?" "The cable repair people. They just left." "I didn't call any cable repair people," he said. "Did you let them in?" "Of course not. They said they would wait for you. They just left." Evans had never heard of cable repair people waiting for anyone. "How long did they wait?" "Not long. Maybe 10 minutes. Okay. He got up to the second-floor landing. A tag was hooked on his doorknob. Sorry we missed you. There was a checkbox to call again to reschedule service. Then he saw the problem. The address was listed as 2119 Roxbury. His address was 2129 Roxbury. But the address was on the front door, not the back door. They just made a mistake. He lifted his doormat to check on the key he kept there. It was right where he'd left it. It hadn't been moved. There was even a ring of dust around it. He unlocked the door and went inside. He went to the refrigerator and saw the old container of yogurt. He needed to go to the supermarket, but he was too tired. He checked the messages to see if Janice or Carol had called. They hadn't. Now, of course, there was the prospect of Jennifer Haynes. But she had a boyfriend. She lived in D.C., and he knew it would never work. He thought of calling Janice, but decided not to. He took a shower and was considering calling for pizza delivery. He lay down on the bed to relax for a minute before he called, and he fell immediately asleep. Century City, Wednesday, August 25th, 8:59 a.m. The meeting was held in the big conference room on the 14th floor. Morton's 4 accountants were there, his assistant Sarah Jones, Herb Lowenstein, who did estate planning, a guy named Marty Brenn, who did tax work for Nerf, and Evans. Morton, who hated all financial meetings, paced restlessly. "Let's get to it," he said. "I am supposedly giving $10 million to Nerf. And we have signed papers, is that right?" "Right," Lowenstein said. "But now they want to attach a rider to the agreement." "Right," Marty Brenn said. "It's pretty standard boilerplate for them." He shifted through his papers. "Any charity wants to have full use of the money they receive, even when it's earmarked for a particular purpose. Maybe that purpose costs more or less than predicted, or it is delayed, or mired in litigation, or set aside for some other reason. In this case, the money has been earmarked for the Vanuatu lawsuit, and the relevant phrase Nerf wants to add is said monies to be used to defray the cost of the Vanuatu litigation, including fees, filing, and copying costs, blah, blah. Or for other legal purposes, or for such other purposes as Nerf shall see fit in its capacity as an environmental organization." Morton said, "That's the phrase they want." "Boilerplate, as I said," Brenn said. "It's been in my previous donation agreements?" "I don't recall offhand." "Because," Morton said, "it sounds to me like they want to be able to pull the plug on this lawsuit and spend the money elsewhere." "Oh, I doubt that," Herb said. "Why?" Morton said. "Why else would they want this boilerplate? Look, we had a signed deal. Now they want to change. Why?" "It's not really a change," Brenn said. "It sure as hell is, Marty." "If you look at the original agreement," Brenn said calmly, "it says that any money not spent on the lawsuit goes to Nerf for other purposes." "But that's only if there's money left after the lawsuit ends," Morton said. "They can't spend it on anything else until the suit is decided." "I think they imagine there may be long delays here." "Why should there be delays?" Morton turned to Evans. "Peter, what is going on over there in Culver City?" "It looks like the suit is going forward," Evans said. They have a large operation. There must be 40 people working on that one case. I don't think they plan to give it up.
And are there problems with the suit?
There are certainly challenges, Evans said. It's complicated litigation. They face strong opposing counsel. They're working hard.
Why am I not convinced here? Morton said. 6 months ago, Nick Drake told me this damn lawsuit was a slam dunk and a great publicity opportunity. Now they want a bailout clause.
Maybe we should ask Nick.
I got a better idea. Let's audit Nerf.
Murmurs in the room. I don't think you have that right, George.
Make it a part of the agreement.
I'm not sure you can do that.
They want a writer, I want a writer. What's the difference?
I'm not sure you can audit their entire operation. George, Herb Lowenstein said, you and Nick are friends of long standing. You're their concerned citizen of the year. Auditing them seems a little out of character for your relationship.
You mean it looks like I don't trust them?
Put bluntly, yes.
I don't.
Morton leaned on the table and looked at everyone sitting there.
You know what I think? They want to blow off the litigation and spend all the money on this conference on abrupt climate change that Nick is so excited about.
They don't need $10 million for a conference.
I don't know what they need. He already misplaced $250,000 of my money. It ended up in fucking Vancouver. I don't know what he is doing anymore.
Well, then you should withdraw your contribution. Marty Bren said, not so fast. I think they've already made financial commitments based on the reasonable expectation that the money was coming. Then give them some amount and forget the rest.
No, Morton said. I'm not going to withdraw the grant. Peter Evans here says the litigation is going forward, and I believe him. Nick says that the $250,000 was a mistake, and I believe him. I want you to ask for an audit, and I want to know what happens. I will be out of town for the next 3 weeks.
You will? Where?
I'm taking a trip.
But we'll have to be able to reach you, George.
I may be unreachable. Call Sarah. Or have Peter here get in touch with me.
But George...
That's it, guys. Talk to Nick. See what he says. We'll be in contact soon. And he walked out of the room, with Sarah hurrying after him.
Lowenstein turned to the others. What the hell was that all about? Vancouver, Thursday, August 26th, 12:44 p.m. Thunder rumbled ominously. Looking out the front windows of his office, Nat Damon sighed. He had always known that the submarine lease would mean trouble. After the check bounced, he had canceled the order, hoping that that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. For weeks and weeks he had heard nothing. And then one of the men, the lawyer in the shiny suit, had come back unexpectedly to poke a finger in his face and tell him that he had signed a non-disclosure agreement and could not discuss any aspect of the submarine lease with anybody or risk a lawsuit. Maybe we'll win and maybe we'll lose, the lawyer said. But either way, you're out of business, friend. Your house is mortgaged. You're in debt for the rest of your life, so think it over and keep your mouth shut. All during this, Damon's heart was pounding. But the fact was, Damon had already been contacted by some sort of revenue service guy, a man named Kenner, who was coming to Damon's office that very afternoon to ask a few questions, he had said. Damon had been afraid that this Kenner would show up while the lawyer was still in his office. But now the lawyer was driving away. His car, a nondescript black sedan with Ontario plates, drove through the boatyard and was gone. Damon started to clean up the office, ready to go home. He was toying with the idea of leaving before Kenner arrived. Kenner was some revenue agent. Damon had done nothing wrong. He didn't have to meet any revenue agent. And if he did, what would he do? Say he couldn't answer questions? The next thing, he'd be subpoenaed or something, dragged into court. Damon decided to leave. There was more thunder, and the crack of distant lightning. A big storm was moving in. As he was closing up, he saw that the lawyer had left his cell phone on the counter. He looked out to see if the lawyer was coming back for it. Not yet. But surely he would realize he had left it and come back. Damon decided to leave before he showed up. Hastily, he slipped the cell phone in his pocket, turned out the lights, and locked the office. The first drops of rain were spattering the pavement as he went to his car, parked right in front. He opened the door and was climbing into the car when the cell phone rang. He hesitated, not sure what to do. The phone rang insistently. A jagged bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the mast of one of the ships in the boatyard. In the next instant, there was a burst of light by the car, a blast of furious heat that knocked him to the ground. Dazed, he tried to get up. He was thinking that his car had exploded, but it hadn't. The car was intact, the door blackened. Then he saw that his trousers were on fire. He stared stupidly at his own legs, not moving. He heard the rumble of thunder and realized that he had been struck by lightning. "My God," he thought, "I was hit by lightning." He sat up and slapped at his trousers, trying to put out the fire. It wasn't working, and his legs were beginning to feel pain. He had a fire extinguisher inside the office. Staggering to his feet, he moved unsteadily to his office. He was unlocking the door, his fingers fumbling, when there was another explosion. He felt a sharp pain in his ears, reached up, touched blood. He looked at his bloody fingertips, fell over, and died. Century City, Thursday, September 2nd, 12:34 p.m. Under normal circumstances, Peter Evans spoke to George Morton every day, sometimes twice a day. So after a week went by without hearing from him, Evans called his house. He spoke to Sarah. "I have no idea what is going on," she said. "2 days ago he was in North Dakota." "North Dakota!" "The day before that he was in Chicago. I think he might be in Wyoming today. He made noises about going to Boulder, Colorado, but I don't know." "What's in Boulder?" Evans said. "I haven't a clue. Too early for snow." "Has he got a new girlfriend?" Sometimes Morton disappeared when he was involved with a new woman. "Not that I know," Sarah said. "What's he doing?" "I have no idea." "It sounds like he has a shopping list." "A shopping list?" "Well," she said, sort of. "He wanted me to buy some kind of special GPS unit, for locating position. He wanted some special video camera using CCD or CCF or something. Had to be rush ordered from Hong Kong. And yesterday he told me to buy a new Ferrari from a guy in Monterey and have it shipped to San Francisco." "Another Ferrari?" "I know." She said, "How many Ferraris can one man use?" And this one doesn't seem up to his usual standards. From the email pictures, it looks kind of beat up.
Maybe he's going to have it restored.
If he was, he'd sent it to Reno. That's where his car restorer is. He detected a note of concern in her voice. Is everything okay, Sarah? Between you and me, I don't know, she said. The Ferrari he bought is a 1972 365 GTS Daytona Spider. So? He already has one, Peter. It's like he doesn't know. And he sounds weird when you talk to him. Weird in what way? Just weird. Not his usual self at all. Who's traveling with him? As far as I know, nobody. Evans frowned. That was very odd. Morton hated being alone. Evans's immediate inclination was to disbelieve it. What about that guy Kenner and his Nepali friend? Last I heard, they were going to Vancouver and on to Japan, so they're not with him. Uh-huh. When I hear from him, I'll let him know you called. Evans hung up, feeling dissatisfied. On an impulse, he dialed Morton's cell phone, but he got the voicemail. "This is George at the beep." And the quick beep. "George, this is Peter Evans, just checking in to see if there's anything you need. Call me at the office if I can help." He hung up and stared out the window. Then he dialed again. "Center for Risk Analysis. Professor Kenner's office, please." In a moment he got the secretary. "This is Peter Evans. I'm looking for Professor Kenner." "Oh, yes, Mr. Evans. Dr. Kenner said you might call." "He did?" "Yes. Are you trying to reach Dr. Kenner?" "Yes, I am." "He's in Tokyo at the moment. Would you like his cell phone?" "Please." She gave him the number, and he wrote it down on his yellow pad. He was about to call when his assistant, Heather, came in to say that something at lunch had disagreed with her, and she was going home for the afternoon. "Feel better," he said, sighing. With her gone, he was obliged to answer his own phone, and the next call was from Margot Lane, George's mistress, asking where the hell George was. Evans was on the phone with her for the better part of half an hour. Then Nicholas Drake walked into his office. "I am very concerned," Drake said. He stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, staring at the office building opposite. "About what?" "This Kenner person that George is spending so much time with." "I don't know that they're spending time together." "Of course they are. You don't seriously believe George is alone, do you?" Evans said nothing. "George is never alone. We both know that." "Peter, I don't like this situation at all. Not at all. George is a good man. I don't have to tell you that. But he is susceptible to influence, including the wrong influence." "You think a professor at MIT is the wrong influence?" "I've looked into Professor Kenner," Drake said, "and there are a few mysteries about him." "Oh?" "His resume says he spent a number of years in government, Department of the Interior, Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, and so on." "Yes?" "The Department of the Interior has no record of his working there." Evans shrugged. "It was more than 10 years ago. Government records being what they are." "Possibly," Drake said. "But there is more. Professor Kenner comes back to MIT, works there for 8 years very successfully. Consultant to the EPA, consultant to Department of Defense, God knows what else. And then he suddenly goes on extended leave. And no one seems to know what happened to him since. He just fell off the radar." "I don't know," Evans said. His card says he is Director of Risk Analysis, but he's on leave. I don't know what the hell he is doing these days. I don't know who supports him. I take it you've met him, briefly. And now he and George are great pals? I don't know, Nick. I haven't seen or spoken to George in more than a week. He's off with Kenner. I don't know that. But you know that he and Kenner went to Vancouver. Actually, I didn't know. Let me lay it out for you plainly, Drake said. I have it on good authority that John Kenner has unsavory connections. The Center for Risk Analysis is wholly funded by industry groups. I needn't say more. In addition, Mr. Kenner spent a number of years advising the Pentagon, and in fact was so involved with them that he even underwent some sort of training for a period of time. You mean military training? Yes. Fort Bragg and Harvey Point in North Carolina, Drake said. There is no question the man has military connections, as well as industry connections. And I am told he is hostile toward mainstream environmental organizations. I hate to think of a man like that working on poor George. I wouldn't worry about George. He can see through propaganda. I hope so. But frankly, I do not share your confidence. This military man shows up, and the next thing we know, George is trying to audit us. I mean, my God, why would he want to do that? Doesn't George realize what a waste of resources that involves? Time, money, everything? It would be a tremendous drag on my time. I wasn't aware an audit was going forward. It's being discussed. Of course, we have nothing to hide, and we can be audited at any time. I have always said so. But this is an especially busy time, with the Vanuatu lawsuit starting up and the conference on abrupt climate change to be planned for. All that's in the next few weeks. I wish I could speak to George. Evans shrugged. Call his cell. I have. Have you? Yes. He call you back? No, Evans said. Drake shook his head. That man, he said, is my concerned citizen of the year, and I can't even get him on the phone. Beverly Hills, Monday, September 13th, 8:07 a.m. Morton sat at a sidewalk table outside a cafe on Beverly Drive at 8 in the morning, waiting for Sarah to show up. His assistant was ordinarily punctual, and her apartment was not far away. Unless she had taken up with that actor again. Young people had so much time to waste on bad relationships. He sipped his coffee, glancing at the Wall Street Journal without much interest. He had even less interest after an unusual couple sat down at the next table. The woman was petite and strikingly beautiful, with dark hair and an exotic look. She might have been Moroccan. It was hard to judge from her accent. Her clothing was chic and out of place in casual Los Angeles. Tight-fitting skirt, spike heels, Chanel jacket. The man who accompanied her could not have been more different. He was a red-faced, beefy American with slightly piggish features, wearing a sweater, baggy khakis, and running shoes. He was as big as a football player. He slumped at the table and said, "I'll have a latte, sweetheart, non-fat, grande." She said, "I thought you would get one for me like a gentleman." "I am not a gentleman," he said, "and you're no fucking lady, not after you didn't come home last night, so we can forget about ladies and gentlemen, okay?" She pouted. "Cherie, do not make a scene." "Hey, I asked you to get a fucking latte. Who's making a scene? But Cherie, you gonna get it or not?" He glared at her. "I've really had it with you, Marissa, you know that?" "You don't own me," she said. "I do as I please." "You've made that obvious." During this conversation, Morton's paper had been slowly drifting downward. Now he folded it flat, set it on his knee, and pretended to read. But in fact, he could not take his eyes off this woman. She was extremely beautiful, he decided, although not very young. She was probably 35. Her maturity somehow made her more overtly sexual. He was captivated. She said to the football player, "William, you are tiresome." "You want me to leave?" "Perhaps it is best." "Oh, fuck you," he said, and slapped her. Morton could not restrain himself. "Hey," he said, "take it easy there." The woman gave him a smile. The beefy man stood up, fists bunched. "Mind your own fucking business. You don't hit the lady, pal." "How about just you and me?" he said, shaking his fist. At that moment, a Beverly Hills cruiser drove by. Morton looked at it and waved. The cruiser came over to the curb. "Everything all right?" One of the cops said. "Just fine, officer," Morton said. "Fuck this noise," the football player said and turned away. He stalked off up the street. The dark woman smiled at Morton. "Thank you for that." "No problem. Did I hear you say you wanted a latte?" She smiled again. She crossed her legs, exposing brown knees. "If you would be so kind." Morton was standing to get it when Sarah called to him. "Hey, George, sorry to be late." She came jogging up in a tracksuit. As always, she looked very beautiful. Anger flashed across the dark woman's features. It was fleeting, but Morton caught it and he thought, something is wrong here. He didn't know this woman. She had no reason to be angry. Probably, he decided, she had wanted to teach the boyfriend a lesson. Even now the guy was hanging around at the end of the block, pretending to look in a shop window. But at this early hour, all the shops were closed. "Ready to go?" Sarah said. Morton made brief apologies to the woman, who made little gestures of indifference. He had the feeling now that she was French. "Perhaps we will meet again," he said. "Yes," she said, "but I doubt it. I am sorry, ça va. Have a nice day." As they walked off, Sarah said, "Who was that?" "I don't know." She sat down at the next table. "Spicy little number." He shrugged. "Did I interrupt something?" "No?" "That's good." She handed Morton 3 manila folders. "This one's your contributions to Nerf to date. This one's the agreement for the last contribution, so you have the language. And this one is the cashier's check you wanted. Be careful with that, it's a big number." "Okay, it's not a problem. I'm leaving in an hour." "You want to tell me where?" Morton shook his head. "It's better you don't know." Century City, Monday, September 27th, 9:45 a.m. Evans had heard nothing from Morton for almost 2 weeks. He could not remember ever having gone so long without contact with his client. He had lunch with Sarah, who was visibly anxious. "Do you hear from him at all?" he said. "Not a word." "What do the pilots say?" "They're in Van Nuys. He's rented a different plane. I don't know where he is." "And he's coming back?" She shrugged. "Who knows?" And so it was with considerable surprise that he received Sarah's call that day. "You better get going," she said. "George wants to see you right away." "Where?" "At Nerf in Beverly Hills. He's back? I'll say." It was a 10-minute drive from his offices in Century City to the Nerf building. Of course, the National Environmental Resource Fund was headquartered in Washington, D.C., but they had recently opened a West Coast office in Beverly Hills. Cynics claimed that Nerf had done it to be closer to the Hollywood celebrities who were so essential to their fundraising. But that was just gossip. Evans half expected to find Morton pacing outside, but he was nowhere in sight. Evans went into the reception area and was told that Morton was in the third-floor conference room. He walked up to the third floor. The conference room was glass-walled on two sides. The interior was furnished with a large boardroom-style table and 18 chairs. There was an audio-visual unit in the corner for presentations. Evans saw 3 people in the conference room and an argument in progress. Morton stood at the front of the room, red-faced, gesticulating. Drake was also standing, pacing back and forth, pointing an angry finger at Morton and shouting back at him. Evans also saw John Henley, the saturnine head of PR for Nerf. He was bent over, making notes on a yellow legal pad. It was clearly an argument between Morton and Drake. Evans was not sure what to do, so he stood there. After a moment, Morton saw him and made a quick jabbing motion, indicating that Evans should sit down outside. He did. He watched the argument through the glass. It turned out there was a 4th person in the room as well. Evans hadn't seen him at first because he was hunched down behind the podium, but when that person stood, Evans saw a workman in clean, neatly pressed overalls carrying a briefcase-style toolbox with a couple of electronic meters clipped to his belt. On his chest pocket, a logo read AV Network Systems. The workman looked confused. Apparently, Drake didn't want the workman in the room during the argument, whereas Morton seemed to like an audience. Drake wanted the guy to go. Morton insisted he stay. Caught in the middle, the workman looked uncomfortable and ducked down out of sight again. But soon after, Drake prevailed and the workman left. As the workman walked past him, Evans said, "Rough day?" The workman shrugged. "They've got a lot of network problems in this building," he said. "Myself, I think it's bad Ethernet cable. Or the routers are overheating." And he walked on. Back inside, the argument raged, fiercer than ever. It continued for another 5 minutes. The glass was almost entirely soundproof, but from time to time, when they shouted, Evans could hear a phrase. He heard Morton yell, "God damn it, I want to win!" And he heard Drake reply, "It's just too risky," which made Morton even angrier. And later Morton said, "Don't we have to fight for the most important issue facing our planet?" And Drake answered, something about being practical or facing reality. And Morton said, "Fuck reality!" At which point the PR guy, Henley, glanced up and said, "My sentiments exactly," or something like that. Evans had the distinct impression that this argument concerned the Vanuatu lawsuit, but it seemed to range over a number of other subjects as well. And then, quite abruptly, Morton came out, slamming the door so hard that the glass wall shook. "Fuck those guys!" Evans fell into step with his client. Through the glass, he saw the other 2 men huddle, whispering together. "Fuck 'em!" George said loudly. He paused and looked back. "If we have right on our side, shouldn't we be telling the truth?" Inside, Drake just shook his head sorrowfully. "Fuck 'em!" Morton said again, walking off. Evans said, "You wanted me here?"
Yes.
Morton pointed.
You know who that other guy was?
Yes, he said, John Henley.
Correct. Those two guys are Nerf,
George said.
I don't care how many celebrity trustees they have on their letterhead, or how many lawyers they keep on staff. Those two run the show, and everyone else rubber stamps. None of the trustees really knows anything about what is going on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a part of this. And let me tell you, I'm not going to be a part of this. Not anymore.
They started walking down the stairs. "Meaning what?" Evans said to him.
Meaning, Morton said, I am not giving them that $10 million grant for the lawsuit.
"You told them that?"
No, he said, I did not tell them that. And you will not tell them that either. I think I'll let it be a surprise. For later.
He smiled grimly.
But draw up the papers now.
"Are you sure about this, George?"
Don't piss me off, kid.
"I'm just asking."
I said draw up the papers, so do it.
Evans said he would.
Today!
Evans said he would do it at once. Evans waited until they got to the parking garage before he spoke again. He walked Morton to his waiting town car. His driver, Harry, opened the door for him. Evans said, "George, you have that Nerf banquet honoring you next week. Is that still going ahead?"
Absolutely, Morton said. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
He got in the car and Harry closed the door. "Good day, sir," Harry said to Evans, and the car drove off into the morning sunlight. He called from his car, "Sarah? I know. What is going on? He won't tell me, but he's really angry, Peter, really angry. I got that impression. And he just left again." "What?" "He left. He said he would be back in a week, in time to fly everybody up to San Francisco for the banquet." Drake called Evans's cell phone. "What is going on, Peter?" "I have no idea, Nick. The man's demented. The things he was saying. Could you hear him?" "No, actually." "He's demented. I am really worried about him. I mean, as a friend. To say nothing of our banquet next week. I mean, is he going to be all right?" "I think so. He's taking a plane load of friends up there. Are you sure?" "That's what Sarah says." "Can I talk to George? Can you set something up?" "My understanding," Evans said, "is that he just went out of town again." "It's that damn Kenner. He's behind all this." "I don't know what's going on with George, Nick. All I know is he's coming to the banquet." "I want you to promise me you'll deliver him." "Nick," Evans said, "George does what he wants. That's what I'm afraid of." To San Francisco, Monday, October 4th, 1:38 p.m. Flying up in his Gulfstream, Morton brought several of the most prominent celebrity supporters of Nerf. These included 2 rock stars, the wife of a comedian, an actor who played the president on a television series, a writer who had recently run for governor, and 2 environmental lawyers from other firms. Over white wine and smoked salmon canapes, the discussion became quite lively, focusing on what the United States, as the world's leading economy, should be doing to promote environmental sanity. Uncharacteristically, Morton did not join in. Instead, he slumped in the back of the plane, looking irritable and gloomy. Evans sat beside him, keeping him company. Morton was drinking straight vodka. He was already on his second. "I brought the papers canceling your grant," Evans said, taking them out of his briefcase. "If you still want to do this." "I do." Morton scribbled his signature, hardly looking at the documents. He said, "Keep those safe until tomorrow." He looked back at his guests, who are now trading statistics on species loss as the rainforests of the world were cut down. Off to one side, Ted Bradley, the actor who played the president, was talking about how he preferred his electric car, which he pointed out he had owned for many years now, to the new hybrids that were so popular. "There's no comparison," he was saying. "The hybrids are nice, but they're not the real thing." At the center table, Ann Garner, who sat on the boards of environmental organizations, was arguing that Los Angeles needed to build more public transportation so that people could get out of their cars. Americans, she said, belched out more carbon dioxide than any other people on the planet, and it was disgraceful. Anne was the beautiful wife of a famous attorney, and always intense, especially on environmental issues. Morton sighed. He turned to Evans. "Do you know how much pollution we're creating right this minute? We'll burn 450 gallons of aviation fuel to take 12 people to San Francisco. Just by making this trip, they're generating more pollution per capita than most people on the planet will generate in a year." He finished his vodka and rattled the ice in the glass irritably. He handed the glass to Evans, who dutifully signaled for more. "If there's anything worse than a limousine liberal," Morton said, "it's a Gulfstream environmentalist." "But George," Evans said, "you're a Gulfstream environmentalist." "I know it," Morton said, "and I wish it bothered me more. But you know what? It doesn't. I like flying around in my own airplane." Evans said, "I heard you were in North Dakota and Chicago." "I was, yes." "What'd you do there?" "I spent money. A lot of money, a lot." Evans said, "You bought some art?" "No. I bought something far more expensive than art. I bought integrity." "You've always had integrity," Evans said. "No, not my integrity," Morton said. "I bought somebody else's." Evans didn't know what to say to that. For a minute he thought Morton was joking. "I was going to tell you about it," Morton continued. "I got a list of numbers, kid, and I want you to get it to Kenner. It is very much—" For later. "Hello, Anne!" Ann Garner was coming toward him. "So, George, are you back for a while? Because we need you here now. The Vanuatu lawsuit, which thank God you are backing, and the climate change conference that Nick has scheduled. And it's so important. My God, George, this is crunch time." Evans started to stand to let Anne take his seat, but Morton pushed him back down again. "Anne," he said, "I must say you look more lovely than ever, but Peter and I are having a small business discussion." She glanced at the papers and Evans's open briefcase. "Oh, I didn't know I was interrupting." No. If you just give us a minute." "Of course. I'm sorry." But she lingered. "This is so unlike you, George. Doing business on the plane." "I know," Morton said. "But if you must know, I am feeling quite unlike myself these days." That made her blink. She didn't know how to take it, so she smiled, nodded, and moved away. Morton said, "She looks wonderful. I wonder who did her work." "Her work?" "She's had more in the last few months. I think eyes. Maybe chin. Anyway, he said, waving his hand. "About the list of numbers. You are to tell this to no one, Peter, no one. Not anyone in the law firm, and especially not anyone—" "George, damn it! Why are you hiding back there?" Evans looked over his shoulder and saw Ted Bradley coming toward them. Ted was already drinking heavily, though it was only noon. "It hasn't been the same without you, George. My God! The world without Bradley is a boring— Oops! I mean without George Morton is a boring world. Come on, George. Get up out of there. That man is a lawyer. Come and have a drink." Morton allowed himself to be led away. He glanced over his shoulder at Evans. "Later," he said. San Francisco, Monday, October 4th, 9:02 p.m. The grand ballroom of the Mark Hopkins Hotel was darkened for the after-dinner speeches. The audience was elegant. The men in tuxedos, the women in ball gowns. Beneath the ornate chandeliers, the voice of Nicholas Drake boomed from the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is no exaggeration to say that we face an environmental crisis of unprecedented proportions. Our forests are disappearing. Our lakes and rivers are polluted. The plants and animals that make up our biosphere are vanishing at unprecedented rates. 40,000 species become extinct every year. That's 50 species every single day. At present rates, we will lose half of all species on our planet in the next few decades. It is the greatest extinction in the history of Earth. And what is the texture of our own lives? Our food is contaminated with lethal pesticides. Our crops are failing from global warming. Our weather is getting worse and more severe. Flooding, droughts, hurricanes, tornadoes, all around the globe. Our sea levels are rising. 25 feet in the next century, and possibly more. And most fearsome of all, new scientific evidence points to the specter of abrupt climate change as a result of our destructive behavior. In short, ladies and gentlemen, we are confronted by a genuine global catastrophe for our planet. Sitting at the center table, Peter Evans looked around at the audience. They were staring down at their plates, yawning, leaning over and talking to one another. Drake wasn't getting a lot of attention. "They've heard it before," Morton growled. He shifted his heavy frame and gave a soft belch. He had been drinking steadily through the evening, and was now quite drunk. Loss of biodiversity, shrinking of habitat, destruction of the ozone layer. Nicholas Drake appeared tall and ungainly, his tuxedo ill-fitting. The collar of his shirt was bunched up around his scrawny neck. As always, he gave the impression of an impoverished but dedicated academic, a latter-day Ichabod Crane. Evans thought no one would ever guess that Drake was paid $250,000 a year to head the fund, plus another $100,000 in expenses, or that he had no science background at all. Drake was a trial attorney, one of 5 who had started NERF many years before. And like all trial attorneys, he knew the importance of not dressing too well. The erosion of bioreservoirs, the rise of ever more exotic and lethal diseases. "I wish he'd hurry up," Morton said. He drummed his fingers on the table. Evans said nothing. He had attended enough of these functions to know that Morton was always tense if he had to speak. At the podium, Drake was saying, "Glimmers of hope, faint rays of positive energy, and none more positive and hopeful than the man whose lifelong dedication we are here to honor tonight." "Can I get another drink?" Morton said, finishing the last of his martini. It was his 6th. He set the glass on the table with a thud. Evans turned to look for the waiter, raising his hand. He was hoping the waiter wouldn't come over in time. George had had enough. For 3 decades has dedicated his considerable resources and energy to making our world a better, healthier, saner place. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Environmental Resource Fund is proud— "Ah, screw, never mind," Morton said. He tensed his body, ready to push back from the table. "I hate making a fool of myself, even for a good cause." "Why should you make a fool?" Evans began. "My good friend and colleague, and this year's concerned citizen, Mr. George Morton." The room filled with applause, and a spotlight hit Morton as he stood and headed toward the podium. A hunched bear of a man, physically powerful, solemn, head down. Evans was alarmed when Morton stumbled on the first step, and for a moment he feared his boss would fall backward. But Morton regained his balance, and as he stepped to the stage he seemed all right. He shook hands with Drake and moved to the podium, gripping it on both sides with his huge hands. Morton looked out at the room, turning his head from side to side, surveying the audience. He did not speak. He just stood there and said nothing. Ann Garner, sitting beside Evans, gave him a nudge. "Is he all right?" "Oh, yes, absolutely," Evans said, nodding. But in truth, he wasn't sure. Finally, George Morton began to speak. "I'd like to thank Nicholas Drake and the National Environmental Resource Fund for this award. But I don't feel I deserve it. Not with all the work that remains to be done. Do you know, my friends, that we know more about the moon than we do about the Earth's oceans? That's a real environmental problem. We don't know enough about the planet we depend on for our very lives. But as Montaigne said 300 years ago, nothing is so firmly believed as that which is least known." Evans thought, Montaigne? George Morton quoting Montaigne? In the glare of the spotlight, Morton was distinctly weaving back and forth. He was gripping the podium for balance. The room was absolutely silent. People were not moving at all. Even the waiters had stopped moving between the tables. Evans held his breath. "All of us in the environmental movement," Morton said, "have seen many wonderful victories over the years. We have witnessed the creation of the EPA. We have seen the air and water made cleaner, sewage treatment improved, toxic dumps cleaned up, and we have regulated common poisons like lead for the safety of all. These are real victories, my friends. We take justifiable pride in them, and we know more needs to be done." The audience was relaxing. Morton was moving on to familiar ground. "But will the work get done? I am not sure. I know my mood has been dark since the death of my beloved wife, Dorothy." Evans sat bolt upright in his chair. At the next table, Herb Lowenstein looked shocked, his mouth open. George Morton had no wife. Or rather, he had 6 ex-wives, none named Dorothy. Dorothy urged me to spend my money wisely. I always thought I did. Now I am less sure. I said before that we don't know enough, but I fear that today the watchword of Nerf has become, "We don't sue enough." You could hear breath sucked in sharply all around the room. Nerf is a law firm. I don't know if you realize that. It was started by lawyers and it is run by lawyers. But I now believe money is better spent on research than litigation. And that is why I am withdrawing my funding for Nerf, and why I am... For the next few moments, Morton could not be heard above the excited jabber of the crowd. Everyone was talking loudly. There were scattered boos. Some guests got up to leave. Morton continued to talk, seemingly oblivious to the effect he was having. Evans caught a few phrases. One environmental charity is under FBI investigation. Complete lack of oversight. Ann Garner leaned over and hissed, "Get him off there." "What do you want me to do?" Evans whispered. "Go and get him. He's obviously drunk." "That may be, but I can't. You have to stop this." But on the stage, Drake was already moving forward, saying, "All right, thank you, George." "Because to tell the truth right now..." "Thank you, George," Drake said again, moving closer. He was actually pushing against Morton's bulk, trying to shove him away from the podium. Okay, Morton said, clinging to the podium. "I said what I did for Dorothy. My dear dead wife." "Thank you, George." Drake was applauding now, holding his hands up at head height, nodding to the audience to join with him. "Thank you." "Who I miss desperately." "Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in "Yeah, okay, I'm leaving." To muted applause, Morton shambled off the stage. Drake immediately stepped up to the podium and signaled the band. They started into a rousing rendition of Billy Joel's "You May Be Right," which someone had told them was Morton's favorite song. It was, but it seemed a poor choice under the circumstances. Herb Lowenstein leaned over from the next table and grabbed Evans by the shoulder, pulling him close. "Listen," he whispered fiercely. "Get him out of here." "I will," Evans said. "Don't worry." "Did you know this was going to happen?" "No, I swear to God." Lowenstein released Evans just as George Morton returned to the table. The assembled group was stunned. But Norton was singing cheerfully with the music. "You may be right. I may be crazy." "Come on, George," Evans said, standing up. "Let's get out of here." Morton ignored him. "But it just may be a lunatic you're looking for." "George." "What do you say?" Evans took him by the arm. "Let's go." "Turn out the lights. Don't try to say..." "I'm not trying to save you," Evans said. "Then how about another damn martini?" Morton said, no longer singing. His eyes were cold, a little resentful. "I think I fucking earned it." "Harry will have one for you in the car," Evans said, steering Morton away from the table. "If you stay here, you will have to wait for it, and you don't want to wait for a drink right now." Evans continued talking, and Morton allowed himself to be led out of the room. "Too late to fight," he sang. "Too late to change." Before they could get out of the room, there was a TV camera with light shining in their faces, and 2 reporters shoving small tape recorders in front of Morton. Everybody was yelling questions. Evans put his head down and said, "Excuse us, sorry, coming through, excuse us." Morton never stopped singing. They made their way through the hotel lobby. The reporters were running in front of them, trying to get some distance ahead so they could film them walking forward. Evans gripped Morton firmly by the elbows as Morton sang, "I was only having fun, wasn't hurting anyone, and we all enjoyed the weekend for a change." "This way," Evans said, heading for the door. "I was stranded in the combat zone." And then at last they were through the swinging doors and outside in the night. Morton stopped singing abruptly when the cold air hit him. They waited for his limousine to pull around. Sarah came out and stood beside Morton. She didn't say anything. She just put her hand on his arm. Then the reporters came out, and the lights came on again. And then Drake burst through the door saying, "God damn it, George!" He broke off when he saw the cameras. He glared at Morton, turned, and went back inside. The cameras remained on, but the three of them just stood there. It was awkward, just waiting. After what seemed like an eternity, the limousine pulled up. Harry came around and opened the door for George. "Okay, George," Evans said. "Nope, not tonight." "Harry's waiting, George." "I said not tonight." There was a deep-throated growl in the darkness, and a silver Ferrari convertible pulled up alongside the limousine. "My car," Morton said. He started down the stairs, lurching a bit. Sarah said, "George, I don't think—" But he was singing again. "And you told me not to drive, but I made it home alive. So you said that only proves that I'm insane." One of the reporters muttered, "He's insane, all right." Evans followed Morton, very concerned. Morton gave the parking attendant a $100 bill, saying, "A 20 for you, my good man." He fumbled with the Ferrari door. "These crummy Italian imports." Then he got behind the wheel of the convertible, gunned the engine, and smiled. "Ah, a manly sound." Evans leaned over the car. "George, let Harry drive you. Besides," he added, "don't we need to talk about something?" "We do not." "But I thought—" "Kid, get out of my way." The camera lights were still on them, but Morton moved so that he was in the shadow cast by Evans's body. "You know, the Buddhists have a saying." "What saying?" "Remember it, kid. Goes like this. All that matters is not remote from where the Buddha sits." "George, I really think you should not be driving." "Will you remember what I just said to you?" "Yes." "Wisdom of the ages. Goodbye, kid." And he accelerated, roaring out of the parking lot as Evans jumped back. The Ferrari squealed around the corner, ignoring a stop sign, and was gone. "Peter, come on!" Evans turned and saw Sarah standing by the limousine. Harry was getting in behind the wheel. Evans got in the back seat with Sarah, and they drove off after Morton. The Ferrari turned left at the bottom of the hill, disappearing around the corner. Harry accelerated, handling the huge limousine with skill. Evans said, "Do you know where he's going?" "No idea," she said. "Who wrote his speech?" "He did." "Really?" "He was working in the house all day yesterday, and he wouldn't let me see what he was doing." "Jesus," Evans said. "Montaigne?" "He had a book of quotations out." "Where'd he come up with Dorothy?" She shook her head. "I have no idea." They passed Golden Gate Park. Traffic was light. The Ferrari was moving fast, weaving among the cars. Ahead was the Golden Gate Bridge, brightly lit in the night. Morton accelerated. The Ferrari was going almost 90 miles an hour. "He's going to Marin," Sarah said. Evans's cell phone rang. It was Drake. "Will you tell me what the hell that was all about?" "I'm sorry, Nick, I don't know. Was he serious? About withdrawing his support?" "I think he was." "That's unbelievable." "He's obviously suffered a nervous breakdown." "I couldn't say." "I was afraid of this," Drake said. "I was afraid something like this might happen. You remember on the plane coming back from Iceland? I said it to you, and you told me I shouldn't worry. Is that your opinion now? That I shouldn't worry?" "I don't know what you're asking, Nick." "Ann Garner said he signed some papers on the plane." "That's right, he did." "Are they related to this sudden and inexplicable withdrawal of support for the organization that he loved and cherished?" "He seems to have changed his mind about that," Evans said. "And why didn't you tell me?" "He instructed me not to." "Fuck you, Evans!" "I'm sorry," Evans said. "Not as sorry as you will be." The phone went dead. Drake had hung up. Evans flipped the phone shut. Sarah said, "Drake is mad?" "Furious." Off the bridge, Morton headed west, away from the lights of the freeway, onto a dark road skirting the cliffs. He was driving faster than ever. Evans said to Harry, "Do you know where we are?" "I believe we're in a state park." Harry was trying to keep up, but on this narrow, twisting road, the limousine was no match for the Ferrari. It moved farther and farther ahead. Soon they could see only the taillights, disappearing around curves a quarter-mile ahead. "We're going to lose him," Evans said. "I doubt it, sir." But the limousine fell steadily behind. After Harry took one turn too fast, the big rear end lost traction and swung wide toward a cliff's edge. They were obliged to slow down even more. They were in a desolate area now. The night was dark and the cliffs deserted. A rising moon put a streak of silver on the black water far below. Up ahead, they no longer saw any taillights. It seemed they were alone on the dark road. They came around a curve and saw the next curve 100 yards ahead, obscured by billowing gray smoke. "Oh, no," Sarah said, putting her hand to her mouth. The Ferrari had spun out, struck a tree, and flipped over. Now it lay upside down, a crumpled and smoking mass. It had very nearly gone off the cliff itself. The nose of the car was hanging over the edge. Evans and Sarah ran forward. Evans got down on his hands and knees and crawled along the cliff's edge, trying to see into the driver's compartment. It was hard to see much of anything. The front windshield was flattened, and the Ferrari lay almost flush to the pavement. Harry came over with a flashlight, and Evans used it to peer inside. The compartment was empty. Morton's black bow tie was dangling from the doorknob, but otherwise he was gone. He must have been thrown. Evans shone the light down the cliff. It was crumbling yellow rock, descending steeply for 80 feet to the ocean below. He saw no sign of Morton. Sarah was crying softly. Harry had gone back to get a fire extinguisher from the limousine. Evans swung his light back and forth over the rock face. He did not see George's body. In fact, he did not see any sign of George at all. No disturbance, no path, no bits of clothing, nothing. Behind him, he heard the whoosh of the fire extinguisher. He crawled away from the cliff's edge. "Did you see him, sir?" Harry said, his face full of pain. "No, I didn't see anything." "Perhaps over there." Harry pointed toward the tree, and he was right. If Morton had been thrown from the car by the initial impact, he might be 20 yards back, on the road. Evans walked back and shone his flashlight down the cliff again. The battery was running down. The beam was weakening. But almost immediately he saw a glint of light off a man's patent leather slipper, wedged among the rocks at the edge of the water. He sat down in the road and put his head in his hands and cried. Point Moody, Tuesday, October 5th, 3:10 a.m. By the time the police were finished talking with him, and a rescue team had rappelled down the cliff to recover the shoe, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. They found no other sign of the body, and the cops, talking among themselves, agreed that the prevailing currents would probably carry the body up the coast to Pismo Beach. "We'll find him," one said, "in about a week or so, or at least what's left by the great whites." Now the wreck had been cleared away and loaded onto a flatbed truck. Evans wanted to leave, but the highway patrolman who had taken Evans's statement kept coming back to ask for more details. He was a kid in his early 20s. It seemed he had not filled out many of these forms before. The first time he came back to Evans and said, "How soon after the accident would you say you arrived on the scene?" Evans said, "I'm not sure. The Ferrari was about half a mile ahead of us, maybe more. We were probably going 40 miles an hour, so maybe a minute later." The kid looked alarmed. "You were going 40 in that limo? On this road?" "Well, don't hold me to it." Then he came back and said, "You said you were the first on the scene. You told me you crawled around at the edge of the road." "That's right." "So you would have stepped on broken glass on the road?" "Yes. The windshield was shattered. I had it on my hands, too, when I crouched down." "So that explains why the glass was disturbed." "Yes." "Lucky you didn't cut your hands." "Yes." The third time he came back, he said, "In your estimation, what time did the accident occur?" "What time?" Evans looked at his watch. "I have no idea. But let me see." He tried to work backward. The speech must have started about 8:30. Morton would have left the hotel at 9. Through San Francisco, then over the bridge. Maybe 9:45 or 10 at night. So 5 hours ago, roughly. "Yes?" The kid said, "Huh," as if he were surprised. Evans looked over at the flatbed truck, which now held the crumpled remains of the Ferrari. The cop was standing on the flatbed, beside the car. 3 other cops were on the street, talking with some animation. There was another man there wearing a tuxedo. He was talking to the cops. When the man turned, Evans was surprised to see that it was John Kenner. "What's going on?" Evans asked the kid. "I don't know. They just asked me to check on the time of the accident." Then the driver got into the flatbed truck and started the engine. One of the cops yelled to the kid, "Forget it, Eddie!" "Never mind, then," the kid said to Evans. "I guess everything's okay." Evans looked over at Sarah to see if she had noticed Kenner. She was leaning on the limousine, talking on the phone. Evans looked back in time to see Kenner get into a dark sedan driven by the Nepali guy and drive off. The cops were leaving. The flatbed turned around and headed up the road toward the bridge. Harry said, "Looks like it's time to go." Evans got into the limousine. They drove back toward the lights of San Francisco. To Los Angeles, Tuesday, October 5th, 12:02 p.m. Morton's jet flew back to Los Angeles at noon. The mood was somber. All the same people were on board, and a few more, but they sat quietly, saying little. The late edition papers had printed the story that millionaire philanthropist George Morton, depressed by the death of his beloved wife Dorothy, had given a disjointed speech, termed rambling and illogical by the San Francisco Chronicle, and a few hours later had died in a tragic automobile crash while test driving his new Ferrari. In the third paragraph, the reporter mentioned that single-car fatalities were frequently caused by undiagnosed depression and were often disguised suicides. And this, according to a quoted psychiatrist, was the likely explanation for Morton's death. About 10 minutes into the flight, the actor Ted Bradley said, "I think we should drink a toast in memory of George, and observe a minute of silence." And to a chorus of "Hear, hear," glasses of champagne were passed all around. "To George Morton," Ted said, "a great American, a great friend, and a great supporter of the environment. We and the planet will miss him." For the next 10 minutes, the celebrities on board remained relatively subdued. But slowly the conversation picked up, and finally they began to talk and argue as usual. Evans was sitting in the back, in the same seat he had occupied when they flew up. He watched the action at the table in the center, where Bradley was now explaining that the U.S. got only 2% of its energy from sustainable sources, and that we needed a crash program to build thousands of offshore wind farms, like England and Denmark were doing. The talk moved on to fuel cells, hydrogen cars, and photovoltaic households running off the grid. Some talked about how much they loved their hybrid cars, which they had bought for their staff to drive. Evans felt his spirits improve as he listened to them. Despite the loss of George Morton, there were still lots of people like these, famous, high-profile people committed to change, who would lead the next generation to a more enlightened future. He started to drift off to sleep when Nicholas Drake dropped into the seat beside his. Drake leaned across the aisle. "Listen," he said, "I owe you an apology for last night." "That's all right," Evans said. "I was way out of line. And I want you to know I'm sorry for how I behaved. I was upset and very worried. You know, George has been acting weird as hell the last couple of weeks. Talking strangely, picking fights. I guess in retrospect he was beginning to have a nervous breakdown. But I didn't know, did you?" "I'm not sure it was a nervous breakdown." "It must have been," Drake said. "What else could it have been? My God, the man disowns his life's work and then goes out and kills himself? By the way, you can forget about any documents that he signed yesterday. Under the circumstances, he obviously was not in his right mind. And I know," he added, that you wouldn't argue the point differently. You're already conflicted enough, doing work both for him and for us. You really should have recused yourself and seen to it that any papers were drawn up by a neutral attorney. I'm not going to accuse you of malpractice, but you've shown highly questionable judgment." Evans said nothing. The threat was plain enough. "Well, anyway," Drake said, resting his hand on Evans's knee, "I just wanted to apologize. I know you did your best with a difficult situation, Peter, and I think we're going to come out of this all right." The plane landed in Van Nuys. A dozen black SUV limos, the latest fashion, were lined up on the runway waiting for the passengers. All the celebrities hugged, kissed air, and departed. Evans was the last to leave. He didn't rate a car and driver. He climbed into his little Prius hybrid, which he'd parked there the day before, and drove through the gates and onto the freeway. He thought he should go to the office, but unexpected tears came to his eyes as he negotiated the midday traffic. He wiped them away and decided he was too damn tired to go to the office. Instead, he would go back to his apartment to get some sleep. He was almost home when his cell phone rang. It was Jennifer Haynes at the Vanuatu litigation team. "I'm sorry about George," she said. "It's just terrible. Everybody here is very upset, as you can imagine. He pulled the funding, didn't he?" "Yes, but Nick will fight it. You'll get your funding." "We need to have lunch," she said. "Well, I think today." Something in her voice made him say, "I'll try. Phone me when you're here." He hung up. The phone rang again almost immediately. It was Margot Lane, Morton's mistress. She was angry. "What the fuck is going on?" "What do you mean?" Evans said. "Was anybody going to fucking call me?" "I'm sorry, Margot. I just saw it on TV. Missing in San Francisco and presumed dead. They had pictures of the car." "I was going to call you," Evans said, "when I got to my office." The truth was, she had completely slipped his mind. "And when would that have been? Next week?" "You're as bad as that sick assistant of yours. You're his lawyer, Peter. Do your fucking job. Because let's face it, this is not a surprise. I knew this was going to happen. We all did. I want you to come over here." "I have a busy day. Just for a minute." "All right," he said. "Just for a minute." West Los Angeles, Tuesday, October 5th, 3:04 p.m. Margot Lane lived on the 15th floor of a high-rise apartment building in the Wilshire corridor. The doorman had called up before Evans was allowed in the elevator. Margot knew he was coming up, but she still answered the door wrapped in a towel. "Oh, I didn't realize you'd be here so soon. Come in. I just got out of the shower." She frequently did something like this, flaunting her body. Evans came into the apartment and sat on the couch. She sat opposite him. The towel barely covered her torso. "So," she said, "what's all this about George?" "I'm sorry," Evans said, "but George crashed his Ferrari at a very high speed and was thrown from the car. He fell down a cliff. They found a shoe at the bottom and into the water. His body hasn't been recovered, but they expect it will turn up in a week or so." With her love of drama, he was sure Margot would start to cry, but she didn't. She just stared at him. "That's bullshit," she said. "Why do you say that, Margot?" "Because he's hiding or something. You know it." Hiding? From what? Probably nothing. He'd become completely paranoid. You know that. As she said it, she crossed her legs. Evans was careful to keep his eyes on her face. Paranoid? He asked. Don't act like you didn't know, Peter. It was obvious. Evans shook his head. Not to me. The last time he came here was a couple of days ago, she said. He went right to the window and stood back behind the curtain, looking down onto the street. He was convinced he was being followed. Had he done that before? I don't know. I hadn't seen him much lately. He was traveling. But whenever I called him and asked when he was coming over, he said it wasn't safe to come here. Evans got up and walked to the window. He stood to one side and looked down at the street below. Are you being followed too? She said. I don't think so. Traffic on Wilshire Boulevard was heavy. The start of afternoon rush hour. 3 lanes of cars moving fast in each direction. He could hear the roar of the traffic, even up there. But there was no place to park, to pull out from the traffic. A blue Prius hybrid had pulled to the curb across the street, and traffic was backing up behind it, honking. After a moment, the Prius started up again. No place to stop. Do you see anything suspicious? She asked. No, I never did either, but George did, or thought he did. Did he say who was following him? No. She shifted again. I thought he should have medication. I told him. And what did he say to that? He said I was in danger too. He told me I should leave town for a while, go visit my sister in Oregon, but I won't. Her towel was coming loose. Margot tightened it, lowering it across her firm, enhanced breasts. So I'm telling you, George went into hiding, she said. And I think you better find him fast because the man needs help. I see, Evans said. But I suppose it's possible he isn't in hiding, that he really crashed his car. In which case, there are things you need to do now, Margot. He explained to her that if George remained missing, his assets would be ordered frozen, which meant that she ought to withdraw everything from the bank account into which he put money for her every month, so she would be sure to have money to live on. But that's silly, she protested. I know he'll be back in a few days. Just in case, Evans said. She frowned. Do you know something you're not telling me? No, Evans said. I'm just saying it could be a while before this thing gets cleared up. Look, she said, he's sick. You're supposed to be his friend. Find him. Evans said that he would try. When he left, Margot was flouncing off to the bedroom to get dressed before going to the bank. Outside in the milky afternoon sunlight, fatigue overwhelmed him. All he wanted to do was go home and go to sleep. He got in his car and started driving. He was within sight of his apartment when his phone rang again. It was Jennifer, asking where he was. I'm sorry, he said. I can't come today. It's important, Peter, really. He said he was sorry. He would call her later. Then Lisa, Herb Lowenstein's secretary, called to say that Nicholas Drake had been trying to reach him all afternoon. He really wants to talk to you. Okay, Evans said, I'll call. He sounds pissed. Okay, but you better call Sarah first. Why? His phone went dead. It always did in the back alley of his apartment. It was a dead spot in the cellular net. He slipped the phone into his shirt pocket. He'd call in a few minutes. He drove down the alley and pulled into his garage space. He walked up the back stairs to his apartment and unlocked the door. And stared. The apartment was a mess. Furniture torn apart, cushions slashed open, papers all over the place, books tumbled out of the bookshelves and lying scattered on the floor. He stood in the entrance, stunned. After a moment, he walked into the room, straightened out one of the toppled chairs, and sat down in it. It occurred to him that he had to call the police. He got up, found the phone on the floor, and dialed them. But almost immediately the cell phone in his pocket began to ring. He hung up on the police and answered the cell phone. "Yes?" It was Lisa. "We got cut off," she said. "You better call Sarah right away." "Why?" "She's over at Morton's house. There was a robbery there." "What?" "I know. You better call her," she said. "She sounded upset." Evans flipped the phone shut. He stood and walked into the kitchen. Everything was a mess there, too. He glanced into the bedroom. Everything was a mess. All he could think was the maid wasn't coming until next Tuesday. How could he ever clean this up? He dialed his phone. "Sarah? Is that you, Peter?" "Yes, what happened?" "Not on the phone. Have you gone home yet?" "I just got here." "So? Did it happen to you too?" "Yes, me too." "Can you come here?" "Yes." "How soon?" She sounded frightened. 10 minutes?" "Okay, see you." She hung up. Evans turned the ignition of his Prius and it hummed to life. He was pleased to have the hybrid. The waiting list in Los Angeles to get one was now more than 6 months. He had to take a light gray one, which wasn't his preferred color, but he loved the car. He took a quiet satisfaction in noticing how many of them were on the streets these days. He drove down the alley to Olympic. Across the street, he saw a blue Prius, just like the one he had seen below Margot's apartment. It was electric blue, a garish color. He thought he liked his gray better. He turned right and then left again, heading north through Beverly Hills. He knew there would be rush-hour traffic starting at this time of day, and he should get up to Sunset, where traffic moved a little better. When he got to the traffic light at Wilshire, he saw another blue Prius behind him. That same ugly color. 2 guys in the car, not young. When he made his way to the light at Sunset, the same car was still behind him. 2 cars back. He turned left, toward Holmby Hills. The Prius turned left too, following him. Evans pulled up to Morton's gate and pressed the buzzer. The security camera above the box blinked on. "Can I help you?" "It's Peter Evans for Sarah Jones." A momentary pause, and then a buzz. The gate swung open slowly, revealing a curving roadway. The house was still hidden from view. While he waited, Evans glanced down the road to his left. A block away, he saw the blue Prius coming up the road toward him. It passed him without slowing down and disappeared around a curve. So perhaps he was not being followed after all. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The gate swung wide, and he drove inside. Holmby Hills, Tuesday, October 5th, 3:54 p.m. It was almost 4 o'clock as Evans drove up the driveway to Morton's house. The property was crawling with security men. There were several searching among the trees near the front gate, and more in the driveway, clustered around several vans marked Anderson Security Service. Evans parked next to Sarah's Porsche. He went to the front door. A security man opened it. Miss Jones is in the living room. He walked through the large entryway and past the staircase that curved up to the second floor. He looked into the living room, prepared to see the same disarray that he'd witnessed at his own apartment. But here everything seemed to be in its place. The room appeared exactly as Evans remembered it. Morton's living room was arranged to display his extensive collection of Asian antiquities. Above the fireplace was a large Chinese screen with shimmering gilded clouds. A large stone head from the Angkor region of Cambodia, with thick lips and a half-smile, was mounted on a pedestal near the couch. Against one wall stood a 17th-century Japanese tansu, its rich wood glowing. Extremely rare, 200-year-old woodcuts by Hiroshige hung on the back wall. A standing Burmese Buddha, carved in faded wood, stood at the entrance to the media room next door. In the middle of the room, surrounded by these antiquities, Sarah sat slumped on the couch, staring blankly out the window. She looked over as Evans came in. "They got your apartment?" "Yes. It's a mess. This house was broken into, too. It must have happened last night. All the security people here are trying to figure out how it could have happened. Look here." She got up and pushed the pedestal that held the Cambodian head. Considering the weight of the head, the pedestal moved surprisingly easily, revealing a safe sunk in the floor. The safe door stood open. Evans saw neatly stacked manila folders inside. "What was taken?" he said. "As far as I can tell, nothing," she said. "Seems like everything is still in its place. But I don't know exactly what George had in these safes. They were his safes. I rarely went into them." She moved to the tansu, sliding open a center panel, and then a false back panel to expose a safe in the wall behind it. It too was open. "There are 6 safes in the house," she said. 3 down here, 1 in the second-floor study, 1 in the basement, and 1 up in his bedroom closet. They opened every one." "Cracked?" "No. Someone knew the combinations." Evans said, "Did you report this to the police?" "No." "Why not?" "I wanted to talk to you first." Her head was close to his. Evans could smell a faint perfume. He said, "Why?" "Because," she said, "someone knew the combinations, Peter." "You mean it was an inside job?" "It had to be." "Who stays in the house at night?" "2 housekeepers sleep in the far wing. But last night was their night off, so they weren't here." "So nobody was in the house?" "That's right." "What about the alarm?" "I armed it myself before I went to San Francisco yesterday." "The alarm didn't go off?" She shook her head. "So somebody knew the code," Evans said, "or knew how to bypass it." "What about the security cameras?" "They're all over the property," she said, "inside the house and out. They record onto a hard drive in the basement." "You've played it back?" She nodded. "Nothing but static. It was scrubbed. The security people are trying to recover something, but—" She shrugged. "I don't think they'll get anywhere." It would take pretty sophisticated burglars to know how to wipe a hard drive. "Who has the alarm codes and safe combinations?" "As far as I know, just George and me, but obviously somebody else does too." "I think you should call the police," he said. "They're looking for something," she said. "Something that George had. Something they think one of us has now. They think George gave it to one of us." Evans frowned. "But if that's true," he said, "why are they being so obvious? They smashed my place so I couldn't help notice. And even here they left the safes wide open to be sure you'd know you'd been robbed." "Exactly," she said. "They want us to know what they're doing." She bit her lip. "They want us to panic and to rush off to retrieve this thing, whatever it is. Then they'll follow us and take it." Evans thought it over. "Do you have any idea what it could be?" "No," she said. "Do you?" Evans was thinking of the list George had mentioned to him on the airplane, the list he never got around to explaining before he died. But certainly the implication was that Morton had paid a lot of money for some sort of list. But something made Evans hesitate to mention it now. "No," he said. "Did George give you anything?" "No," he said. "Me neither." She bit her lip again. "I think we should leave." "Leave? Get out of town for a while." "It's natural to feel that way after a robbery," he said. "But I think the proper thing to do right now is to call the police." "George wouldn't like it." "George is no longer with us, Sarah. George hated the Beverly Hills police. Sarah, he never called them. He always used private security." "That may be, but they won't do anything but file a report." "Perhaps, but did you call the police? About your place?" "Not yet, but I will." "Okay, well, you call them. See how it goes. It's a waste of time." His phone beeped. There was a text message. He looked at the screen. It said, "N. Drake, come to office immediate, urgent." "Listen," he said, "I have to go see Nick for a bit." "I'll be fine." "I'll come back," he said, "as soon as I can. I'll be fine," she repeated. He stood and she stood too. On a sudden impulse, he gave her a hug. She was so tall they were almost shoulder to shoulder. "It's going to be okay," he said. "Don't worry. It'll be okay." She returned the hug, but when he released her, she said, "Don't ever do that again, Peter. I'm not hysterical. I'll see you when you get back." He left hastily, feeling foolish. At the door, she said, "By the way, Peter, do you have a gun?" "No," he said. "Do you?" "Just a 9mm Beretta, but it's better than nothing." "Oh, okay." As he went out the front door, he thought, so much for manly reassurances for the modern woman. He got in the car and drove to Drake's office. It was not until he had parked his car and was walking in the front door to the office that he noticed the blue Prius parked at the end of the block, with two men sitting inside it, watching him. Beverly Hills, Tuesday, October 5th, 4:45 p.m. "No, no, no!" Nicholas Drake stood in the Nerf media room, surrounded by a half-dozen stunned-looking graphic designers. On the walls and tables were posters, banners, flyers, coffee mugs, and stacks of press releases and media kits. All were emblazoned with a banner that went from green to red, with the superimposed words, "Abrupt climate change, the dangers ahead." "I hate it," Drake said. "I just fucking hate it." "Why?" "Because it's boring. It sounds like a damn PBS special. We need some punch here, some pizzazz." "Well, sir," one of the designers said, "if you remember, you originally wanted to avoid anything that looked like overstatement." "I did?" "No, I didn't," Henley wanted to avoid overstatement. Henley thought it should be made to look exactly like a normal academic conference. But if we do that, the media will tune us out. I mean, shit! Do you know how many climate change conferences there are every year, all around the world?
No, sir. How many?
Well, 47. Anyway, that's not the point.
Drake rapped the banner with his knuckles.
I mean, look at this. Dangers. It's so vague. It could refer to anything.
I thought that's what you wanted, that it could refer to anything.
No, I want crisis. Or catastrophe. The crisis ahead. The catastrophe ahead. That's better. Catastrophe is much better.
You used catastrophe for the last conference. The one on species extinction.
I don't care. We use it because it works. This conference must point to a catastrophe.
Sir, one said, with all due respect, is it really accurate that abrupt climate change will lead to catastrophe? Because the background materials we were given—
Yes, goddammit!
Drake snapped.
It will lead to a catastrophe. Believe me, it will. Now make the damn changes.
The graphic artist surveyed the assembled materials on the table. Mr. Drake, the conference starts in 4 days.
You think I don't know this? You think I don't know it?
Drake said.
You think I fucking don't know it?
I'm not sure how much we can
Catastrophe! Lose danger, add catastrophe! That's all I'm asking for! How difficult can it be?
Mr. Drake, we can redo the visual materials and the banners for the media kits. But the coffee mugs are a problem.
Why are they a problem?
They're made for us in China and—
Made in China? Land of pollution? Whose idea was that?
We always have the coffee mugs made in China for—
Well, we definitely can't use them. This is Nerf, for Christ's sake. How many cups do we have?
300. They're given to the media in attendance, along with the press kit.
Well, get some damn eco-acceptable mugs,
Drake said.
Doesn't Canada make mugs? Nobody ever complains about anything Canada does. Get some Canadian mugs and print catastrophe on them, that's all.
The artists are looking at one another. One said, There's that supply house in Vancouver, but their mugs are cream-colored.
I don't care if they're chartreuse,
Drake said, his voice rising.
Just do it! Now, what about the press releases?
Another designer held up a sheet. They're 4-color banners printed in biodegradable inks on recycled bond paper. Drake picked up a sheet.
This is recycled? It looks damn good.
Actually, it's fresh paper. The designer looked nervous, but no one will know.
You didn't tell me that,
Drake said.
It's essential that recycled materials look good.
And they do, sir, don't worry.
Then let's move on.
He turned to the PR people.
What's the timeline of the campaign?
It's a standard starburst launch to bring public awareness to abrupt climate change, the first rep said, standing up. We have our initial press break on Sunday morning talk shows and in the Sunday newspaper supplements. They'll be talking about the start of the conference Wednesday and interviewing major photogenic principals, Stanford, Levine, the other people who show well on TV. We've given enough lead time to get into all the major weekly news books around the world. Time, Newsweek, Der Spiegel, Paris Match, Augie, The Economist. Altogether, 50 news magazines to inform lead opinion makers. We've asked for cover stories, accepting banner folds with a graphic. Anything less, and they didn't get us. We expect covers on at least 20. Okay, Drake said, nodding.
We start the conference on Wednesday. Well-known charismatic environmentalists and major politicians from industrialized nations are scheduled to appear. We have delegates from around the world, so B-roll reaction shots of the audience will be satisfactorily color-mixed. Industrialized countries now include India and Korea and Japan, of course. The Chinese delegation will participate, but there will be no speakers. Our 200 invited television journalists will stay at the Hilton, and we have interview facilities there as well as in the conference halls, so our speakers can spread the message to video audiences around the world. We will also have a number of print media people to carry the word to elite opinion makers, the ones that read but do not watch TV. Good, Drake said. He appeared pleased. Each day's theme will be identified by a distinctive graphic icon, emphasizing flood, fire, rising sea levels, drought, icebergs, typhoons, and hurricanes, and so on. Each day we have a fresh contingent of politicians from around the world coming to attend and give interviews explaining the high level of their dedication and concern about this newly emerging problem. Good. Good. Drake nodded. The politicians will stay for only a day, some only a few hours, and they will not have time to attend the conferences beyond a brief photo op showing them in the audience. But they are briefed and will be effective. Then we have local school children, grades 4 to 7, coming each day to learn about the dangers, the catastrophe in their futures. And we have educational kits for grade school teachers, so they can teach their kids about the crisis of abrupt climate change. When do those kits go out? They're going out today, but now we'll hold them for rebannering. Okay, Drake said. And for high schools? We have some trouble there, the PR guy said. We showed the kits to a sample of high school science teachers and what? Drake said. The feedback we got was they might not go over so well. Drake's expression turned dark. And why not? Well, the high school curriculum is very college-oriented, and there isn't a lot of room for electives. This is hardly an elective, and they felt it was all speculative and unsubstantiated. They kept saying things like, "Where's the hard science here?" "Just reporting, sir." "God damn it," Drake said. "It is not speculative. It is happening." Perhaps we didn't get the right materials that show what you are saying." "Ah, fuck, never mind now," Drake said. "Just trust me, it's happening. Count on it." He turned and said in a surprised voice, "Evans, how long have you been here?" Peter Evans had been standing in the doorway for at least 2 minutes and had overheard a good deal of the conversation. "Just got here, Mr. Drake." "All right." Drake turned to the others. "I think we've gone through this. Evans, you come with me." Drake shut the door to his office. "I need your counsel, Peter," he said quietly. He walked around to his desk, picked up some papers, and slid them toward Evans. "What the fuck is this?" Evans looked. "That is George's withdrawal of support." "Did you draw it up?" "I did." "Whose idea was paragraph 3A? "Paragraph 3A? Yes. Did you add that little bit of wisdom?" "I don't really remember." "Then let me refresh your memory," Drake said. He picked up the document and started to read. In the event of any claim that I am not of sound mind, there may be an attempt to obtain injunctive relief from the terms of this document. Therefore, this document authorizes the payment of $50,000 per week to Nerf while awaiting the judgment of a full trial. Said money shall be deemed sufficient to pay ongoing costs incurred by Nerf and shall, by said payment, deny injunctive relief. Did you write this, Evans?
I did.
Whose idea was it?
George's.
George is not a lawyer. He had help.
Not from me, Evans said. He more or less dictated that clause. I wouldn't have thought of it.
Drake snorted in disgust. $50,000 a week, he said. At that rate, it will take us 4 years to receive the $10 million grant.
That's what George wanted the document to say, Evans said.
But whose idea was it? Drake said. If it wasn't you, who was it?
I don't know.
Find out!
I don't know if I can, Evans said. I mean, George is dead now, and I don't know who he might have consulted. Drake glared at Evans.
Are you with us here, Peter, or not?
He started pacing back and forth.
Because this Venutu litigation is undoubtedly the most significant lawsuit we have ever filed.
He lapsed into his speech-making mode.
The stakes are enormous, Peter. Global warming is the greatest crisis facing mankind. You know that. I know that. Most of the civilized world knows that. We must act to save the planet before it is too late.
Yes, Evans said, I know that.
Do you?
Drake said.
We have a lawsuit, a very important lawsuit that needs our help. And $50,000 a week will strangle it.
Evans was sure that was not true. $50,000 is a lot of money, he said. I don't see why it should
Because it will!
Drake snapped.
Because I am telling you it will!
He seemed surprised by his own outburst. He gripped the desk, got control of himself.
Look, he said, we can never forget about our opponents here. The forces of industry are strong, phenomenally strong. And industry wants to be left alone to pollute. It wants to pollute here, and in Mexico, and in China, and wherever else it does its business. The stakes are huge.
I understand, Evans said.
Many powerful forces are taking an interest in this case, Peter.
Yes, I'm sure.
Forces that will stop at nothing to be sure that we lose it.
Evans frowned. What was Drake telling him?
Their influence is everywhere, Peter. They may have influence with members of your law firm, or other people you know. People whom you believe you can trust, but you can't. Because they are on the other side, and they don't even know it.
Evans said nothing. He was just looking at Drake.
Be prudent, Peter. Watch your back. Don't discuss what you are doing with anyone, except me. Try not to use your cell phone. Avoid email. And keep an eye out in case you are followed.
Okay. But actually, I've already been followed, Evans said. There's a blue Prius. Those were our guys. I don't know what they are doing. I called them off days ago.
Your guys?
Yes.
It's a new security firm we've been trying out. They're obviously not very competent.
I'm confused, Evans said. Nerf has a security firm?
Absolutely. For years now. Because of the danger we face. Please understand me. We are all in danger, Peter.
Don't you understand what this lawsuit means if we win?
trillions of dollars that industry must pay in the coming years to halt their emissions that are causing global warming. Trillions! With those stakes, a few lives don't matter. So be very damn careful. Evans said that he would. Drake shook his hand. I want to know who told George about the paragraph, Drake said, and I want that money freed up for us to use it as we see fit. This is all riding on you now, he said. Good luck, Peter. On his way out of the building, Evans ran into a young man who was sprinting up the stairs. They collided so hard that Evans was almost knocked down. The young man apologized hastily and continued on his way. He looked like one of the kids working on the conference. Evans wondered what the crisis could be. Now. When he got back outside, he looked down the street. The blue Prius was gone. He got into the car and drove back to Morton's to see Sarah. Holmby Hills, Tuesday, October 5th, 5:57 p.m. Traffic was heavy. He crept slowly along Sunset. He had plenty of time to think. The conversation with Drake left him feeling odd. There had been a funny quality to the actual meeting. As if it didn't really need to happen. As if Drake just wanted to make sure he was able to call Evans in and Evans would come. As if he were asserting his authority or something like that. Anyway, Evans felt something was off. And Evans also felt a little strange about the security firm. That just didn't seem right. After all, Nerf was one of the good guys. They shouldn't be sneaking around and following people. And Drake's paranoid warnings were somehow not persuasive. Drake was overreacting, as he so often did. Drake was dramatic by nature. He couldn't help it. Everything was a crisis. Everything was desperate. Everything was vitally important. He lived in a world of extreme urgency, but it wasn't necessarily the real world. Evans called his office, but Heather had gone for the day. He called Lowenstein's office and spoke to Lisa. "Listen," he said, "I need your help." Her voice was lower, conspiratorial. "Of course, Peter." "My apartment was robbed." "No. You too?" "Yes, me too. And I really need to talk to the police." "Well, yes, you certainly do. My goodness." "Did they take anything?" "I don't think so," he said. "But just to file a report, all that. I'm kind of busy right now dealing with Sarah. It may go later into the night." "Well, of course. Do you need me to deal with the police about your robbery?" "Could you?" he said. "It would help so much." "Why, of course, Peter," she said. "Leave it to me." She paused. When she spoke again, it was almost a whisper. "Is there anything you don't want the police to find?" "No," he said. "I mean, it's all right with me. Everybody in L.A. has a few bad habits. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here." "No, Lisa," he said. "Actually, I don't have any drugs, if that's what you mean." "Oh, no," she said quickly. "I wasn't assuming anything." "No pictures or anything like that?" "No, Lisa. Nothing, underage?" "Afraid not." "Okay. I just wanted to be sure." "Well, thanks for doing this. Now, to get in through the door," "I know," she said. "The key is under the back mat." "Yes." He paused. "How'd you know that?" "Peter," she said, sounding a little offended, "you can count on me to know things." "All right. Well, thanks." Don't mention it. Now what about Margot? How's she doing? Lisa said. She's fine. You went to see her? This morning, yes, and no, I mean at the hospital. Didn't you hear? Margot was coming back from the bank today and walked in while her apartment was being robbed. 3 robberies in one day. You, Margot, Sarah? What is going on? Do you know? No, Evans said. It's very mysterious. It is. But about Margot. Oh, yes. So I guess she decided to fight these guys. Which was the wrong thing to do, and they beat her up, maybe knocked her unconscious. She had a black eye, I heard, and while the cops were there interviewing her, she passed out. Got completely paralyzed and couldn't move, and she even stopped breathing. You're kidding. No! I had a long conversation with the detective who was there. He told me it just came over her, and she was unable to move, and was dark blue before the paramedics showed up and took her to UCLA. She's been in intensive care all afternoon. The doctors are waiting to ask her about the blue ring. What blue ring? Just before she became paralyzed, she was slurring her words, but she said something about the blue ring, or the blue ring of death. The blue ring of death, Evans said. What does that mean? They don't know. She isn't able to talk yet. Does she take drugs? No. She's a health nut, Evans said. Well, I hear the doctors say she'll be okay. It was some temporary paralysis. I'll go see her later, he said. When you do, will you call me afterward? And I'll handle your apartment, don't worry. It was dark when he got to Morton's house. The security people were gone. The only car parked in front was Sarah's Porsche. She opened the front door when he rang. She had changed into a tracksuit. Everything all right? He said. Yes, she said. They came into the hallway and they crossed to the living room. The lights were on, and the room was warm and inviting. Where are the security people? They left for dinner. They'll be back. They all left? They'll be back. I want to show you something, she said. She pulled out a wand with an electronic meter attached to it. She ran it over his body, like an airport security check. She tapped his left pocket. Empty it. The only thing in his pocket were his car keys. He dropped them on the coffee table. Sarah was running the wand over his chest, his jacket. She touched his right jacket pocket, gestured for him to empty it out. What's this about? He said. She shook her head and didn't speak. He pulled out a penny, set it on the counter. She waved her hand. More? He felt again. Nothing. She ran the wand over his car keys. There was a plastic rectangle on the chain, which unlocked his car door. She pried it open with a pocket knife. Hey, listen. The rectangle popped open. Evans saw electronic circuits inside, a watch battery. Sarah pulled out a tiny bit of electronics, hardly bigger than the tip of a lead pencil. Bingo! Is that what I think it is? She took the electronic unit and dropped it into a glass of water. Then she turned to the penny. She examined it minutely, then twisted it in her fingers. To Evans's surprise, it broke in half, revealing a small electronic center. She dropped that in the glass of water, too. Where's your car? She said. Out in front. We can check it later. He said, What's this about? The security guys found bugs on me, she said, and all over the house. The best guess is that was the reason for the robbery, to plant bugs. And guess what? You have bugs too. He looked around. Is the house okay? The house has been electronically swept and cleared. The guys found about a dozen bugs. Supposedly it's clean now. They sat together on the couch. Whoever is doing all this, they think we know something, she said, and I'm beginning to believe they're right. Evans told her about Morton's comments about the list. He bought a list? She said. Evans nodded. That's what he said. Did he say what kind of list? No. He was going to tell me more, but he never got around to it. He didn't say anything more to you when you were alone with him? Not that I remember. Going up on the plane? No. At the table at dinner? I don't think so, no. When you walked him to his car? No, he was singing all that time. It was sort of embarrassing, to tell you the truth. And then he got in his car. Wait a minute. Evans sat up. He did say one funny thing. What was that? It was some Buddhist philosophical saying. He told me to remember it. What was it? I don't remember, Evans said. At least, not exactly. It was something like, everything that matters is near where the Buddha sits. George wasn't interested in Buddhism, Sarah said. Why would he say that to you? Everything that matters is near where the Buddha sits, Evans said, repeating it again. He was staring forward into the media room adjacent to the living room. Sarah. Directly facing them, under dramatic overhead lighting, was a large wooden sculpture of a seated Buddha, Burmese, 14th century. Evans got up and walked into the media room. Sarah followed him. The sculpture was 4 feet high and mounted on a high pedestal. Evans walked around behind the statue. You think? Sarah said. Maybe. He ran his fingers around the base of the statue. There was a narrow space there, beneath the crossed legs, but he could feel nothing. He crouched, looked. Nothing. There were some wide cracks in the wood of the statue, but nothing was there. Maybe move the base, Evans said. It's on rollers, Sarah said. They slid it to one side, exposing nothing but white carpet. Evans sighed. Any other Buddhas around here? He said, looking around the room. Sarah was down on her hands and knees. Peter, she said. What? Look. He crouched down. There was a roughly 1-inch gap between the base of the pedestal and the floor. Barely visible in that gap was the corner of an envelope, attached to the inside of the pedestal. I'll be damned. It's an envelope. She slid her fingers in. Can you reach it? I think so. Got it. She pulled it out. It was a business-size envelope, sealed and unmarked. This could be it, she said, excited. Peter, I think we may have found it. The lights went out, and the house was plunged into darkness. They scrambled to their feet. What happened? Evans said. It's okay, she said. The emergency generator will cut in at any second. Actually, it won't, a voice in the darkness said. 2 powerful flashlights shone directly in their faces. Evans squinted in the harsh light. Sarah raised her hand to cover her eyes. May I have the envelope, please? The voice said. Sarah said, No! There was a mechanical click, like the cocking of a gun. We'll take the envelope, the voice said, one way or another. No, you won't, Sarah said. Standing beside her, Evans whispered, Sarah! "Shut up, Peter. They can't have it."
"We'll shoot if we have to," the voice said.
"Sarah, give them the fucking envelope," Evans said. "Let them take it," Sarah said defiantly. "Sarah!"
"Bitch!"
the voice screamed, and a gunshot sounded. Evans was embroiled in chaos and blackness. There was another scream. One of the flashlights bounced on the floor and rolled, pointing in a corner. In the shadows, Evans saw a large, dark figure attack Sarah, who screamed and kicked. Without thinking, Evans threw himself against the attacker, grabbing an arm and a leather jacket. He could smell the man's beery breath, hear him grunting. Then someone else pulled him off, slamming him to the ground, and he was kicked in the ribs. He rolled away, banging against the furniture, and then a new deep voice held up a flashlight and said, "Move away now!" Immediately, the attacker stopped fighting with them and turned to this new voice. Evans looked back to see Sarah, who was on the floor. Another man got up and turned toward the flashlight. There was a crackling sound, and the man screamed and fell backward. The flashlight swung to the man who had been kicking Peter. "You! Down!" The man immediately lay on the carpet. "Face down!" The man rolled over. "That's better," the new voice said. "Are you two all right?" "I'm fine," Sarah said, panting, staring into the light. "Who the hell are you?" "Sarah," the voice said. "I'm disappointed you don't recognize me." Just then the lights came back up in the room. Sarah said, "John!" And to Evans's astonishment, she stepped across the body of the fallen attacker to give a grateful hug to John Kenner, professor of geo-environmental engineering at MIT. Holmby Hills, Tuesday, October 5th, 8:03 p.m. "I think I deserve an explanation," Evans said. Kenner had crouched down and was handcuffing the two men lying on the floor. The first man was still unconscious. "It's a modulated taser," Kenner said. "Shoots a 500 megahertz dart that delivers a 4-millisecond jolt that inactivates cerebellar functioning. Down you go. Unconsciousness is immediate, but it only lasts a few minutes." "No," Evans said. "I meant—" "Why am I here?" Kenner said, looking up with a faint smile. "Yes." "He's a good friend of George's," Sarah said. "He is?" Evans said. "Since when?" "Since we all met a while back," Kenner said. "And I believe you remember my associate Sanyong Tapa as well." A compact, muscular young man with dark skin and a crew cut came into the room. As before, Evans was struck by his vaguely military bearing and his British accent. "Lights are all back on, Professor," Sanyong Tapa said. "Should I call the police?" "Not just yet," Kenner said. "Give me a hand here, Sanyong." Together, Kenner and his friend went through the pockets of the handcuffed men. "As I thought," Kenner said, straightening at last. "No identification on them." "Who are they?" "That'll be a question for the police," he said. The men were beginning to cough and wake up. "Sanyong, let's get them to the front door." They hauled the intruders to their feet and half led, half dragged them out of the room. Evans was alone with Sarah. How did Kenner get in the house? He was in the basement. He's been searching the house most of the afternoon. "And why didn't you tell me?" "I asked her not to," Kenner said, walking back into the room. "I wasn't sure about you. This is a complicated business." He rubbed his hands together. "Now then, shall we have a look at that envelope?" "Yes." Sarah sat down on the couch and tore it open. A single sheet of paper neatly folded was inside. She stared at it in disbelief. Her face fell. "What is it?" Evans said. Without a word, she handed it to him. It was a bill from the Edwards Fine Art Display Company of Torrance, California, for construction of a wooden pedestal to support a statue of a Buddha, dated 3 years ago. Feeling dejected, Evan sat down on the couch next to Sarah. "What?" Kenner said. "Giving up already?" "I don't know what else to do." "You can begin by telling me exactly what George Morton said to you." "I don't remember exactly." "Tell me what you do remember." "He said it was a philosophical saying, and it was something like, 'Everything that matters is near where the Buddha sits.'" "No, that's impossible," Kenner said, in a definite tone. "Why?" "He wouldn't have said that." "Why?" Kenner sighed. "I should think it's self-evident. If he was giving instructions, which we presume he was, he wouldn't be so inexact. So he must have said something else." "That's all I remember," Evans said, defensively. Evans found Kenner's quick matter to be brusque, almost insulting. He was beginning not to like this man. "That's all you remember," Kenner said. "Let's try again. Where did George make this statement to you? It must have been after you left the lobby." At first, Evans was puzzled. Then he remembered. "Were you there?" "Yes, I was. I was in the parking lot off to one side." "Why?" Evans said. "We'll discuss that later," Kenner said. "You were telling me you and George went outside?" "Yes," Evans said. "We went outside. It was cold, and George stopped singing when he felt the cold. We were standing on the steps of the hotel waiting for the car." "Uh-huh." "And when it came, he got into the Ferrari, and I was worried he shouldn't be driving, and I asked him about that, and George said, 'This reminds me of a philosophical saying,' and I said, 'What is it?' And he said, 'Everything that matters is not far from where the Buddha sits.'" "Not far," Kenner said. "That's what he said." "All right," Kenner said. "And at this moment you were—" "Leaning over the car." "The Ferrari?" "Yes." "Leaning over. And when George told you this philosophical saying, what did you answer back?" "I just asked him not to drive." "Did you repeat the phrase?" "No," Evans said. "Why not?" "Because I was worried about him. He shouldn't be driving. Anyway, I remember thinking it was sort of awkwardly phrased, 'not remote from where the Buddha sits.'" "Not remote?" Kenner said. "Yes," Evans said. "He said to you, 'not remote.'" "Yes." "Much better," Kenner said. He was moving restlessly around the room, his eyes flicking from object to object, touching things, dropping them, moving on. "Why is it much better?" Evans said irritably. Kenner gestured around the room. "Look around you, Peter. What do you see?" "I see a media room." "Exactly. Well, I don't understand." "Sit down on the couch, Peter." Evans sat down, still furious. He crossed his arms over his chest and glowered at Kenner. The doorbell rang. They were interrupted by the arrival of the police. Kenner said, "Let me handle this. It's easier if they don't see you." And he again walked out of the room. From the hallway, they heard several low voices discussing the two captured intruders. It sounded all very chummy. Evans said, "Does Kenner have something to do with law enforcement?" "Not exactly." "What does that mean?" "He just seems to know people." Evans stared at her. "He knows people," he repeated. "Different sorts of people, yes. He sent George off to see a lot of them. Kenner has a tremendously wide range of contacts, particularly in the environmental area." Is that what the Center for Risk Analysis does? Environmental risks? I'm not sure. Why is he on sabbatical? You should ask him these things. Okay. You don't like him, do you? She said. I like him fine. I just think he's a conceited asshole. He's very sure of himself, she said. Assholes usually are. Evans got up and walked to where he could see into the hallway. Kenner was talking to the policeman, signing some documents, and turning over the intruders. The police were joking with him. Standing to one side was the dark man, Sanyong. And what about the little guy with him? Sanyong Tapa? She said. Kenner met him in Nepal when he was climbing a mountain there. Sanyong was a Nepali military officer assigned to help a team of scientists studying soil erosion in the Himalaya. Kenner invited him back to the States to work with him. I remember now. Kenner is a mountain climber, too, and he was almost on the Olympic ski team. Evans couldn't conceal his annoyance. Sarah said, He's a remarkable man, Peter, even if you don't like him. Evans returned to the couch, sat down again, folded his arms. Well, you're right about that, he said. I don't. I have the feeling you're not alone there, she said. The list of people who dislike John Kenner is a long one. Evans snorted and said nothing. They were still sitting on the couch when Kenner came bounding back into the room. He was again rubbing his hands. All right, he said. All the two boys have to say is that they want to talk to a lawyer, and they seem to know one, imagine that. But we'll know more in a few hours. He turned to Peter. So, mystery solved? Concerning the Buddha? Evans glared at him. No. Really? It's quite straightforward. Why don't you just tell us? Evans said. Reach your right hand out to the end table, Kenner said. Evans put his hand out. There were 5 remote controls on the table. Yes, he said. And? What are they for? It's a media room, Evans said. I think we've established that. Yes, Kenner said. But what are they for? Obviously, Evans said, to control the television, the satellite, the DVD, the VHS, all that. Which one does which? Kenner said. Evans stared at the table, and suddenly he got it. Oh my God, he said. You're absolutely right. He was flipping them over one after another. This one's the flat panel, DVD, satellite, high def... He stopped. There was one more. Looks like there are 2 DVD controllers. The second one was stubby and black, and had all the usual buttons, but it was slightly lighter than the other. Evans pulled open the battery compartment. Only one battery was there. In place of the other was a tightly rolled piece of paper. Bingo, he said. He took the paper out. All that matters is not remote from where the Buddha sits. That's what George had said, which meant that this paper was all that matters. Carefully, Evans unrolled the tiny sheet and pressed it flat on the coffee table with the heel of his hand, smoothing out the wrinkles. And then he stared. The paper contained nothing but columns of numbers and words. The words were terror, snake, laughter, scorpion, alt, terror, sever, conch, scorpion, alt, terror, buzzard, old man, scorpion, alt, terror, black mesa, snarl, scorpion. Evans said, Is this what everybody's after? Sarah was looking at the paper over his shoulder. I don't get it. What does it mean? Evans passed the paper to Kenner. He hardly glanced at it before he said, No wonder they were so desperate to get this back. You know what it is? There's no doubt about what it is. Kenner said, handing the paper to Sanyong. It's a list of geographic locations. Locations? Where? We'll have to calculate that, Sanyong said. They're recorded in UTM, which may mean the listing was intended for pilots. Kenner saw the blank looks on the others' faces. The world is a globe, he said, and maps are flat. Therefore, all maps are projections of a sphere onto a flat surface. One projection is the universal transverse Mercator grid, which divides the globe into 6-degree grids. It was originally a military projection, but some pilot charts use it. Evans said, So these numbers are latitude and longitude in a different form. Correct, a military form. Kenner ran his finger down the page. It appears to be several alternate sets of 4 locations. But in every instance, the first and last locations are the same. For whatever reason. He frowned and stared off into space. Is that bad? Sarah said. I'm not sure, Kenner said. But it might be, yes. He looked at Sanyong. Sanyong nodded gravely. What is today? He said. Tuesday. Then, time is very short. Kenner said, Sarah, we're going to need George's plane. How many pilots does he have? 2, usually. We'll need at least 4. How soon can you get them? I don't know. Where do you want to go? She said. Chile. Chile? And leave when? As soon as possible, no later than midnight. It'll take me some time to arrange. Then get started now, Kenner said. Time is short, Sarah, very short. Evans watched Sarah go out of the room. He turned back to Kenner. Okay, he said, I give up. What's in Chile? A suitable airfield, I presume. With adequate jet fuel. Kenner snapped his fingers. Good point, Peter. Sarah, he called into the next room. What kind of a plane is it? G5, she called back. Kenner turned to Sanyong Tappa, who had taken out a small handheld computer and was tapping away at it. Are you connected to Akamai? Yes. Was I right? I've only checked the first location so far, Sanyong said, but yes, we need to go to Chile. Then terror is terror, Kenner said. I think so, yes. Evans looked from one man to the other. Terror is terror? He said, puzzled. That's right, Kenner said. Sanyong said, You know, Peter's got a point. Evans said, Are you guys ever going to tell me what's going on? Yes, Kenner said. But first you have your passport. I always carry it. Good man. Kenner turned back to Sanyong. What point? It's UTM, Professor. It's a 6-degree grid. Of course, Kenner said, snapping his fingers again. What's the matter with me? I give up, Evans said. What's the matter with you? But Kenner didn't answer. Now he seemed almost hyperactive, his fingers twitching nervously as he picked up the remote control from the table beside Peter and peered at it closely, turning it in the light. Finally he spoke. A 6-degree grid, Kenner said. That means these locations are only accurate to 1,000 meters, roughly half a mile. That's simply not good enough. Why? How accurate should it be? 3 meters, Sanyong said. About 10 feet. Assuming they are using PPS, Kenner said, still squinting at the remote control. In which case, I thought so. It's the oldest trick in the book. He pulled the entire back of the remote off, exposing the circuit board. He lifted that away to reveal a second folded sheet of paper. It was thin, hardly more than tissue paper. It contained rows of numbers and symbols. "All right," Kenner said. "This is more like it." "And these are?" Evans said. "True coordinates, presumably for the same locations." "Terror is terror," Evans said. He was starting to feel foolish. Kenner said, "Yes. We're talking about Mount Terror, Peter. An inactive volcano. You have heard of it?" "No." "Well, we're going there." "Where is it?" "I thought you'd have guessed that by now," Kenner said. "It's in Antarctica, Peter." Part 2. Terror. To Punta Arenas, Tuesday, October 5th, 9:44 p.m. Van Nuys Airport sank beneath them. The jet turned south, crossing the flat, glowing expanse of the Los Angeles basin. The flight attendant brought Evans coffee. On the little screen it said 6,204 miles to destination. Flying time was nearly 12 hours. The flight attendant asked them if they wanted dinner, and went off to prepare it. "All right," Evans said. 3 hours ago, I'm coming to help Sarah deal with a robbery. Now I'm flying to Antarctica. Isn't it time somebody told me what this is about?" Kenner nodded. "Have you heard of the Environmental Liberation Front, ELF?" "No," Evans said, shaking his head. "Not me," Sarah said. "It's an underground extremist group, supposedly made up of ex-Greenpeace and Earth First types who thought those organizations had gone soft. ELF engages in violence on behalf of environmental causes. They burned hotels in Colorado, houses on Long Island, spiked trees in Michigan, torched cars in California." Evans nodded. "I read about them. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies can't infiltrate them because the organizations consist of separate cells that never communicate with one another." "Yes," Kenner said, "supposedly. But cell phone conversations have been recorded. We've known for some time that the group was going global, planning a series of major events around the world, starting a few days from now." "What kind of events?" Kenner shook his head. "That we don't know. But we have reason to think they'll be big and destructive." Sarah said, "What does this have to do with George Morton?" "Funding," Kenner said. "If ELF is preparing actions around the world, they need a lot of money. The question is, where are they getting it?" "Are you saying George has funded an extremist group?" "Not intentionally. ELF is a criminal organization, but even so, radical groups like PETA fund them. Frankly, it's a disgrace. But the question became whether better-known environmental groups were funding them too." "Better-known groups like who?" "Any of them," Kenner said. "Wait a minute," Sarah said. "Are you suggesting that the Audubon Society and the Sierra Club fund terrorist groups?" "No," Kenner said, "but I'm telling you that nobody knows exactly what any of these groups do with their money because government oversight of foundations and charities is extraordinarily lax. They don't get audited. The books don't get inspected. Environmental groups in the U.S. generate $500 million a year. What they do with it is unsupervised." Evans frowned. "And George knew this?" When I met him, Kenner said, he was already worrying about Nerf, what it was doing with its money. It dispenses $44 million a year. Evans said, "You're not going to tell me that Nerf—" "Not directly," Kenner said. "But Nerf spends nearly 60% of its money on fundraising. It can't admit that, of course. It'd look bad. It gets around the numbers by contracting nearly all of its work to outside direct mail advertisers and telephone solicitation groups. These groups have misleading names, like the International Wildlife Preservation Fund. That's an Omaha-based direct mail organization that in turn outsources the work to Costa Rica." "You're kidding," Evans said. "No, I am not. And last year the IWPF spent $650,000 to gather information on environmental issues, including $300,000 to something called the Rainforest Action and Support Coalition, RASC, which turns out to be a drop box in Elmira, New York, and an equal sum to Seismic Services in Calgary, another drop box." "You mean a drop box, a dead end." That was the true basis of the disagreement between Morton and Drake. Morton felt that Drake wasn't minding the store. That's why he wanted an external audit of the organization, and when Drake refused, Morton got really worried. Morton is on the Nerf board. He has liability. So he hired a team of private investigators to investigate Nerf. "He did?" Evans said. Kenner nodded. 2 weeks ago. Evans turned to Sarah. "Did you know this?" She looked away, then back. "He told me I couldn't tell anyone. George did?" "I did," Kenner said. "So you were behind this?" "No, I merely consulted with George. It was his ball game. But the point is, once you outsource the money, you no longer control how it is spent. Or you have deniability about how it is spent." "Jesus," Evans said. "All this time I just thought George was worried about the Vanuatu lawsuit." "No," Kenner said. "The lawsuit is probably hopeless. It is very unlikely it will ever go to trial." "But Balder said when he gets good sea level data." "Balder already has the good data. He has had it for months." "What?" "The data show no rise in South Pacific sea levels for the last 30 years. "What?" Kenner turned to Sarah. "Is he always like this?" The flight attendant set out placemats, napkins, and silverware. "I've got fusilli pasta with chicken, asparagus, and sun-dried tomatoes," she said, "and a mixed green salad to follow. Would anyone like wine?" "White wine," Evans said. "I have Pellini Montrachet. I'm not sure of the year. I think it's 98. Mr. Morton usually kept 98 on board." "Just give me the whole bottle," Evans said, trying to make a joke. Kenner had unnerved him. Earlier in the evening, Kenner had been excited, almost twitchy nervous. But now, sitting on the airplane, he was very still, implacable. He had the manner of a man who was telling obvious truths, even though none of it was obvious to Peter. "I had it all wrong," Evans said finally. "If what you're saying is true." Kenner just nodded slowly. Evans thought, "He's letting me put it together." He turned to Sarah. "Did you know this too?" "No," she said, "but I knew something was wrong. George was very upset for the last 2 weeks." "You think that's why he gave that speech and then killed himself?" "He wanted to embarrass Nerf," Kenner said. "He wanted intense media scrutiny of that organization because he wanted to stop what is about to happen." The wine came in cut glass crystal. Evans gulped it, held out his glass for more. "And what is about to happen?" he said. "According to the list, there will be 4 events," Kenner said, "in 4 locations in the world, roughly 1 day apart." "What kind of events?" Kenner shook his head. "We now have 3 good clues." Sanyong fingered his napkin. "This is real linen," he said, in an awestruck tone, "and real crystal." "Nice, huh?" Evans said, draining his glass again. Sarah said, "What are the clues?" "The first is the fact that the timing is not exact. You might think a terrorist event would be precisely planned, down to the minute. These events are not. Maybe the group isn't all that well organized. I doubt that's the explanation. The second clue we got tonight, and it's very important," Kenner said. "As you saw from the list, there are several alternate locations for these events. Again, you'd think a terrorist organization would pick one location and stick to it. But this group hasn't done that." "Why not?" "I assume it reflects the kind of events that are planned. There must be some uncertainty inherent in the event itself, or the conditions needed for it to take place." "Pretty vague." "It's more than we knew 12 hours ago." "And the third clue?" Evans said, gesturing to the flight attendant to refill his glass. "The third clue we've had for some time. Certain government agencies track the sale of restricted high technologies that might be useful to terrorists. For example, they track everything that can be used in nuclear weapons production, centrifuges, certain metals, and so on. They track the sale of all conventional high explosives. They track certain critical biotechnologies. And they track equipment that might be used to disrupt communications networks. That generate electromagnetic impulses, for example, or high-intensity radio frequencies." "Yes?" "They do this work with neural network pattern recognition computers that search for regularities in great masses of data. In this case, basically thousands of sales invoices. About 8 months ago, the computers detected a very faint pattern that seemed to indicate a common origin for the widely scattered sale of certain field and electronic equipment." "How did the computer decide that?" "The computer doesn't tell you that. It just reports the pattern, which is then investigated by agents on the ground. And the pattern was confirmed. ELF is buying very sophisticated high technology from companies in Vancouver, London, Osaka, Helsinki, and Seoul." "What kind of equipment?" Evans said. Kenner ticked them off on his fingers. "Fermentation tanks for AOB primers. That's ammonia oxidizing bacteria. Mid-level particle dispersal units, military grade. Tectonic impulse generators, transportable MHD units, hypersonic cavitation generators, resonant impact processor assemblies." "I don't know what any of that is," Evans said. "Few people do," Kenner said. "Some of it's fairly standard environmental technology, like the AOB primer tanks. They're used in industrial wastewater treatment. Some of it's military but sold on the open market, and some of it's highly experimental. But it's all expensive." Sarah said, "But how is it going to be used?" Kenner shook his head. "Nobody knows. That's what we're going to find out." "How do you think it's going to be used?" "I hate to speculate," Kenner said. He picked up a basket of rolls. "Bread, anyone?" To Punta Arenas, Wednesday, October 6th, 3:01 a.m. The jet flew through the night. The front of the cabin was darkened. Sarah and Sanyong were sleeping on makeshift beds, but Evans couldn't sleep. He sat in the back, staring out the window at the carpet of clouds glowing silver in the moonlight. Kenner sat opposite him. "It's a beautiful world, isn't it?" he said. "Water vapor is one of the distinctive features of our planet. Makes such beauty. It's surprising there is so little scientific understanding of how water vapor behaves." "Really?" "The atmosphere is a bigger mystery than anyone will admit. Simple example. No one can say for sure if global warming will result in more clouds or fewer clouds." "Wait a minute," Evans said. "Global warming is going to raise the temperature, so more moisture will evaporate from the ocean, and more moisture means more clouds." "That's one idea. But the higher temperature also means more water vapor in the air, and therefore fewer clouds." "So which is it?" "Nobody knows." "Then how do they make computer models of climate?" Evans said. Kenner smiled. "As far as cloud cover is concerned, they guess." "They guess?" "Well, they don't call it a guess. They call it an estimate, or a parameterization, or an approximation. But if you don't understand something, you can't approximate it. You're really just guessing." Evans felt the beginnings of a headache. He said, "I think it's time for me to get some sleep." "Good idea," Kenner said, glancing at his watch. "We still have another 8 hours before we land." The flight attendant gave Evans some pajamas. He went into the bathroom to change. When he came out, Kenner was still sitting there, staring out the window at the moonlit clouds. Against his better judgment, Evans said, "By the way, you said earlier that the Vanuatu lawsuit won't go to trial." "That's right." "Why not? Because of the sea level data?" "In part, yes. It's hard to claim global warming is flooding your country if sea levels aren't rising." "It's hard to believe sea levels aren't rising," Evans said. "Everything you read says that they are. All the television reports." Kenner said, "Remember African killer bees? There was talk of them for years. They're here now, and apparently there's no problem. Remember Y2K? Everything you read back then said disaster was imminent, went on for months. But in the end, it just wasn't true." Evans thought that Y2K didn't prove anything about sea levels. He felt an urge to argue that point, but found himself suppressing a yawn. "It's late," Kenner said. "We can talk all about this in the morning." "You're not going to sleep?" "Not yet. I have work to do." Evans went forward to where the others were sleeping. He lay down across the aisle from Sarah and pulled the covers up to his chin. Now his feet were exposed. He sat up, wrapped the blanket around his toes, and then lay down again. The blanket only came to mid-shoulder. He thought about getting up and asking the flight attendant for another, and then he slept. He awoke to harsh, glaring sunlight. He heard the clink of silverware and smelled coffee. Evans rubbed his eyes and sat up. In the back of the plane, the others were eating breakfast. He looked at his watch. He'd slept for more than 6 hours. He walked to the back of the plane. "Better eat," Sarah said. "We land in an hour." They stepped out onto the runway of Marcel Del Mar, shivering in the chill wind that whipped in off the ocean. The land around them was low, green, marshy, and cold. In the distance, Evans saw the jagged, snow-covered spires of the El Fagara range of southern Chile. "I thought this was summer," he said. "It is," Kenner said. "Late spring, anyway." The airfield consisted of a small wooden terminal and a row of corrugated steel hangars, like oversized Quonset huts. There were 7 or 8 other aircraft on the field, all 4-engine prop planes. Some had skis that were retracted above the landing wheels. "Right on time," Kenner said, pointing to the hills beyond the airport. A Land Rover was bouncing toward them. "Let's go." Inside the little terminal, which was little more than a single large room, its walls covered with faded stained air charts, the group tried on parkas, boots, and other gear brought by the Land Rover. The parkas were all bright red or orange. "I tried to get everybody's size right," Kenner said. "Make sure you take long johns and microfleece, too." Evans glanced at Sarah. She was sitting on the floor, pulling on heavy socks and boots. Then she unselfconsciously stripped down to her bra and pulled a fleece top over her head. Her movements were quick, businesslike. She didn't look at any of the men. Sanyong was staring at the charts on the wall and seemed particularly interested in one. Evans went over. "What is it?" "It's the record from the weather station at Punta Arenas near here. It's the closest city to Antarctica in the world." He tapped the chart and laughed. "There's your global warming." Evans frowned at the chart. "Finish up, everybody," Kenner said, glancing at his watch. "Our plane leaves in 10 minutes. Evans said, "Where exactly are we going?" "To the base nearest Mount Terror. It's called Waddell Station, run by New Zealanders." "What's there?" "Not much, mate," the Land Rover driver said, and he laughed. "But the way the weather's been lately, you'll be lucky if you can get there at all." To Waddell Station, Wednesday, October 6th, 8:04 a.m. Evans stared out of the narrow window of the Hercules. The vibration of the props made him feel sleepy, but he was fascinated by what he saw beneath him. Mile after mile of gray ice, a vista broken by intermittent fog, and the occasional outcrop of black rock. It was a monochromatic, sunless world, and it was huge. "Enormous," Kenner said. "People have no perspective on Antarctica, because it appears as a fringe at the bottom of most maps. But in fact, Antarctica is a major feature on the Earth's surface, and a major factor in our climate. It's a big continent, 1.5 times the size of either Europe or the United States, and it holds 90% of all the ice on the planet." 90%? Sarah said. "You mean there's only 10% in the rest of the world?" "Actually, since Greenland has 4%. All the other glaciers in the world, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, the Himalayas, Sweden, Norway, Canada, Siberia, they all account for 6% of the planet's ice. The overwhelming majority of the frozen water of our planet is in the continent of Antarctica. In many places, the ice is 5 or 6 miles thick." "No wonder they're concerned that the ice here is melting," Evans said. Kenner said nothing. Sanyong was shaking his head. Evans said, "Come on, guys. Antarctica is melting." "Actually, it's not," Sanyong said. "I can give you the references if you like." Kenner said, "While you were asleep, Sanyong and I were talking about how to clarify things for you, since you seem to be so ill-informed." "Ill-informed?" Evans said, stiffening. "I don't know what else one would call it," Kenner said. "Your heart may be in the right place, Peter, but you simply don't know what you're talking about." "Hey," he said, controlling his anger. "Antarctica is melting. You think repetition makes something true?" The data show that one relatively small area, called the Antarctic Peninsula, is melting and calving huge icebergs. That's what gets reported year after year. But the continent as a whole is getting colder, and the ice is getting thicker. Antarctica is getting colder? Sanyong had taken out a laptop and was hooking it up to a small portable bubble jet printer. He flipped open his laptop screen. "What we decided," Kenner said, "is that we're going to give you references from now on, because it's too boring to try and explain everything to you." A sheet of paper began to buzz out of the printer. Sanyong passed it to Evans. "Okay, well, I see slight cooling referred to here," Evans said. "I also see warming of the peninsula of several degrees. That certainly seems more significant, and that peninsula's a pretty big part of the continent, isn't it?" He tossed the paper aside. "Frankly, I'm not impressed." Sanyong said, "The peninsula is 2% of the continent, and frankly, I am surprised that you do not comment on the most significant fact in the data you were given." "Which is?" "When you said earlier that the Antarctic is melting," Sanyong said, "were you aware that it has been melting for the last 6,000 years?" "Not specifically, no. But generally you knew that." "No," Evans said. "I wasn't aware of that." "You thought that the Antarctic melting was something new?" "I thought it was melting faster than previously," Evans said. "Maybe we won't bother anymore," Kenner said. Sanyong nodded and started to put the computer away. No, Evans said. "I'm interested in what you have to say. I'm not close-minded about this. I'm ready to hear new information." "You just did," Kenner said. Evans picked up the sheet of paper again and folded it carefully. He slipped it into his pocket. "These studies are probably financed by the coal industry," he said. "Probably," Kenner said. "I'm sure that explains it. But then everybody's paid by somebody. Who pays your salary?" "My law firm." "And who pays them?" "The clients. We have several hundred clients." "You do work for all of them?" "Me personally, no. In fact, you do most of your work for environmental clients." Kenner said. "Isn't that true?" "Mostly, yes." "Would it be fair to say that the environmental clients pay your salary?" Kenner said. "You could make that argument." "I'm just asking, Peter. Would it be fair to say environmentalists pay your salary?" "Yes." "Okay. Then would it be fair to say the opinions you hold are because you work for environmentalists?" "Of course not." "You mean you're not a paid flunky for the environmental movement?" "No, the fact is, you're not an environmental stooge. A mouthpiece for a great fundraising and media machine, a multi-billion-dollar industry in its own right, with its own private agenda that's not necessarily in the public interest. God damn it! Is this pissing you off?" Kenner said. "You're damn right it is." "Good," Kenner said. "Now you know how legitimate scientists feel when their integrity is impugned by slimy characterizations, such as the one you just made. Sanyong and I gave you a careful peer-reviewed interpretation of data, made by several groups of scientists from several different countries, and your response was first to ignore it, and then to make an ad hominem attack. You didn't answer the data. You didn't provide counter-evidence. You just smeared with innuendo." "Oh, fuck you," Evans said. "You think you have an answer for everything, but there's only one problem. Nobody agrees with you. Nobody in the world thinks that Antarctica is getting colder. These scientists do." Kenner said. "They published the data." Evans threw up his hands. "The hell with it," he said. "I don't want to talk about this anymore." He walked to the front of the plane and sat down, crossed his arms, and stared out the window. Kenner looked at Sanyong and Sarah. "Anyone feel like coffee?" Sarah had watched Kenner and Evans with a certain amount of uneasiness. Even though she had worked for the past 2 years for Morton, she had never shared her employer's passion for environmental issues. All during that time, Sarah had been in a tempestuous, exciting relationship with a handsome young actor. Their time together consisted of an unending series of passionate evenings, angry confrontations, slammed doors, tearful reconciliations, jealousies, and infidelities. And it had consumed her more than she cared to admit. The truth was that she paid no more attention to Nerf or Morton's other environmental interests than the job required. At least until the son of a bitch actor appeared in the pages of People magazine with a young actress from his TV show, and Sarah finally decided she had had enough, erased the guy from her cell phone, and threw herself into her work. But she certainly held the same general view about the state of the world as Evans did. Perhaps Evans was more aggressive in his stating his views and more trusting of his assumptions, but she basically agreed with him. And here was Kenner, casting doubt after doubt. It left her wondering whether Kenner was really correct about everything he was saying. And it also made her wonder just how he and Morton had become friends. She asked Kenner, "Did you have these same discussions with George?" "In the last weeks of his life, yes." "And did he argue with you the way Evans is?" "No." Kenner shook his head, because by then he knew. Knew what? They were interrupted by the pilot's voice on the intercom. "Good news," he said. "The weather's broken over Waddell, and we will land in 10 minutes. For those of you who have never made a landing on ice, seat belts should be low and tight, and all your gear safely stowed, and we really mean it." The plane began a slow, curving descent. Sarah looked out the window at a crusty expanse of white snow-covered ice. In the distance, she saw a series of brightly colored buildings, red, blue, green, built on a cliff, overlooking the gray and choppy ocean. "That's Waddell Station," Kenner said. Waddell Station, Wednesday, October 6th, 11:04 a.m. Trudging toward structures that looked like oversized children's building blocks, Evans kicked a clump of ice out of his path. He was in a grumpy mood. He felt relentlessly bullied by Kenner, whom he now recognized as one of those perpetual contrarians who argued almost all conventional wisdom simply because it was conventional. But since Evans was stuck with this lunatic, at least for the next few days, he decided to avoid Kenner as much as possible, and certainly not engage him in any more conversations. There was no point in arguing with extremists. He looked at Sarah, walking across the ice airfield beside him. Her cheeks were flushed in the cold air. She looked very beautiful. "I think the guy is a nut," Evans said. "Kenner?" "Yeah. What do you think?" She shrugged. "Maybe. I bet those references he gave me are fake," he said. "They'll be easy enough to check," she said. They stamped their feet and entered the first building. Waddell Research Station turned out to be home to 30-odd scientists, graduate students, technicians, and support staff. Evans was pleasantly surprised to find it was quite comfortable inside, with a cheerful cafeteria, a game room, and a large gym with a row of treadmills. There were big picture windows with views of the choppy, restless ocean. Other windows looked out over the vast, white expanse of the Ross ice shelf, stretching away to the west. The head of the station greeted them warmly. He was a heavy-set, bearded scientist named McGregor who looked like Santa Claus in a Patagonia vest. Evans was annoyed that McGregor seemed to know Kenner, at least by reputation. The two men immediately struck up a friendly conversation. Evans excused himself, saying he wanted to check his email. He was shown to a room with several computer terminals. He signed on to one and went directly to the site for Science magazine. It took him only a few minutes to determine that the references Sanyong had given him were genuine. Evans read the online abstracts and then the full text. He began to feel a little better. Kenner had summarized the raw data correctly, but he had drawn a different interpretation from that of the authors. The authors of these papers were firmly committed to the idea of global warming and said so in the text. Or at least, most of them did. It was a bit complicated. In one paper, it was clear that even though the authors gave lip service to the threat of global warming, their data seemed to suggest the opposite of what they were saying in the text. But that apparent confusion, Evans suspected, was probably just the result of drawing up a paper with half a dozen authors. What they said was they supported the idea of global warming. And that was what counted. Most disturbing was the paper on the increase in ice thickness in the Ross ice shelf. Here Evans found some troubling points. First, the author did say that the shelf had been melting for the last 6,000 years, ever since the Holocene era. Though Evans could not remember reading in any article about melting Antarctic ice that it had been going on for the last 6,000 years. If that were true, it wasn't exactly news. On the contrary, the author suggested that the real news was the end of this long-term melting trend and the first evidence of ice thickening. The author was hinting that this might be the first sign of the start of the next ice age. Jesus! The next ice age? There was a knock on the door behind him. Sarah stuck her head in. "Kenner wants us," she said. "He's discovered something. Looks like we're going out on the ice." The map covered the entire wall, showing the enormous star-shaped continent. In the lower right-hand corner was Waddell Station and the curving arc of the Ross ice shelf. "We've learned," Kenner said, "that a supply ship docked 5 days ago bringing boxes of field material for an American scientist named James Brewster from the University of Michigan. Brewster is a very recent arrival who was permitted to come at the last minute because the terms of his research grant were unusually generous in their allowance for overhead, meaning the station would get some much-needed money for operations. So he bought his way in," Evans said. "In effect." "When did he get here?" "Last week." "Where is he now?" "Out in the field." Kenner pointed to the map. "Somewhere south of the slopes of Mount Terror, and that's where we're going." "You say this guy's a scientist from Michigan?" Sarah said. "No," Kenner said. "We just checked with the university. They have a Professor James Brewster, all right. He's a geophysicist at the University of Michigan, and right now he's in Ann Arbor waiting for his wife to deliver a baby." "So who is this guy?" "Nobody knows." "And what was his offloaded equipment?" Evans said. "Nobody knows that either. It was helicoptered out to the field, still in the original crates. The guy's been out there a week, with 2 so-called graduate students. Whatever he's doing, he's apparently working across a large area, so he moves his base camp frequently. Nobody here knows precisely where he is." Kenner lowered his voice. "One of the graduate students came back yesterday to do some computer work, but we won't use him to lead us out there for obvious reasons. We'll use one of the staff people at Waddell, Jimmy Bolden. He's very knowledgeable." "The weather's too dicey for helicopters, so we'll have to take snow tracks. It's 17 miles to the camp. The snow track should get us there in 2 hours. The outside temperature's perfect for springtime in Antarctica. Minus 25 degrees Fahrenheit, so bundle up. Any questions?" Evans glanced at his watch. "Won't it get dark soon?" "We have much less nighttime now that spring is here. We'll have daylight all the time we're out there. The only problem we face is right here," Kenner said, pointing to the map. "We have to cross the shear zone." The shear zone, Wednesday, October 6th, 12:09 p.m. "The shear zone," Jimmy Bolden said, as they trudged toward the vehicle shed. "There's nothing to it. You just have to be careful, that's all." "But what is it?" Sarah said. "It's a zone where the ice is subjected to lateral forces, shear forces. A bit like the land in California. But instead of having earthquakes, you get crevasses. Lots of them. Deep ones." "We have to cross that?" "It's not a problem," Bolden said. 2 years ago, they built a road that crosses the zone safely. They filled in all the crevasses along the road." They went into the corrugated steel shed. Evans saw a row of boxy vehicles with red cabs and tractor treads. "These are the snow tracks," Bolden said. "You and Sarah will go in one, Dr. Kenner in one, and I'll be in the third, leading you. Why can't we all go in one? Standard precaution. Keep the weight down. You don't want your vehicle to fall through into a crevasse." "I thought you said there was a road where the crevasses were filled in." "There is. But the road is on an ice field, and the ice moves a couple of inches a day, which means the road moves. Don't worry, it's clearly marked with flags." Bolden climbed up onto the tread. "Here, let me show you the features of the snow track. You drive it like a regular car. Clutch there, handbrake, accelerator, steering wheel. You run your heater on this switch here." He pointed to a switch. "You keep it on at all times. It will maintain the cab at around 10 above zero. This bulgy orange beacon on the dashboard is your transponder. It turns on when you push this button here. It also turns on automatically if the vehicle shifts more than 30 degrees from horizontal." "You mean if we fall into a crevasse?" Sarah said. "Trust me, that's not going to happen," Bolden said. "I'm just showing you the features. Transponder broadcasts a unique vehicle code, so we can come and find you. If for any reason you need to be rescued, you should know that the average time to rescue is 2 hours. Your food is here, water here, you have enough for 10 days. Medical kit here, including morphine and antibiotics. Fire extinguisher here. Expedition equipment in this box. Crampons, ropes, carabiners, all that. Space blankets here, equipped with mini heaters. They'll keep you above freezing for a week, if you crawl inside them. That's about it. We communicate by radio. Speaker in the cab. Microphone above the windshield. Voice activated. Just talk. Got it?" "Got it," Sarah said, climbing up. "Then let's get started. Professor, you clear on everything?" "I am," Kenner said, climbing up into the adjacent cab. "Okay," Bolden said. "Just remember that whenever you are outside your vehicle, it's going to be 30 below zero. Keep your hands and face covered. Any exposed skin will get frostbite in less than a minute. 5 minutes, and you're in danger of losing anatomy. We don't want you folks going home without all your fingers and toes. Or noses." Bolden went to the third cab. "We proceed in single file," he said, 3 cab lengths apart. No closer under any circumstances, and no farther. If a storm comes up and visibility drops, we maintain the same distance, but reduce our speed. Got it?" They all nodded. "Then let's go!" At the far end of the shed, a corrugated door rolled up, the icy metal screeching. Bright sunlight outside. "Looks like a beautiful day in the neighborhood," Bolden said. And with a sputter of diesel exhaust, he drove the first snow track out through the door. It was a bouncing, bone-jolting ride. The ice field that looked so flat and featureless from a distance was surprisingly rugged when experienced up close, with long troughs and steep hillocks. Evans felt like he was in a boat, crashing through choppy seas, except, of course, this sea was frozen, and they were moving slowly through it. Sarah drove, her hands confident on the wheel. Evans sat in the passenger seat beside her, clutching the dashboard to keep his balance. "How fast are we going?" "Looks like about 14 miles an hour." Evans grunted as they nosed down a short trench, then up again. "We've got 2 hours of this?" "That's what he said." "By the way, did you check Kenner's references?" "Yes," Evans said, in a sulky voice. "Were they made up?" "No." Their vehicle was third in the row. Ahead was Kenner's snow track, following behind Bolden's in the lead. The radio hissed. "Okay," they heard Bolden say over the speaker. "We're coming into the shear zone. Maintain your distance and stay within the flags." Evans could see nothing different. It just looked like more ice field glistening in the sun. But here there were red flags on both sides of the route. The flags were mounted on 6-foot-high posts. As they moved deeper into the field, he looked beyond the road to the openings of crevasses in the ice. They had a deep blue color and seemed to glow. "How deep are they?" Evans said. "The deepest we've found is 1 kilometer, Bolden said over the radio. "Some of them are 1,000 feet. Most are a few hundred feet, or less." "They all have that color?" "They do, yes. But you don't want a closer look." Despite the dire warnings, they crossed the field in safety, leaving the flags behind. Now they saw to the left a sloping mountain, with white clouds. "That's Erebus," Bolden said. "It's an active volcano. That's steam coming from the summit. Sometimes it lobs chunks of lava, but never this far out. Mount Terror is inactive. You see it ahead, that little slope." Evans was disappointed. The name, Mount Terror, had suggested something fearsome to him. Not this gentle hill with a rocky outcrop at the top. If the mountain hadn't been pointed out to him, he might not have noticed it at all. "Why is it called Mount Terror?" he said. "It's not terrifying." "Has nothing to do with that. The first Antarctic landmarks were named after the ships that discovered them," Bolden said. "Terror was apparently the name of a ship in the 19th century. "Where's the Brewster camp?" Sarah said. "Should be visible any minute now," Bolden said. "So, you people are some kind of inspectors?" "We're from the IADG," Kenner said, "the International Inspection Agency. We're required to make sure that no U.S. research project violates the international agreements on Antarctica." "Uh-huh." "Dr. Brewster showed up so quickly," Kenner went on. "He never submitted his research grant proposal for IADG approval. So we'll check in the field. It's just routine." They bounced and crunched onward for several minutes in silence. They still did not see a camp. "Huh," Bolden said. "Maybe he moved it." "What type of research is he doing?" Kenner said. "I'm not sure," Bolden said. "But I heard he's studying the mechanics of ice calving. You know, how the ice flows to the edge and then breaks off the shelf? Brewster's been planting GPS units in the ice to record how it moves toward the sea." "Are we close to the sea?" Evans said. "About 10 or 11 miles away," Bolden said. "To the north." Sarah said, "If he's studying iceberg formation, why is he working so far from the coast?" "Actually, this isn't so far," Kenner said. 2 years ago, an iceberg broke off the Ross Shelf that was 4 miles wide and 40 miles long. It was as big as Rhode Island. One of the biggest ever seen. "Not because of global warming, though," Evans said to Sarah, with a disgusted snort. "Global warming couldn't be responsible for that. Oh, no." "Actually, it wasn't responsible," Kenner said. "It was caused by local conditions." Evans sighed. "Why am I not surprised?" Kenner said, "There's nothing wrong with the idea of local conditions, Peter. This is a continent. It would be surprising if it didn't have its own distinctive weather patterns, irrespective of global trends that may or may not exist." "And that's very true," Bolden said. "There are definitely local patterns here, like the katabatic winds." "The what?" "Katabatic winds. They're gravitational winds. You've probably noticed that it's a lot windier here than in the interior. The interior of the continent is relatively calm." "What's a gravitational wind?" Evans said. "Antarctica is basically one big ice dome," Bolden said. "The interior is higher than the coast, and colder. Cold air flows downhill and gathers speed as it goes. It can be blowing 50, 80 miles an hour when it reaches the coast. Today is not a bad day, though." "That's a relief," Evans said. And then Bolden said, "See there, dead ahead. That's Professor Brewster's research camp." Brewster Camp, Wednesday, October 6th, 2:04 p.m. It wasn't much to look at. A pair of orange domed tents, one small, one large, flapping in the wind. It looked like the large one was for equipment. They could see the edges of boxes pressing against the tent fabric. From the camp, Evans could see orange-flagged units stuck into the ice every few hundred yards, in a line stretching away into the distance. "We'll stop now," Bolden said. "I'm afraid Dr. Brewster's not here at the moment. His snow track is gone." "I'll just have a look," Kenner said. They shut the engines and climbed out. Evans had thought it was chilly in the cab, but it was a shock to feel the cold air hit him as he stepped out onto the ice. He gasped and coughed. Kenner appeared to have no reaction. He went straight for the supply tent and disappeared inside. Bolden pointed down the line of flags. "You see his vehicle tracks there, parallel to the sensor units? Dr. Brewster must have gone out to check his line. It runs almost 100 miles to the west." Sarah said, 100 miles? "That's right. He has installed GPS radio units all along that distance. They transmit back to him, and he records how they move with the ice. But there wouldn't be much movement. Not in the course of a few days, no. But these sensors will remain in place for a year or more, sending back the data by radio to Waddell. Dr. Brewster is staying that long? Oh, no, he'll go back, I'm sure. It's too expensive to keep him here. His grant allows an initial 21-day stay only, and then it's monitoring visits of a week every few months. But we'll be forwarding his data to him. Actually, we just put it up on the internet. He takes it wherever he happens to be. So you assign him a secure web page? Exactly. Evan stamped his feet in the cold. So is Brewster coming back or what? Should be coming back, but I couldn't tell you when. From within the tent, Kenner shouted, "Evans!" I guess he wants me. Evans went to the tent. Bolden said to Sarah, "Go ahead with him if you want to." He pointed off to the south, where clouds were darkening. "We don't want to be staying here too long. Looks like weather coming up. We have 2 hours ahead of us, and it won't be any fun if it socks in. Visibility drops to 10 feet, or less. We'd have to stay put until it cleared, and that might be 2 or 3 days. I'll tell them," she said. Evans pushed the tent flap aside. The interior glowed orange from the fabric. There were the remains of wooden crates, broken down and stacked on the ground. On top of them were dozens of cardboard boxes, all stenciled identically. They each had the University of Michigan logo, and then green lettering, University of Michigan, Department of Environmental Science, Contents, Research Materials. Extremely sensitive, handle with care, this side up. Looks official, Evans was saying. You sure this guy isn't an actual research scientist? See for yourself, Kenner said, opening one cardboard carton. Within it, Evans saw a stack of plastic cones, roughly the size of highway cones, except they were black, not orange. You know what these are? No. Evans shook his head. Sarah came into the tent. Bolden says bad weather coming, and we shouldn't stay here. Don't worry, we won't, Kenner said. Sarah, I need you to go into the other tent. See if you can find a computer there. Any kind of computer. Laptop, lab controller, PDA, anything with a microprocessor in it. And see if you can find any radio equipment. You mean transmitters or radios for listening? Anything with an antenna. Okay. She turned and went outside. Evans was still going through the cartons. He opened 3, then a 4th. They all contained the same black cones. I don't get it. Kenner took one cone, turned it to the light. In raised lettering it said Unit PTBC-XX-904/8776-AW203 U.S. DOD. Evans said, These are military? Correct, Kenner said. But what are they? They're the protective containers for coned PTBs. PTBs? Precision-timed blasts. They're explosives detonated with millisecond timing by computer in order to induce resonant effects. The individual blasts are not particularly destructive, but the timing sets up standing waves in the surrounding material. That's where the destructive power comes from, the standing wave. What's a standing wave? Evans said. You ever watch girls play jump rope? Yes? Well, If instead of spinning the rope, they shake it up and down, they generate loopy waves that travel along the length of the rope, back and forth. Okay. But if the girls shake it just right, the waves appear to stop moving back and forth. The rope takes on a single curved shape and holds it. You've seen that? Well, that's a standing wave. It reflects back and forth in perfect synchronization, so it doesn't seem to move. And these explosives do that? Yes. In nature, standing waves are incredibly powerful. They can shake a suspension bridge to pieces. They can shatter a skyscraper. The most destructive effects of earthquakes are caused by standing waves generated in the crust. So Brewster's got these explosives set in a row for 100 miles? Isn't that what Bolden said? 100 miles? Right. And I think there's no question what he intends. Our friend Brewster is hoping to fracture the ice for 100 miles and break off the biggest iceberg in the history of the planet. Sarah stuck her head in. Kenner said, "Did you find a computer?" "No," she said. "There's nothing there. Nothing at all. No sleeping bag, no food, no personal effects. Nothing but a bare tent. The guy's gone." Kenner swore. "All right," he said. "Now listen carefully. Here's what we are going to do." To Waddell Station, Wednesday, October 6th, 2:22 p.m. "Oh, no," Jimmy Bolden said, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow that, Dr. Kenner. It's too dangerous." "Why is it dangerous?" Kenner said. "You take these two back to the station, and I'll follow Brewster's snow tracks until I meet up with him." "No, sir. We all stay together, sir." "Jimmy," Kenner said firmly, "we're not going to do that." "With all due respect, sir, you don't know your way around this part of the world." "You forget. I am an IADG inspector," Kenner said. "I was resident in Vostok Station for 6 months in the winter of '99. And I was resident in Morval for 3 months in '91. I know exactly what I'm doing." "Gee, I don't know." "Call back to Waddell. The station chief will confirm it." "Well, sir, if you put it that way." "I do," Kenner said firmly. "Now get these two people back to base. Time is wasting." "Okay, if you'll be all right." Bolden turned to Evans and Sarah. "Then I guess we go. Mount up, folks, and we'll head out." Within minutes, Evans and Sarah were jouncing along on the ice, following behind Bolden's snow track. Behind them, Kenner was driving parallel to the line of flags, heading east. Evans looked back just in time to see Kenner stop, get out, check one of the flags briefly, then get back in again and drive on. Bolden saw it too. "What is he doing?" he said in an anxious tone. "Just looking at the unit, I guess." "He shouldn't be getting out of his vehicle," Bolden said. "And he shouldn't be alone on the shelf. It's against regulations." Sarah had the feeling Bolden was about to turn back. She said, "I can tell you something about Dr. Kenner, Jimmy." "What's that?" "You don't want to make him mad." "Really?" "No, Jimmy, you don't." "Well, okay then." They drove on, climbing a long rise, descending on the other side. Brewster's camp was gone, and so was Kenner's snow track. Ahead lay the vast white field of the Ross ice shelf, stretching away to the gray horizon. 2 hours, folks," Bolden said, "and then a hot shower." The first hour passed uneventfully. Evan started to fall asleep, only to be jolted awake by the sharp movements of the vehicle. Then he would drift off again, his head nodding until the next shock. Sarah was driving. He said to her, "Aren't you tired?" "No, not at all," she said. The sun was now low on the horizon and obscured by fog. The landscape was shades of pale gray, with almost no separation between land and sky. Evans yawned. "Want me to take over?" "I've got it, thanks. I'm a good driver." "I know you are." He was thinking she had a definite bossy side, despite her charm and her beauty. She was the kind of woman who would want to control the remote. "I bet you want the remote," he said. "You think so?" She smiled. It was irritating in a certain way, he thought, that she did not take him seriously as a man. At least, not as a man she could be interested in. In truth, she was a little too cool for his taste, a little too ice blonde, a little too controlled beneath that beautiful exterior. The radio clicked. Bolden said, "I don't like this weather coming in. We better take a shortcut." "What shortcut?" "It's only half a mile, but it'll save 20 minutes on our time. Follow me." He turned his snow track left, leaving the packed snow road, and heading off onto the ice fields. "Okay," Sarah said. "Right behind you." "Good work," Bolden said. "We're still an hour from Waddell. I know this route. It's a piece of cake. Just stay directly behind me. Not to the right or left, but directly behind, you understand?" "Got it," Sarah said. "Good." In a matter of minutes they had moved several hundred yards from the road. The ice there was bare and hard, the treads of the snow tracks scratching and squeaking as they crossed it. "You're on ice now," Bolden said. "I noticed. Won't be long now." Evans was looking out the window. He could no longer see the road. In fact, he wasn't sure any more in which direction it lay. Everything now looked the same. He felt anxious suddenly. We're really in the middle of nowhere. The snow track slid laterally a little across the ice. He grabbed for the dashboard. Sarah immediately brought the vehicle back under control. "Jeez," Evans said, clinging to the dashboard. "Are you a nervous passenger?" she said. "Maybe a little. Too bad we can't get some music." "Is there any way to get music?" she asked Bolden. "You should," Bolden said. "Waddell broadcasts 24 hours. Just a minute." He stopped his snow track and walked back to their stopped vehicle. He climbed up on the tread and opened the door in a blast of freezing air. "Sometimes you get interference from this," he said, and unclipped the transponder from the dash. "Okay, try your radio now." Sarah fiddled with the receiver, twisting the knob. Bolden walked back to his red cab, carrying the transponder. His diesel engine spit a cloud of black exhaust as he put the snow track in gear. "You'd think they'd be a little more ecologically minded," Evans said, looking at the exhaust as Bolden's snow track chugged forward. "I'm not getting any music," Sarah said. "Never mind," Evans said. "I don't care that much." They drove another 100 yards. Then Bolden stopped again. "Now what?" Evans said. Bolden climbed out of his vehicle, walked to the back of it, and looked at his own treads. Sarah was still fiddling with the radio, punching the buttons for the different transmission frequencies. She got bursts of static for each. "I'm not sure this is an improvement," Evans said. "Just let it go." "Why have we stopped anyway?" "I don't know," Sarah said. "He seems to be checking something." Now Bolden turned and looked back at them. He didn't move. He just stood there and stared. "Should we get out?" Evans said. The radio crackled and they heard, "Is Waddell CM to 401? Are you there, Dr. Kenner? Waddell CM to... Kenner, can you hear?" "Hey," Sarah said, smiling. "I think we finally got something." The radio hissed and sputtered. "Just found Jimmy Bolden unconscious in maintenance room. We don't know who is out there with, but it's not..." "Oh, shit," Evans said, staring at the man in front of them. "That guy's not Bolden. Who is he?" "I don't know. But he's blocking the way," Sarah said. "And he's waiting." "Waiting for what?" There was a loud crack from beneath them. Inside the cab, the sound echoed like a gunshot. Their vehicle shifted slightly. "Screw this," Sarah said. "We're getting out of here, even if I have to ram the bastard." She put the snow track in gear and started to back away from the vehicle in front of them. She shifted, starting the snow track forward again. Another crack. "Let's go!" Evans said. "Let's go!" Crack, crack. Their vehicle lurched beneath them, tilted sideways at an angle. Evans looked out at the guy pretending to be Bolden. "It's the ice," Sarah said. "He's waiting for our weight to break through." "Ram him!" Evans said, pointing ahead. The bastard was making some hand gesture to them. It took him a moment for Evans to understand what it meant. Then he got it. The man was waving goodbye. Sarah stomped on the accelerator, and the engine rumbled forward. But in the next moment, the ground gave way completely beneath them, and their vehicle nosed down. Evans saw the blue ice wall of a crevasse. Then the vehicle began to tumble forward, and they were encased for an instant in a world of eerie blue before they plunged onward into the blackness below. Shear Zone, Wednesday, October 6th, 3:51 p.m. Sarah opened her eyes and saw a huge blue starburst, streaks radiating outward in all directions. Her forehead was icy cold, and she had terrible pain in her neck. Tentatively, she shifted her body, checking each of her limbs. They hurt, but she could move all of them except her right leg, which was pinned under something. She coughed and paused, taking stock. She was lying on her side, her face shoved up against the windshield, which she had shattered with her forehead. Her eyes were just inches from the fractured glass. She eased away and slowly looked around. It was dark, a kind of twilight, faint light coming from somewhere to her left. But she could see that the whole cab of the snow track was lying on its side, the treads up against the ice wall. They must have landed on a ledge of some kind. She looked upward. The mouth of the crevasse was surprisingly close, maybe 30 or 40 yards above her. It was near enough to give her a burst of encouragement. Next she looked down, trying to see Evans, but it was dark everywhere beneath her. She couldn't see him at all. Her eyes slowly adjusted. She gasped. She saw her true situation. There was no ledge. The snow track had tumbled into the narrowing crevasse and wedged itself sideways within the crevasse walls. The treads were against one wall, the roof of the cab against the other, and the cab itself was suspended over the inky downward gash. The door on Evans's side hung open. Evans was not in the cab. He had fallen out. into the blackness. "Peter?" No answer. "Peter, can you hear me?" She listened. There was nothing. No sound or movement. Nothing at all. And then the realization hit her. She was alone down there. 100 feet down in a freezing crevasse in the middle of a trackless ice field, far off the road, miles from anywhere. And she realized, with a chill, that this was going to be her tomb. Bolden, or whoever he was, had planned it very well, Sarah thought. He had taken their transponder. He could drive a few miles, drop it down the deepest crevasse he could find, and then go back to the base. When the rescue party set out, they would head for the transponder. It would be nowhere near where she was. The party might search for days in a deep crevasse before giving up. And if they widened the search, they still wouldn't find the snow track. Even though it was only about 40 yards below the surface, it might as well be 400 yards below. It was too deep to be seen by a passing helicopter, or even a vehicle as it drove by. Not that any vehicle would. They would think the snow track had gone off the marked road, and they would search along the edge of the road, not way out here, in the middle of the ice field. The road was 17 miles long. They would spend days searching. No, Sarah thought. They would never find her. And even if she could get herself to the surface, what then? She had no compass, no map, no GPS, no radio. It lay smashed beneath her knee. She didn't even know in what direction Waddell Station might be from her present location. Of course, she thought, she had a bright red parka that would be visible from a distance. And she had supplies, food, equipment, all the equipment that guy had talked about before they set out. What was it exactly? She vaguely remembered something about climbing supplies, crampons, and ropes. Sarah bent down, managed to free herself from a toolbox that had pinned her foot to the floor, and then crawled to the rear of the cab, balancing carefully to avoid the gaping wide-open door beneath her. In the perpetual twilight of the crevasse, she saw the supply locker. It was crumpled slightly from the impact, and she couldn't get it open. She went back to the toolbox, opened it, took out a hammer and a screwdriver, and spent the better part of the next half hour trying to pry the locker open. At last, with a metallic screech, the door swung wide. She peered inside. The locker was empty. No food, no water, no climbing supplies, no space blankets, no heaters, nothing at all. She took a deep breath, let it out slowly. She remained calm, refusing to panic. She considered her options. Without ropes and crampons, she could not get to the surface. What could she use instead? She had a toolbox. Could she use the screwdriver as an ice axe? Probably too small. Perhaps she could disassemble the gear shift and make an ice axe out of the parts. Or perhaps she could take apart some of the tread and find parts to use. She had no crampons. But if she could find sharp-pointed things, screws or something like that, she could push them through the soles of her boots and then climb. And for a rope? Some sort of cloth, perhaps. She looked around the interior. Maybe she could tear the fabric off the seats, or cut it off in strips. That might work. In this way, she kept her spirits up. She kept herself moving forward. Even if her chance of success was small, there was still a chance. A chance! She focused on that. Where was Kenner? What would he do when he heard the radio message? He probably had already. Would he come back to Waddell? Almost certainly. And he would look for that guy, the one they thought of as Bolden. But Sarah was pretty sure that guy had disappeared. And with his disappearance, her hopes for rescue. The crystal of her watch was smashed. She didn't know how long she had been down there, but she noticed that it was darker than before. The gap above her was not as bright. Either the weather on the surface was changing, or the sun was low on the horizon. That would mean she had been down there for 2 or 3 hours already. She was aware of a stiffening in her body, not just from the fall, but also she realized because she was cold. The cab had lost its heat. It occurred to her that perhaps she could start the motor and get heat going. It was worth a try. She flicked on the headlights, and one of them worked, glaring off the ice wall, so there was still electricity from the battery. She turned the key. The generator made a grinding noise. The engine did not kick on, and she heard a voice yell, "Hey!" She looked up, toward the surface. She saw nothing but the gap and the strip of gray sky beyond. "Hey!" She squinted. Was somebody really up there? She yelled back, "Hey, I'm down here!" "I know where you are," the voice said. And then she realized the voice was coming from below her. She looked down into the depths of the crevasse. "Peter?" she said. "I'm fucking freezing," he said. His voice floated up from the darkness. "Are you hurt?" "No, I don't think so. I don't know. I can't move. I'm wedged in some kind of cleft or something." "How far down are you?" "I don't know. I can't turn my head to look up. I'm stuck, Sarah." His voice trembled. He sounded frightened. "Can you move at all?" she said. "Just one arm." "Can you see anything?" "Ice. I see a blue wall. It's about 2 feet away." Sarah was straddling the open door, peering down into the crevasse, straining to see. It was very dark down there, but it seemed as if the crevasse narrowed quickly farther down. If so, he might not be that far beneath her. "Peter, move your arm." "Can you move your arm?" "Yes." "Wave it." "I am." She didn't see anything, just darkness. "Okay," she said. "Stop." "Did you see me?" "No." "Shit!" he coughed. "It's really cold, Sarah." "I know, hang on." She had to find a way to see down into the cleft. She looked under the dashboard, near where the fire extinguisher was clipped to the car wall. If there was a fire extinguisher, there was probably a flashlight there, too. They would be sure to have a flashlight. Someplace. Not under the dashboard. Maybe the glove compartment. She opened it, shoved her hand in, feeling in the darkness. Crunching paper. Her fingers closed around a thick cylinder. She brought it out. It was a flashlight. She flicked it on. It worked. She shone it down into the depths of the crevasse. "I see that," Peter said. "I see the light." "Good," she said. "Now swing your arm again." "I am." "Now?" "I'm doing it now." She stared. Peter, I don't see—" "Wait a minute!" She did see him. Just the tips of his fingers in the red gloves, protruding briefly beyond the tractor treads and the ice below. "Peter!" "What?" "You're very near me," she said. "Just 5 or 6 feet below me." "Great! Can you get me out?" "I could if I had a rope." "There's no rope?" he said. "No, I opened the supply chest. There's nothing at all." "But it's not in the supply chest," he said. "It's under the seat." "What?" "Yeah, I saw it. The ropes and stuff are under the passenger seat." She looked. The seat was on a steel base anchored firmly to the floor of the snow track. There was no doors or compartments in the base. It was difficult to maneuver around the seat to see, but she was sure. No doors. On a sudden impulse, she lifted up the seat cushion and saw a compartment beneath it. The light of her flashlight revealed ropes, hooks, snow axes, crampons. "Got it," she said. "You were right. It's all here." "Whew," he said. She brought the equipment out carefully, making sure none of it fell through the open door. Already her fingers were growing numb, and she felt clumsy as she held a 50-foot length of nylon rope with a 3-pronged ice hook at one end. "Peter," she said, "if I lower a rope, can you grab it?" "Maybe. I think so." "Can you hold the rope tight so I can pull you out?" "I don't know. I just have the one arm free. The other one's pinned under me." "Are you strong enough to hold the rope with one arm?" "I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, if I got my body part way out and lost my grip—" His voice broke off. He sounded on the verge of tears. "Okay," she said. "Don't worry." "I'm trapped, Sarah!" "No, you're not." "I am! I'm trapped! I'm fucking trapped!" Now there was panic. "I'm gonna die here!" "Peter, stop!" She was coiling the rope around her waist as she spoke. "It's going to be all right. I have a plan." "What plan?" "I'm going to lower an ice hook on the rope," she said. "Can you hook it on to something, like your belt?" "Not my belt. No, I'm wedged in here. Sarah, I can't move. I can't reach my belt." She was trying to visualize his situation. He must be wedged in some sort of cleft in the ice. It was frightening just to imagine it. No wonder he was scared. "Peter," she said, "can you hook it on to anything?" "I'll try." "Okay, here it comes," she said, lowering the rope. The hook disappeared into the darkness. "Do you see it?" "I see it." "Can you reach it?" "No." "Okay, I'll swing it toward you." She turned her wrist gently, starting the rope in a lateral swing. The hook vanished out of sight, then swung back, then out of sight again. "I can't." "Keep doing it, Sarah." "I am." "I can't get it, Sarah." "Keep trying." "It has to be lower." "Okay, how much lower?" "About a foot." "Okay." She lowered it a foot. "How's that?" "Good. Now swing it." She did. She heard him grunting, but each time the hook swung back into view. "I can't do it, Sarah." "Yes, you can. Keep trying." "I can't. My fingers are too cold." "Keep trying," she said. "Here it is again." "I can't, Sarah. I can't." "Hey!" "What?" "I almost got it." Looking down, she saw the hook spinning when it came back into view. He'd touched it. "Once more," she said. "You'll do it, Peter." "I'm trying. It's just I have so little—" I got it, Sarah! I got it! She gave a long sigh of relief. He was coughing in the darkness. She waited. Okay, he said. I got it hooked on my jacket. Where? Right on the front, just on my chest. She was visualizing that if the hook ripped free, it would tear right into his chin. No, Peter. Hook it on the armpit. I can't unless you pull me out a couple feet. Okay. Say when. He coughed. Listen, Sarah. Are you strong enough to pull me out? She had avoided thinking about that. She just assumed that somehow she could. Of course, she didn't know how hard he was wedged in, but... Yes, she said, I can do it. Are you sure? I weigh 160. He coughed again. Maybe a little more. Maybe 10 more. I've got you tied off on the steering wheel. Okay, but... Don't drop me. I won't drop you, Peter. There was a pause. How much do you weigh? Peter, you never ask a lady that question, especially in L.A. We're not in L.A. I don't know how much I weigh, she said. Of course, she knew exactly. She weighed 137 pounds. He weighed over 30 pounds more than that. But I know I can pull you up, she said. Are you ready? Shit. Peter, are you ready or not? Yeah, go! She drew the rope tight, then crouched down, planting her feet firmly on either side of the open door. She felt like a sumo wrestler at the start of a match, but she knew her legs were much stronger than her arms. This was the only way she could do it. She took a deep breath. Ready? She said. I guess. Sarah began to stand upright, her legs burning with effort. The rope stretched taut, then moved upward, slowly at first, just a few inches, but it was moving. It was moving. Okay, stop! Stop! What? Stop! Okay. She was in mid-crouch. But I can't hold this for long. Don't hold it at all. Let it out, slowly, about 3 feet. She realized that she must have already pulled him part of the way out of the cleft. His voice sounded better, much less frightened, though he was coughing almost continuously. Peter? Minute! I'm hooking it on my belt! Okay. I can see up now, he said. I can see the tread. The tread is about 6 feet above my head. Okay. But when you pull me up, the rope's going to rub on the edge of the tread. It'll be okay, she said. And I'll be hanging right over the, I won't let you go, Peter. He coughed for a while. She waited. He said, Tell me when you're ready. I'm ready. Then let's get this over with, he said, before I get scared. There was only one bad moment. She had pulled him up about 4 feet, and he came free of the cleft, and she suddenly took the full weight of his body. It shocked her. The rope slid 3 feet down. He howled, Sarah! She gripped the rope, stopped it. Sorry! Fuck! Sorry! She adjusted the added weight, started pulling again. She was groaning with the effort, but it was not long before she saw his hand appear above the tread, and he gripped it, and began to haul himself over. Then 2 hands, and his head appeared. That shocked her. His face was covered in thick blood, his hair matted red. But he was smiling. Keep pulling, sister. I am, Peter. I am. Only after he finally had scrambled into the cab did Sarah sink to the floor. Her legs began to shake violently. Her body trembled all over. Evans, lying on his side, coughing and wheezing beside her, hardly noticed. Eventually, the trembling passed. She found the first aid kit and began to clean his face up. "It's only a superficial cut," she said, "but you'll need stitches. If we ever get out of here." "We'll get out all right. I'm glad you're confident." He looked out the window at the ice above. "You done much ice climbing?" She shook her head. "But I've done plenty of rock climbing. How different can it be? More slippery? And what happens when we get up there?" he said. "I don't know." "We have no idea where to go." "We'll follow the guy's snow tracks. If they're still there, if they haven't blown away. And you know it's at least 7 or 8 miles to Waddell." "Peter, if a storm comes up, maybe we're better off down here." "I'm not staying here," she said. "If I'm going to die, I'll die in daylight." The actual climb up the crevasse wall was not so bad, once Sarah got used to the way she had to kick her boots with the crampons, and how hard she had to swing the axe to make it bite into the ice. It took her only 7 or 8 minutes to cover the distance and clamber onto the surface. The surface looked exactly the same as before. The same dim sunlight, the same gray horizon that blended with the ground, the same gray, featureless world. She helped Evans up. His cut was bleeding again, and his mask was red, frozen stiff against his face. "Shit, it's cold," he said. "Which way do you think?" Sarah was looking at the sun. It was low on the horizon. But was it sinking or rising? And which direction did the sun indicate anyway when you were at the South Pole? She frowned. She couldn't work it out, and she didn't dare make a mistake. "We'll follow the tracks," she said at last. She took off her crampons and started walking. She had to admit, Peter was right about one thing. It was much colder here on the surface. After half an hour, the wind came up, blowing strongly. They had to lean into it as they trudged forward. Worse, the snow began to blow across the ground beneath their feet, which meant, "We're losing the tracks," Evans said. "I know. They're getting blown away. I know." Sometimes he was such a baby. What did he expect her to do about the wind? "What do we do?" he said. "I don't know, Peter. I've never been lost in Antarctica before." "Well, me neither." They trudged onward. "But it was your idea to come up here." "Peter, pull yourself together." "Pull myself together? It's fucking freezing, Sarah. I can't feel my nose or my ears or my fingers or my toes." "Peter!" She grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. "Shut up!" He was silent. Through slots in his face mask, he stared out at her. His eyelashes were white with ice. "I can't feel my nose either," Sarah said. "We have to keep a grip." She looked around, turning a full circle, trying to conceal her own growing desperation. The wind was blowing more snow now. It was becoming harder to see. The world was flatter and grayer, with almost no sense of depth. If this weather continued, they would soon not be able to see the ground well enough to avoid the crevasses. Then they would have to stop where they were, in the middle of nowhere. He said, "You're beautiful when you're angry. You know that?" "Peter, for Christ's sake." "Well, you are." She started walking, looking down at the ground, trying to see the tread marks. "Come on, Peter." Perhaps the tracks would return soon to the road. If they did, the road would be easier to follow in a storm, and safer for walking. "I think I'm falling in love, Sarah. Peter, I had to tell you. This may be my last chance." He started coughing again. "Save your breath, Peter. Fucking freezing." They stumbled on, no longer speaking. The wind howled. Sarah's parka was pressed flat against her body. It became harder and harder to move forward, but she pressed on. She did not know how much longer she continued in that way before she raised a hand and stopped. Evans must not have been able to see her because he walked into her back, grunted, and stopped. They had to put their heads together and shout to each other above the wind. "We have to stop!" she yelled. "I know!" And then, because she didn't know what else to do, she sat down on the ground and pulled her legs up and lowered her head to her knees and tried not to cry. The wind grew louder and louder. Now it was shrieking. The air was thick with flying snow. Evans sat down beside her. "We're going to fucking die," he said. Shear Zone, Wednesday, October 6th, 5:02 p.m. She started shivering. Little tremulous bursts at first, and then almost continuously. She felt as if she were having a seizure. From skiing, she knew what that meant. Her core temperature had dropped dangerously, and the shivering was an automatic physiological attempt to warm her body up. Her teeth chattered. It was hard to speak, but her mind was still working, still looking for a way out. "Isn't there a way to build a snow house?" Evans said something. The wind whipped his words away. "Do you know how?" she said. He didn't answer her. But it was too late anyway, she thought. She was losing control of her body. She could hardly keep her arms wrapped around her knees. The shaking was so bad. And she was starting to feel sleepy. She looked over at Evans. He was laying on his side on the ice. She nudged him to get up. She kicked him. He didn't move. She wanted to yell at him, but she couldn't, because her teeth were chattering so badly. Sarah fought to retain consciousness, but the desire to sleep was becoming overpowering. She struggled to keep her eyes open, and to her astonishment, began to see swift scenes from her life. Her childhood, her mother, her kindergarten class, ballet lessons, the high school prom. Her whole life was passing before her, just like the book said happened, right before you died. And when she looked up, she saw a light in the distance, just like they said happened. A light at the end of a long, dark tunnel. She couldn't fight it any longer. She lay down. She couldn't feel the ground anyway. She was lost in her own private world of pain and exhaustion. And the light before her was growing brighter and brighter. And now there were two other lights, blinking yellow and green. Yellow and green? She fought the sleepiness. She tried to push herself upright again, but she couldn't. Her muscles were too weak, her arms blocks of frozen ice. She couldn't move. Yellow and green lights growing larger. And a white light in the center, very white like halogen. She was starting to see details through the swirling snow. There was a silver dome, and wheels, and large glowing letters. The letters said, NASA. She coughed. The thing emerged from the snow. It was some kind of small vehicle, about 3 feet high. No larger than those Sunday lawnmowers that people drove around on. It had big wheels and a flattened dome, and it was beeping as it came directly toward her. In fact, it was going to drive right over her. She realized it without concern. She could do nothing to prevent it. She lay on the ground, dazed, indifferent. The wheels grew larger and larger. The last thing she remembered was a mechanical voice saying, "Hello, hello, please move out of the way. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Hello, hello, please move out of the way." And then nothing. Waddell Station, Wednesday, October 6th, 8:22 p.m. Darkness, pain, harsh voices. Pain. Rubbing all over her body, arms and legs, like fire rubbed on her body. She groaned. A voice spoke, rasping and distant. It sounded like coffee grounds. The rubbing continued, brisk and harsh and excruciating. And a sound like sandpaper, scratching, rough, terrible. Something struck her in the face, on the mouth. She licked her lips. It was snow. Freezing snow. "Got it yet?" a voice said. "Not really." It was a foreign language, Chinese or something. Sarah heard several voices now. She tried to open her eyes, but could not. Her eyes were held shut by something heavy over her face, like a mask or... She tried to reach up, but couldn't. All her limbs were held down, and the rubbing continued. Rubbing, rubbing. She groaned. She tried to speak. "Thin song now, hor nod? Done thin song. Keep up your work." Pain. They rubbed her, whoever they were, while she lay immobilized in darkness. And gradually more sensation returned to her limbs and to her face. She was not glad for it. The pain grew worse and worse. She felt as if she were burned everywhere on her body. The voices seemed to float around her, disembodied. There were more of them now. 4, 5. She was not sure anymore. All women, it sounded like. And now they were doing something else, she realized. Violating her. Sticking something in her body. Dull and cold. Not painful. Cold. The voices floated, slithered all around her. At her head, at her feet, touching her roughly. It was a dream. Or death. Maybe she was dead, she thought. She felt oddly detached about it. The pain made her detached. And then she heard a woman's voice in her ear, very close to her ear, and very distinct. The woman said, "Sarah." She moved her mouth. "Sarah, are you awake?" She nodded slightly. "I'm going to take the ice pack off your face, all right?" She nodded. The weight, the mask was lifted. "Open your eyes. Slowly." She did. She was in a dimly lit room with white walls, a monitor to one side, a tangle of green lines. It was like a hospital room. A woman looked down at her with concern. The woman wore a white nurse's uniform and a down vest. The room was cold. Sarah could see her breath. She said, "Don't try to speak." Sarah didn't. "You're dehydrated. It'll be a few hours yet. We're bringing your temperature up slowly. You're very lucky, Sarah. You're not going to lose anything." Not lose anything? She felt alarmed. Her mouth moved. Her tongue was dry, thick-feeling. A sort of hissing sound came from her throat. "Don't speak," the woman said. "It's too soon." "Is your pain bad?" "Yes." "I'll give you something for it." She raised a syringe. "Your friend saved your life, you know. He managed to get to his feet and open the radio phone on the NASA robot. That's how we knew where to find you." Her lips moved. "He's in the next room. We think he'll be all right, too. Now just rest." She felt something cold in her veins. Her eyes closed. Waddell Station, Thursday, October 7th, 7:34 p.m. The nurses left Peter Evans alone to get dressed. He put on his clothes slowly, taking stock of himself. He was all right, he decided, though his ribs hurt when he breathed. He had a big bruise on the left side of his chest, another big bruise on his thigh, and an ugly purple welt on his shoulder. A line of stitches on his scalp. His whole body was stiff and aching. It was excruciating to put on his socks and shoes. But he was all right. In fact, better than that, he felt new somehow, almost reborn. Out there on the ice, he had been certain he was going to die. How he found the strength to get to his feet he did not know. He had felt Sarah kicking him, but he did not respond to her. Then he'd heard the beeping sound, and when he looked up, he saw the letters NASA. He realized vaguely that it was some kind of vehicle, so there must be a driver. The front tires had stopped just inches from his body. He managed to get to his knees and haul himself up over the tires, grabbing onto the struts. He hadn't understood why the driver hadn't climbed out and helped him. Finally, he managed to get to his knees in the howling wind. He realized that the vehicle was low and bulbous, barely 4 feet off the ground. It was too small for any human operator. It was some kind of robot. He scraped snow away from the dome-like shell. The lettering read, NASA Remote Vehicle Meteorite Survey. The vehicle was talking, repeating a taped voice over and over. Evans couldn't understand what it was saying because of the wind. He brushed away the snow, thinking there must be some method of communication, some antenna, some... Then his fingers had touched a panel with a finger hole. He pulled it open. Inside he saw a telephone. A regular telephone handset, bright red. He held it to his frozen mask. He could not hear anything from it, but he said, "Hello. Hello." Nothing more. He collapsed again. But the nurses told him what he had done was enough to send a signal to the NASA station at Patriot Hills. NASA had notified Waddell, who sent out a search party, and found them in 10 minutes. They were both still alive. Barely. That had been more than 24 hours ago. It had taken the medical team 12 hours to bring their body temperatures back to normal, because, the nurse said, it had to be done slowly. They told Evans he was going to be fine, but he might lose a couple of his toes. They would have to wait and see. It would be a few days. His feet were bandaged with some kind of protective splints around the toes. He couldn't fit into his regular shoes, but they had found him an oversized pair of sneakers. They looked like they belonged to a basketball player. On Evans, they made huge clown feet. But he could wear them, and there wasn't much pain. Tentatively, he stood. He was tremulous, but he was all right. The nurse came back. "Hungry?" He shook his head. "Not yet." "Pain?" He shook his head. "Just, everywhere." "That'll get worse," she said. She gave him a small bottle of pills. "Take one of these every 4 hours if you need it. And you'll probably need it to sleep for the next few days." "And Sarah?" "Sarah will be another half hour or so." "Where's Kenner?" "I think he's in the computer room." "Which way is that?" She said, "Maybe you better lean on my shoulder." "I'm fine," he said. "Just tell me the way." She pointed, and he started walking. But he was more unsteady than he realized. His muscles weren't working right. He felt shaky all over. He started to fall. The nurse quickly ducked, sliding her shoulder under his arm. "Tell you what," she said, "I'll just show you the way." This time, he did not object. Kenner sat in the computer room with the bearded station chief, McGregor, and Sanyong Tapa. Everybody was looking grim. "We found him," Kenner said, pointing to a computer monitor. "Recognize your friend?" Evans looked at the screen. "Yeah," he said, "that's the bastard." On the screen was a photo of the man Evans knew as Bolden, but the ID form on screen gave his name as David R. Kane, 26 years old, born Minneapolis, B.A. Notre Dame, M.A. University of Michigan, current status Ph.D. candidate in oceanography, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Research project: Dynamics of Ross Shelf Flow as measured by GPS sensors. Thesis advisor, project supervisor, James Brewster, University of Michigan. "His name's Kane," the Waddell chief said. "He's been here for a week along with Brewster." "Where's he now?" Evans said darkly. "No idea. He didn't come back to the station today. Neither did Brewster. We think they may have gone to McMurdo and hopped the morning transport out. We have a call in to McMurdo to do a vehicle count, but they haven't gotten back to us yet." "You're sure he's not still here?" Evans said. "Quite sure. You need an ID tag to open the exterior doors here, so we always know who's where. Neither Kane nor Brewster opened any doors in the last 12 hours. They aren't here. So you think they may be on the plane?" "McMurdo Tower wasn't sure. They're pretty casual about the daily transport. If somebody wants to go, they just hop on and leave. It's a C-130, so there's always plenty of room. You see, a lot of the research grants don't permit you to leave during the period of your research. But people have birthdays and family events back on the mainland, so they just go and come back. It's unrecorded." "If I recall," Kenner said, "Brewster came here with 2 graduate students. Where's the other one?" "Interesting. He left from McMurdo yesterday, the day you arrived." "So they all got out," Kenner said. "Got to give them credit. They're smart." He looked at his watch. "Now let's see what, if anything, they left behind." The name on the door said Dave Kane, U. Mish. Evans pushed it open and saw a small room, an unmade bed, a small desk with a messy stack of papers, and 4 cans of Diet Coke. There was a suitcase lying open in the corner. "Let's get started," Kenner said. "I'll take the bed and the suitcase. You check the desk." Evans began to go through the papers on the desk. They all seemed to be reprints of research articles. Some were stamped U-Mish Geolib, followed by a number. "Window dressing," Kenner said when he was shown the papers. "He brought those papers with him. Anything else? Anything personal?" Evans didn't see anything of interest. Some of the papers were highlighted in yellow marker. There was a stack of 3x5 note cards with some notes written on them. But they seemed to be genuine and related to the stack of papers. "You don't suppose this guy is really a graduate student?" "Could be, though I doubt it. Eco-terrorists aren't usually well educated." There were pictures of glacier flows and satellite images of various sorts. Evans shuffled through them quickly. Then he paused at one. What caught his eye was the caption, Scorpion B. "Listen," he said. "On that list of 4 locations, wasn't one of them called Scorpion?" "Yes." "It's right here in Antarctica," Evans said. "Look at this." Kenner started to say, "But it can't be," and abruptly broke off. "This is extremely interesting, Peter. Well done. It was in that stack. Good. Anything else?" Despite himself, Evans felt pleased by Kenner's approval. "It's the same basic pattern of rock outcrops in the snow," Evans said excitedly. "And I don't know about these faint lines. Roads? Rocks covered in snow?" "Yes," Kenner said. "I think that's almost certainly correct." "And if they're aerial photographs, there must be a way to trace them. Do you think these numbers are references of some kind?" "There's no question." Kenner pulled out a small pocket magnifying glass and scanned the image, peering closely. "Yes, Peter. Very well done." Evans beamed. From the doorway, McGregor said, "You found something? Can I help?" "I don't think so," Kenner said. "We'll deal with this ourselves." Evans said, "But maybe he will "No," Kenner said. "We'll get the ID off the NASA image files. Let's continue." They searched in silence for several minutes more. Kenner took out a pocket knife and began cutting the lining of the suitcase lying open in the corner of Brewster's office. "Ah." He straightened. In his fingers he held 2 curved arcs of pale rubber. "What are those?" Evans said. "Silicone? Or something very similar. A kind of soft plastic at any rate." Kenner seemed very pleased. "What are they for?" Evans said. "I have no idea," Kenner said. He resumed his search of the suitcase. Privately, Evans wondered why Kenner was so pleased. Probably he was not saying what he knew in front of McGregor. But what could 2 bits of rubber mean anyway? What could they be used for? Evans went through the documents on the desk a second time, but found nothing more. He lifted the desk lamp and looked under the base. He crouched down and looked under the desk in case something was taped there. He found nothing. Kenner closed the suitcase. "As I thought, nothing more. We were very lucky to find what we did." He turned to McGregor. "Where's Sanyong?" "In the server room, doing what you requested. Cutting Brewster and his team out of the system." The server room was hardly larger than a closet. There were twin racks of processors running floor to ceiling and the usual mesh ceiling for cabling. There was a master terminal in the room on a small steel table. Sanyong was crowded in there, with a Waddell technician at his side, looking frustrated. Kenner and Evans stood outside in the hallway. Evans was pleased that he felt steady enough to stand. His strength was coming back quickly. "It hasn't been easy," Sanyong said to Kenner. "The procedure here is to give each Waddell researcher private storage space, and also direct radio and internet connections. And these 3 guys knew how to take advantage of it. Apparently the third man with Brewster was the computer guy. Within a day of his arrival, he got into the system as root and installed backdoors and Trojans all over the place. We're not sure how many. We're trying to get them out. He also added a few dummy user accounts, the technician said. Like about 20, Sanyong said. But I'm not worried about those. They're probably just that, dummies. If this guy was smart, and he was, he'd have given himself access to the system through an existing user, so he'd go undetected. We're looking now for any users who have added a new secondary password in the last week. But this system doesn't have a lot of maintenance utilities. It's slow going. What about the Trojans? Kenner said. How are they timed? In computer slang, a Trojan was an innocent-looking program installed in the system. It was designed to wake up at a later time and carry out some action. It derived its name from the way the Greeks won the Trojan War, by making a huge horse and presenting it to the Trojans as a gift. Once the horse was inside the walls of Troy, the Greek soldiers who had been hiding inside it came out and attacked the city. The classic Trojan was one installed by a disgruntled employee. It erased all the hard drives in a business 3 months after the employee was fired. But there were many variations. Timing on all of the ones I found here is short, Sanyong said. 1 day, 2 days from now. We found one that is 3 days from now, nothing after that. So, just as we suspected, Kenner said. Exactly, Sanyong said, nodding. They intended it to happen soon. Intended what? Evans said. The calving of the big iceberg, Kenner said. Why soon? They would still have been here. I'm not sure they would have, but in any case, the timing was determined by something else. Yes? What? Evans said. Kenner gave him a look. We can go into it later. He turned back to Sanyong. And what about the radio connects? We disabled all the direct connects right away, he said. And I assume you did work on the ground at the location itself. I did, Kenner said. And what did you do on the ground? Evans said. Random disconnects. Of what? Tell you later. So we're redundant, Sanyong said. No, because we can't be sure there's not someone else embedded in this place who will undo our work. I wish, Evans said, I knew what the hell you guys were talking about. Later, Kenner said. This time the look was sharp. Evans was silent. He felt a little wounded. McGregor said, Ms. Jones is awake and getting dressed. All right, Kenner said. I believe our work here is done. Wheels up in an hour. To go where? Evans said. I thought that was obvious, Kenner said. Helsinki, Finland. En route, Friday, October 8th, 6:04 a.m. The plane flew back through the dazzling morning light. Sarah was sleeping. Sanyong was working on his laptop. Kenner stared out the window. Evans said, All right, what did you disconnect randomly? The cone charges, Kenner said. They were laid out in a precise pattern, 400 meters apart. I disconnected 50 at random, mostly along the eastern end of the line. That will suffice to prevent the standing wave from being generated. So no iceberg? That's the idea. And why are we going to Helsinki? We're not. I only said that for the benefit of the technician. We're going to Los Angeles. Okay, And why are we going to Los Angeles? Because that's where the NERF conference on abrupt climate change is being held. This is all related to the conference? Kenner nodded. These guys are trying to break off an iceberg to coincide with the conference? Exactly. All part of any good starburst media plan. You arrange an event with good visuals that reinforces the point of the conference. You seem awfully calm about it, Evans said. It's the way things are done, Peter. Kenner shrugged. Environmental concerns don't come to the public's attention by accident, you know. What do you mean? Well, take your favorite fear, global warming. The arrival of global warming was announced dramatically by a prominent climatologist, James Hansen, in 1988. He gave testimony before a joint House and Senate committee headed by Senator Worth of Colorado. Hearings were scheduled for June, so Hansen could deliver his testimony during a blistering heat wave. It was a setup from the beginning. That doesn't bother me, Evans said. It's legitimate to use a government hearing as a way to make the public aware. Really? So you're saying that in your mind, there's no difference between a government hearing and a press conference? I'm saying hearings have been used that way many times before. True. But it is unquestionably manipulative. And Hansen's testimony wasn't the only instance of media manipulation that's occurred in the course of the global warming sales campaign. Don't forget the last-minute changes in the 1995 IPCC report. IPCC? What last-minute changes? The UN formed the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in the late 1980s. That's the IPCC. As you know, a huge group of bureaucrats and scientists under the thumb of bureaucrats. The idea was that since this was a global problem, the UN would track climate research and issue reports every few years. The first assessment report in 1990 said it would be very difficult to detect a human influence on climate, although everybody was concerned that one might exist. But the 1995 report announced with conviction that there was now a discernible human influence on climate. You remember that? Vaguely. Well, the claim of a discernible human influence was written into the 1995 summary report after the scientists themselves had gone home. Originally, the document said scientists couldn't detect a human influence on climate for sure, and they didn't know when they would. They said explicitly, "We don't know." That statement was deleted and replaced with a new statement that a discernible human influence did indeed exist. It was a major change. Is that true? Evans said. Yes. Changing the document caused a stir among scientists at the time, with opponents and defendants of the change coming forward. If you read their claims and counterclaims, you can't be sure who's telling the truth. But this is the Internet age. You can find the original documents and the list of changes online and decide for yourself. A review of the actual text changes makes it crystal clear that the IPCC is a political organization, not a scientific one. Evans frowned. He wasn't sure how to answer. He'd heard of the IPCC, of course, although he didn't know much about it. But my question is simpler, Peter. If something is real, if it is a genuine problem that requires action, why does anybody have to exaggerate their claims? Why do there have to be carefully executed media campaigns? I can give you a simple answer, Evans said. The media is a crowded marketplace. People are bombarded by thousands of messages every minute. You have to speak loudly. And yes, maybe exaggerate a little, if you want to get their attention. And try to mobilize the entire world to sign the Kyoto Treaty. Well, let's consider that. When Hansen announced in the summer of 1988 that global warming was here, he predicted temperatures would increase 0.35 degrees Celsius over the next 10 years. Do you know what the actual increase was? I'm sure you'll tell me it was less than that. Much less, Peter. Dr. Hansen overestimated by 300%. The actual increase was 0.11 degrees. Okay, but it did increase. And 10 years after his testimony, he said that the forces that govern climate change are so poorly understood that long-term prediction is impossible. He did not say that. Kenner sighed. Sanyong. Sanyong pecked at his laptop. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, October, 1998. Hansen didn't say that the prediction was impossible. He said, quote, "The forcings that drive long-term climate change are not known with an accuracy sufficient to define future climate change." End quote. And he argued that, in the future, scientists should use multiple scenarios to define a range of possible climate outcomes. Well, that isn't exactly— "Stop quibbling," Kenner said. "He said it. Why do you think Balder was worried about his witnesses in the Vanuatu case? It's because of statements like these. However you attempt to reframe it, it's a clear statement of limited knowledge, and it's hardly the only one. The IPCC itself made many limiting statements." But Hansen still believes in global warming. Yes, he does. And his 1988 prediction, Kenner said, was wrong by 300%. So what? You are ignoring the implication of an error that large, Kenner said. Compare it to other fields. For example, when NASA launched the rocket carrying the Mars rover, they announced that in 253 days, the rover would land on the surface of Mars at 8:11 p.m. California time. In fact, it landed at 8:35 p.m. That is an error of a few thousandths of a percent. The NASA people knew what they were talking about. Okay, fine. But there are some things you have to estimate. You're absolutely right, Kenner said. People estimate all the time. They estimate sales. They estimate profits. They estimate delivery dates. They estimate— By the way, do you estimate your taxes for the government? Yes, quarterly. How accurate does that estimate have to be? Well, there's no fixed rule. Peter, how accurate without penalty? Maybe 15%? So if you were off by 300%, you'd pay a penalty. Yes. Hansen was off by 300%. Climate is not a tax return. In the real world of human knowledge, Kenner said, to be wrong by 300% is taken as an indication you don't have a good grasp on what you are estimating. If you got on an airplane and the pilot said it was a 3-hour flight, but you arrived in 1 hour, would you think that pilot was knowledgeable or not? Evans sighed. Climate is more complicated than that. Yes, Peter. Climate is more complicated. It is so complicated that no one has been able to predict future climate with accuracy. Even though billions of dollars are being spent and hundreds of people are trying all around the world. Why do you resist that uncomfortable truth? Weather prediction is much better, Evans said, and that's because of computers. Yes, weather prediction has improved. But nobody tries to predict weather more than 10 days in advance, whereas computer modelers are predicting what the temperature will be 100 years in advance, sometimes 1,000 years, 3,000 years. And they are doing better. Arguably, they aren't. Look, Kenner said, The biggest events in global climate are the El Niños. They happen roughly every 4 years. But climate models can't predict them. Not their timing, their duration, or their intensity. And if you can't predict El Niños, the predictive value of your model in other areas is suspect. I heard they can predict El Niños. That was claimed in 1998, but it is not true. Kenner shook his head. Climate science simply isn't there yet, Peter. One day it will be, but not now. To Los Angeles, Friday, October 8th, 2:22 p.m. Another hour passed. Sanyong was working continuously on the laptop. Kenner sat motionless, staring out the window. Sanyong was accustomed to this. He knew that Kenner could stay silent and immobile for several hours. He only turned away from the window when Sanyong swore. "What's the matter?" Kenner said. "I lost our satellite connection to the internet. It's been in and out for a while." "Were you able to trace the images?" "Yes. That was no problem. I have the location fixed." "Did Evans really think these were images from Antarctica?" "Yes. He thought they showed black outcrops against snow. I didn't disagree with him." "The actual location," Sanyong said, "is a place called Resolution Bay. It's in northeast Gareda." "How far from Los Angeles?" "Roughly 6,000 nautical miles." "So the propagation time is 12 or 13 hours?" "Yes." "We'll worry about it later," Kenner said. "We have other problems first." Peter Evans slept fitfully. His bed consisted of a padded airplane seat laid flat, with a seam in the middle, right where his hip rested. He tossed and turned, waking briefly, hearing snatches of conversation between Kenner and Sanyong at the back of the plane. He couldn't hear the whole conversation over the drone of the engines, but he heard enough. "Because of what I need him to do, he'll refuse, John. He likes it or not, Evans is at the center of everything." Peter Evans was suddenly awake. He strained to hear now. He raised his head off the pillow so he could hear better. "Didn't disagree with him. Actual location, Resolution Bay, Gareda. How far? 1,000 miles. The propagation time, 13 hours. He thought, propagation time? What the hell were they talking about? On impulse, he jumped up, strode back there, and confronted them. Kenner didn't blink. "Sleep well?" "No," Evans said. "I did not sleep well. I think you owe me some explanations." "About what?" "The satellite pictures, for one." "I couldn't very well tell you right there in the room in front of the others," Kenner said, "and I hated to interrupt your enthusiasm." Evans went and poured himself a cup of coffee. "Okay, what do the pictures really show?" Sanyong flipped his laptop around to show Evans the screen. "Don't feel bad. You would never have had any reason to suspect. The images were negatives. They're often used that way to increase contrast." "Negatives?" "The black rocks are actually white. They're clouds." Evans sighed. "And what is the land mass?" "It's an island called Gareda, in the southern part of the Solomon chain, which is off the coast of New Guinea, north of Australia." "So this is an island in the South Pacific," Evans said. "This guy in Antarctica had a picture of a Pacific island." "Correct." "And the scorpion references, we don't know," Sanyong said. "The actual location is called Resolution Bay on the charts, but it may be known locally as Scorpion Bay. And what are they planning down there? Kenner said, We don't know that either. I heard you talking about propagation times. Propagation times for what? Actually, you misheard me, Kenner said smoothly. I was talking about interrogation times. Interrogation times? Evans said. Yes. We are hoping we'd be able to identify at least one of the 3 men in Antarctica, since we have good photographs of all 3. And we know the photographs are accurate because people on the base saw them. But I'm afraid we're out of luck. Sanyong explained that they had transmitted photos of Brewster and the 2 graduate students to several databases in Washington, where pattern recognition computers checked them against individuals with known criminal records. Sometimes you got lucky, and the computer found a match. But this time, no match had come back. It's been several hours, so I think we're out of luck. As we expected, Kenner said. Yes, Sanyong said, as we expected. Because these guys don't have criminal records? Evans said. No, they very well may. Then why didn't you get a match? Because this is a net war, Kenner said, and at the moment we are losing it. To Los Angeles, Friday, October 8th, 3:27 p.m. In media accounts, Kenner explained, the Environmental Liberation Front was usually characterized as a loose association of eco-terrorists, operating in small groups on their own initiative and employing relatively unsophisticated means to create havoc, starting fires, trashing SUVs and car lots, and so on. The truth was quite different. Only one member of ALF had ever been apprehended, a 29-year-old graduate student at the University of California at Santa Cruz. He was caught sabotaging an oil rig in El Segundo, California. He denied any association with the group and insisted he was acting alone. But what troubled authorities was the fact that he was wearing an appliance on his forehead that changed the shape of his skull and made his eyebrows jut out prominently. He was also wearing false ears. It wasn't much of a disguise, but it was troubling, because it suggested that he knew quite a lot about the pattern-matching programs used by the government. These programs were tuned to look past changes in facial hair, wigs, beards, and mustaches, since that was the most common method of disguise. They were also designed to compensate for changes in age, such as an increased heaviness in the face, drooping features, receding hairlines. But ears did not change. The shape of the forehead didn't change. So the programs were therefore weighted to rely on the configuration of ears and the shape of the forehead. Changing these parts of the face would result in a no-match outcome on a computer. The guy from Santa Cruz knew that. He knew security cameras would photograph him when he got near the rig, so he changed his appearance in a way that would prevent identification by computer. Similarly, the 3 extremists at Waddell clearly had formidable backing to carry out their high-tech terrorist act. It took months of planning. Costs were high. And they obviously had in-depth support to obtain academic credentials, university stencils on their shipping boxes, shell companies for their Antarctic shipments, false websites, and dozens of other details necessary for the undertaking. There was nothing unsophisticated about their plan, or the way they had executed it. And they would have succeeded, Kenner said, except for that list George Morton obtained shortly before his death, all of which suggested that if ALF was once a loose association of amateurs, it was no longer. Now it was a highly organized network, one that employed so many channels of communication among its members: email, cell phones, radio, text messaging, that the networks as a whole eluded detection. The governments of the world had long worried about how to deal with such networks, and the net wars that would result from trying to fight them. For a long time, the concept of a net war was theoretical, Kenner said. There were studies coming out of Rand, but nobody in the military was really focusing on it. The notion of a networked enemy, or terrorists, or even criminals was too amorphous to bother with. But it was the amorphous quality of the network, fluid, rapidly evolving, that made it so difficult to combat. You couldn't infiltrate it. You couldn't listen in on it except by accident. You couldn't locate it geographically because it wasn't in any one place. In truth, the network represented a radically new kind of opponent, and one that required radically new techniques to combat it. The military just didn't get it, Kenner said. But like it or not, we're in a net war right now. How do you fight a net war? Evans said. The only way to oppose a network is with another network. You expand your listening posts. You decrypt around the clock. You employ techniques of networked deception and entrapment. Such as what? It's technical, Kenner said vaguely. We rely on the Japanese to spearhead that effort. They are the best at it in the world. And of course, we extend our feelers in multiple directions at the same time. Based on what we've just learned at Waddell, we have lots of irons in the fire. Kenner had databases being searched. He had state organizations mobilized. He had inquiries into where the terrorists had obtained their academic credentials, their encrypted radio transmitters, their explosive charges, their computerized detonation timers. None of this was commonplace stuff, and it could be traced, given enough time. Is there enough time? Evans said. I'm not sure. Evans could see that Kenner was worried. So, what is it you want me to do? Just one very simple thing, Kenner said. What's that? Kenner smiled. Part 3. Angel. Los Angeles, Saturday, October 9th, 7:04 a.m. Is this really necessary? Peter Evans said, with a worried look. It is, Kenner said. But it's illegal, Evans said. It's not, Kenner said firmly. Because you're a law enforcement officer? Evans said. Of course, don't worry about it. They were flying in over Los Angeles, approaching the runway at Van Nuys. The California sun shone through the windows. Sanyong was hunched over the dining table in the middle of the plane. In front of him lay Evans's cell phone, the back removed. Sanyong was attaching a thin gray plate the size of his thumbnail right on top of the battery. What exactly is it? Evans said. Flash memory, Sanyong said. It will record 4 hours of conversation in a compressed format. I see, Evans said. And what am I supposed to do? Just carry the phone in your hand and go about your business. And if I get caught, he said, you won't get caught. Kenner said, you can take it anywhere. You'll go right through any security, no problem. But if they have bug sweepers, they won't detect you because you're not transmitting anything. It's got a burst transmitter. For 2 seconds every hour it transmits. The rest of the time, nothing. Kenner sighed. Look, Peter, it's just a cell phone. Everyone has them. I don't know, Evans said. "I feel bad about this. I mean, I'm not a stool pigeon." Sarah came to the back, yawning, clearing her ears. "Who's the stool pigeon?" "It's how I feel," Evans said. "That's not the issue." Kenner said, "Sanyong?" Sanyong took out a printed list, passed it to Evans. It was Morton's original sheet, now with additions to it. Terror, Mount Terror, Antarctica. Snake, Snake Butte, Arizona. Laughter, Laughter Cay, Bahamas. Scorpion, Resolution, Solomon Islands. Alt, Terror, Mount Terror, Antarctica. Sever, Sever City, Arizona. Conch, Conch Cay, Bahamas. Scorpion, Resolution, Solomon Islands. Alt, Terror, Mount Terror, Antarctica. Buzzard, Buzzard Gulch, Utah. Old Man Island, Turks and Caicos. Scorpion, Resolution, Solomon Islands. Alt, Terror, Mount Terror, Antarctica. Black Mesa, New Mexico. Snarl, Snarl Cay, BWI. Scorpion, Resolution, Solomon Islands. As you see, Sanyong has identified the precise GPS locations, Kenner said. You've undoubtedly noticed a small pattern in the list. The first incident we know about. The second incident will take place somewhere in the American desert, either Utah, Arizona, or New Mexico. The third incident will be somewhere in the Caribbean, east of Cuba, and the fourth incident will be in the Solomon Islands. Yes, so? Our concern right now is for the second incident, Kenner said. And the problem is that from Utah to Arizona to New Mexico, there are 50,000 square miles of desert. Unless we can get additional information, we'll never find these guys. But you have exact GPS locations, which they will undoubtedly change, now that they know of the trouble in Antarctica. You think they have already changed plans? Of course. Their network knew something was wrong as soon as we arrived at Waddell yesterday. I think that's why the first guy left. I think he's actually the leader of the three. The other two were just foot soldiers. So you want me to go see Drake? Evans said. Right. And find out whatever you can. I hate this, Evans said. I understand, Kenner said. But we need you to do it. Evans looked at Sarah, who was rubbing her eyes, still sleepy. He was annoyed to see that she had arisen from her bed perfectly composed, her face uncreased, beautiful as ever. How are you? He said to her. I need to brush my teeth, she said. How long until we land? 10 minutes. She got up and walked to the back of the plane. Evans looked out the window. The sunlight was glaring, harsh. He hadn't had enough sleep. The line of stitches in his scalp pinched. His body ached from being wedged in the damn crevasse for so long. Just to rest his elbow on the armrest of the seat was painful. He sighed. Peter, Kenner said, those guys tried to kill you. I wouldn't be too careful about the niceties when you fight back. Maybe so, but I'm a lawyer. And you could be a dead lawyer, Kenner said. I don't advise it. It was with a sense of unreality that Peter Evans merged his hybrid car onto the San Diego freeway, 12 lanes of roaring traffic on an expanse of concrete as wide as half a football field. 65% of the surface area of Los Angeles was devoted to cars. People had to wedge themselves in what little was left. It was an inhuman design, and it was environmentally absurd. Everything was so far apart. You couldn't walk anywhere. The pollution was incredible. And people like Kenner did nothing but criticize the good work of environmental organizations, without whose efforts the environment of a place like Los Angeles would be much, much worse. Face it, he thought, the world needed help. It desperately needed an environmental perspective. And nothing in Kenner's smooth manipulation of facts would change that truth. His thoughts rambled on in this way for another 10 minutes, until he crossed Mulholland Pass and came down toward Beverly Hills. He looked at the passenger seat beside him. The doctored cell phone glinted in the sunlight. He decided to take it to Drake's office right away, get this whole thing over with. He telephoned Drake's office and asked to talk to him. He was told Drake was at the dentist and would return later in the day. The secretary wasn't sure exactly when. Evans decided to go to his apartment and take a shower. He parked in the garage and walked through the little garden to his apartment. The sun was shining down between the buildings. The roses were in bloom, beautiful. The only thing that marred it, he thought, was the lingering odor of cigar smoke in the air. It was offensive to think that somebody had smoked a cigar, and that what remained was Evans. He paused. He looked around. He could see nothing. Evans heard an intense whisper, like a hiss. "Turn right. Pick a damn rose." "What?" "Don't talk, you idiot. Stop looking around. Come over here and pick a rose." Evans moved toward the voice. The cigar smell was stronger. Behind the tangle of the bushes, he saw an old stone bench that he had never noticed before. It was crusted with algae. Hunched down on the bench was a man in a sport coat, smoking a cigar. "Don't talk," the man whispered. "How many times do I have to tell you? Take a rose and smell it. That'll give you a reason to stay a minute. Now listen to me. I'm a private investigator. I was hired by George Morton." Evans smelled the rose, inhaling cigar smoke. "I have something important for you," the guy said. "I'll bring it to your apartment in 2 hours. But I want you to leave again, so they'll follow you. Leave the door unlocked." Evans turned the rose in his fingers, pretending to examine it. In fact, he was looking past the rose at the man on the bench. The man's face was familiar somehow. Evans was sure he had seen him before. Yeah, the man said, as if reading his thoughts. He turned his lapel to show a badge. "AV Network Systems. I was working in the Nerf building. Now you remember, right? Don't nod, for Christ's sake. Just go upstairs, change your clothes, and leave for a while. Go to the gym or whatever, just go. These assholes," he jerked his head toward the street, "have been waiting for you. So don't disappoint them. Now go." His apartment had been put together very well. Elisa had done a good job. The slashed cushions had been flipped over. The books were back in the bookcase. They were out of order, but he would deal with that later. From the large windows in his living room, Evans looked out toward the street. He could see nothing except the green expanse of Roxbury Park, the kids playing at midday, the clusters of gossiping nannies. There was no sign of surveillance. It looked perfectly normal. Self-consciously, he started unbuttoning his shirt and turned away. He went to the shower, letting the hot spray sting his body. He looked at his toes, which were dark purple, a worrisome, unnatural color. He wiggled them. He didn't have much sensation, but other than that, they seemed to be all right. He toweled off and checked his messages. There was a call from Janice asking if he was free tonight. Then another nervous one from her, saying her boyfriend had just come back into town and she was busy, which meant don't call her back. There was a call from Lisa, Herb Lowenstein's assistant, asking where he was. Lowenstein wanted to go over some documents with him. It was important. There was a call from Heather, saying that Lowenstein was looking for him. A call from Margot Lane, saying she was still in the hospital and why hadn't he called her back. A call from his client, the BMW dealer, asking when he was coming to the showroom. And about 10 hang-ups, far more than he usually had. The hang-ups gave him a creepy feeling. Evans dressed quickly, putting on a suit and tie. He came back into the living room and, feeling uneasy, clicked on the television set, just in time for the local noon news. He was heading for the door when he heard, "Two new developments emphasize once again the dangers of global warming. The first study out of England says global warming is literally changing the rotation of the Earth, shortening the length of our day." Evans turned back to look. He saw two co-anchors, a man and a woman. The man was explaining that even more dramatic was a study that showed that the Greenland ice cap was going to melt entirely away, which would cause sea levels to rise 20 feet. "So I guess it's goodbye, Malibu," the anchor said cheerfully. Of course, that wouldn't happen for a few years yet. But it's coming, unless we all change our ways. Evans turned away from the television and headed for the door. He wondered what Kenner would have to say about this latest news, changing the rotation speed of the Earth. He shook his head at the sheer enormity of it, and melting all the ice in Greenland. Evans could imagine Kenner's discomfiture. But then, he'd probably just deny it all, the way he usually did. Evans opened the door, carefully ensured that it would remain unlocked, closed it behind him, and headed for his office. Century City, Saturday, October 9th, 9:08 a.m. He ran into Herb Lowenstein in the hall, walking toward a conference room. "Jesus," Lowenstein said. "Where the hell have you been, Peter? Nobody could find you." "I've been doing a confidential job for a client." "Well, next time, tell your damn secretary how to reach you. You look like shit. What happened? You get in a fight or something? And what's that above your ear? Jesus. Are those stitches?" "I fell." "Uh-huh. What client were you doing this confidential job for?" "Nick Drake, actually." "Funny, he didn't mention it." "No?" "No, and he just left. I spent the whole morning with him. He's very unhappy about the document rescinding the $10 million grant from the Morton Foundation, especially that clause." "I know," Evans said. "He wants to know where the clause came from." "I know." "Where did it come from?" "George asked me not to divulge that." "George is dead." "Not officially." "This is bullshit, Peter." "Where did the clause come from?" Evans shook his head. "I'm sorry, Herb. I have specific instructions from the client. We're in the same firm, and he's my client, too." "He instructed me in writing, Herb." "In writing?" "Horse shit. George didn't write anything." "Handwritten note," Evans said. "Nick wants the terms of the document broken." "I'm sure he does." "And I told him we'd do that for him," Lowenstein said. "I don't see how." "Morton was not in his right mind." "But he was, Herb," Evans said. "You'll be taking $10 million out of his estate, and if anybody whispers in the ear of his daughter, she's a total cokehead who goes through cash like a monkey through bananas. And if anybody whispers in her ear, this firm will be liable for $10 million, and for punitive damages for conspiracy to defraud. Have you talked to the other senior partners about this course of action? You're being obstructive. I'm being cautious. Maybe I should express my concerns in an email to you. This is not how you advance in this firm, Peter. Evans said, I think I am acting in the firm's best interest. I certainly don't see how you can abrogate this document without, at the very least, first obtaining written opinions from attorneys outside the firm. But no outside attorney would countenance. He broke off. He glared at Evans. Drake is going to want to talk to you about this. I'll be happy to do that. I'll tell him you'll call. Fine. Lowenstein stalked off. Then he turned back. What was all that business about the police in your apartment? My apartment was robbed. For what? Drugs? No, Herb. My assistant had to leave the office to help you with a police matter. That's true, as a personal favor, and it was after hours, if I recall. Lowenstein snorted and stomped off down the hall. Evans made a mental note to call Drake and get this entire business behind him. Los Angeles, Saturday, October 9th, 11:04 a.m. In the hot midday sun, Kenner parked his car in the downtown lot and walked with Sarah out onto the street. Heat shimmered off the pavement. The signs there were all in Spanish, except for a few English phrases, checks cashed and money loaned. From scratchy loudspeakers, mariachi music blared out. Kenner said, "All set." Sarah checked the small sports bag on her shoulder. It had nylon mesh at either end. The mesh concealed the video lens. "Yes," she said. "I'm ready." Together they walked toward the large store on the corner, Brader's Army-Navy surplus. Sarah said, "What are we doing here?" "Alf purchased a large quantity of rockets," Kenner said. She frowned. "Rockets?" "Small ones. Lightweight. About 2 feet long. They're outdated versions of an 80s Warsaw Pact device called Hotfire. Handheld, wire-guided, solid propellant. Range of about 1,000 yards. Sarah wasn't sure what all that meant. "So these are weapons?" "I doubt that's why he bought them." "How many did they buy?" 500, with launchers." "Wow!" "Let's just say they're probably not hobbyists." Above the doors, a banner in flaking yellow and green paint read, "Camping gear, paintball, paratrooper jackets, compass, sleeping bags, much, much more." The front door chimed as they went in. The store was large and disorderly, filled with military stuff on racks, and piled in untidy heaps on the floor. The air smelled musty, like old canvas. There were few people inside at this hour. Kenner walked directly to the kid at the cash register, flashed his wallet, and asked for Mr. Brader. "In the back." The kid smiled at Sarah. Kenner went to the back of the store. Sarah stayed at the front. "So," she said, "I need a little help." "Do my best." He grinned. He was a crew-cut kid, maybe 19 or 20. He had a black T-shirt that said The Crow. His arms looked like he worked out. "I'm trying to find a guy," Sarah said, and slid a sheet of paper toward him. "You think any guy would be trying to find you?" the kid said. He picked up the paper. It showed a photograph of the man they knew as Brewster, who had set up camp in Antarctica. "Oh, yeah," the kid said immediately. "Sure, I know him. He comes in sometimes." "What's his name?" "I don't know. But he's in the store now." "Now?" She glanced around for Kenner. He was in the back, huddled with the owner. She didn't want to call him or do anything to cause attention. The kid was standing on tiptoes, looking around. "Yeah, he's here. He was in here a few minutes ago. Came in to buy some timers." "Where are your timers?" "I'll show you." He came around the counter and led her through the stacks of green clothing and the boxes piled 7 feet high. She couldn't see over them. She could no longer see Kenner. The kid glanced over his shoulder at her. "What are you, like a detective?" "Sort of. You want to go out?" They were moving deeper into the store when they heard the chime of the front door. She turned to look. Over stacks of flak jackets, she had a glimpse of a brown head, a white shirt with a red collar, and the door closing. He's leaving, she didn't think. She just turned and sprinted for the door. The bag banged against her hip. She jumped over stacked canteens, running hard. "Hey!" the kid yelled behind her. "You coming back?" She banged through the door. She was out on the street. Glaring hot sun and shoving crowds. She looked left and right. She didn't see the white shirt and red collar anywhere. There hadn't been time for him to cross the street. She looked around the corner and saw him strolling casually away from her, toward 5th Street. She followed him. He was a man of about 35, dressed in cheap golf-type clothes. His pants were rumpled. He wore dirty hiking boots. He had tinted glasses and a small, trim mustache. He looked like a guy who'd spent a lot of time outdoors, but not a construction guy. More of a supervisor. Maybe a building contractor, building inspector, something like that. She tried to notice the details, to remember them. She gained on him, then decided that was a bad idea and dropped back. Brewster stopped in front of one window and looked at it intently for a few moments, then went on. She came to the window. It was a crockery store, displaying cheap plates. She wondered then if he already knew he was being followed. To trail a terrorist on a downtown street felt like something out of a movie, but it was more frightening than she anticipated. The surplus store seemed very far behind her. She didn't know where Kenner was. She wished he were here. Also, she was hardly inconspicuous. The crowd on the sidewalk was largely Hispanic, and Sarah's blonde head stuck up above most people's. She stepped off the curb and walked along the street gutter, hanging at the edge of the crowd. That way she lost 6 inches of height. But still she was uncomfortably aware that her hair was distinctively blonde. But there was nothing she could do about that. She let Brewster get 20 yards ahead of her. She didn't want to allow more distance than that because she was afraid she'd lose him. Brewster crossed 5th Street and continued on. He went another half a block and then turned left down an alley. Sarah got to the alley entrance and paused. There were garbage bags stacked at intervals. She could smell the rotten odor from where she was. A big delivery truck blocked the far end of the alley. And no Brewster. He had vanished. It wasn't possible, unless he had walked through one of the back doors that opened onto the alley. There were doors every 20 feet or so, many of them recessed into the brick wall. She bit her lip. She didn't like the idea that she couldn't see him. But there were delivery men down at the truck. She started down the alley. She looked at each door as she passed it. Some were boarded shut, some were locked. A few had grimy signs giving the name of the firm and saying, "Use front entrance or press bell for service." No Brewster. She had gotten halfway down the alley when something made her look back. She was just in time to see Brewster step out of a doorway and head back to the street, moving quickly away from her. She ran. As she passed the doorway, she saw an elderly woman standing in the door. The sign on the door said Monroe Silk and Fabrics. "Who is he?" she shouted. The old woman shrugged, shaking her head. "Wrong door. They all do." She said something more, but by then Sarah couldn't hear. She was back on the sidewalk, still running. Heading toward 4th, she could see Brewster half a block ahead. He was walking quickly, almost a jog. He crossed 4th. A pickup truck pulled over to the side a few yards ahead. It was battered blue with Arizona license plates. Brewster jumped in the passenger side and the truck roared off. Sarah was scribbling down the license plate when Kenner's car screeched to a stop alongside her. "Get in!" She did, and he accelerated forward. "Where were you?" she said, "Getting the car. I saw you leave. Did you film him?" She had forgotten all about the bag on her shoulder. "Yes, I think so." "Good. I got a name for this guy, from the store owner." "Yes?" "But it's probably an alias, David Paulson, and a shipping address. For the rockets?" "No, for the launch stands." "Where?" Kenner said, "Flagstaff, Arizona." Ahead they saw the blue pickup. They followed the pickup down 2nd, past the Los Angeles Times building, past the criminal courts, and then on to the freeway. Kenner was skilled. He managed to stay well back, but always kept the truck in sight. "You've done this before," Sarah said. "Not really." "What is that little card you show everybody?" Kenner pulled out his wallet and handed it to her. There was a silver badge, looking roughly like a police badge, except it said NSIA on it. And there was an official license for National Security Intelligence Agency, with his photograph. "I've never heard of the National Security Intelligence Agency." Kenner nodded, took the wallet back. "What does it do?" "Stays below the radar," Kenner said. "Have you heard from Evans?" "You don't want to tell me." "Nothing to tell," Kenner said. "Domestic terrorism makes domestic agencies uncomfortable. They're either too harsh or too lenient. Everyone in NSIA is specially trained. Now, call Sanyong and read him the license plate on that pickup. See if he can trace it." "So you do domestic terrorism?" "Sometimes." Ahead, the pickup truck moved onto the Interstate 5 freeway, heading east, past the clustered yellowing buildings of County General Hospital. "Where are they going?" she said. "I don't know," he said, "but this is the road to Arizona." She picked up the phone and called Sanyong. Sanyong wrote down the license and called back in less than 5 minutes. "It's registered to the Lazy Bar Ranch, outside Sedona," he told Kenner. "It's apparently a guest ranch and spa. The truck hasn't been reported stolen." "Okay, who owns the ranch?" "It's a holding company, Great Western Environmental Associates. They own a string of guest ranches in Arizona and New Mexico." "Who owns the holding company?" "I'm checking on that, but it'll take some time." Sanyong hung up. Ahead, the pickup truck moved into the right lane and turned on its blinker. "It's pulling off the road," Kenner said. They followed the truck through an area of seedy industrial parks. Sometimes the signs said sheetworks or machine tooling, but most of the buildings were blocky and unrevealing. The air was heavy, almost a light fog. After 2 miles, the truck turned right again, just past a sign that said LTSI Corp. And beneath that, a small picture of an airport with an arrow. "It must be a private airfield," Kenner said. "What's LTSI?" she said. He shook his head. "I don't know." Farther down the road, they could see the little airfield, with several small prop planes, Cessnas and Pipers, parked to one side. The truck drove up and parked alongside a twin-engine plane. "Twin Otter," Kenner said. "Is that significant?" "Short takeoff, large payload. It's a workhorse aircraft, used for firefighting, all sorts of things." Brewster got out of the truck and walked to the cockpit of the plane. He spoke briefly to the pilot. Then he got back in the truck and drove 100 yards down the road, pulling up in front of a huge rectangular shed of corrugated steel. There were 2 other trucks parked alongside it. The sign on the shed said LTSI in big blue letters. Brewster got out of the truck and came around the back as the driver of the truck got out. "Son of a bitch," Sarah said. The driver was the man they knew as Bolden. He was now wearing jeans, a baseball cap, and sunglasses, but there was no doubt about his identity. "Easy," Kenner said. They watched as Brewster and Bolden walked into the shed through a narrow door. The door closed behind them with a metallic clang. Kenner turned to Sarah. "You stay here." He got out of the car, walked quickly to the shed, and went inside. She sat in the passenger seat, shading her eyes against the sun, and waited. The minutes dragged. She squinted at the sign at the side of the shed because she could detect small white lettering beneath the large LTSI initials, but she was too far away to make out what it said. She thought of calling Sanyong, but didn't. She worried about what would happen if Brewster and Bolden came out. But Kenner remained inside. She would have to follow them alone. She couldn't let them get away. That thought led her to slide over into the driver's seat. She rested her hands on the wheel. She looked at her watch. Surely 9 or 10 minutes had already passed. She scanned the shed for any sign of activity, but the building was clearly made to be as unobtrusive and as unrevealing as possible. She looked at her watch again. She began to feel like a coward, just sitting there. All her life she had confronted the things that frightened her. That was why she had learned to ski black diamond ice, to rock climb, even though she was too tall, to scuba dive wrecks. Now she was just sitting in a hot car, waiting as the minutes ticked by. To hell with it, she thought. She got out of the car. The hell with it, she thought, and she got out of the car. At the door to the shed there were 2 small signs. One said LTSI, Lightning Test Systems International. The second said, "Warning, do not enter test bed during discharge intervals," whatever that meant. Sarah opened the door cautiously. There was a reception area, but it was deserted. On a plain wooden desk was a handwritten sign and a buzzer. "Press buzzer for assistance." She ignored the buzzer and opened the inner door, which was ominously marked "No trespassing. High voltage discharge. Authorized personnel only." She went through the door and came into an open, dimly lit industrial space. Pipes on the ceiling, a catwalk, rubber tile floor underfoot. It was all quite dark except for a 2-story glass-walled chamber in the center which was brightly lit. It was a fairly large space, roughly the size of her living room. Inside the chamber she saw what looked like an airplane jet engine mounted on a small section of wing. At the side of the room was a large metal plate set against the wall, and outside the room was a control panel. A man was sitting in front of the panel. Brewster and Bolden were nowhere to be seen. Inside the room, a recessed monitor screen flashed, "Clear area now." A computer voice said, "Please clear the test area. Testing begins in 30 seconds." Sarah heard a slowly building whine and the chugging of a pump, but nothing was happening that she could see. Curious, she moved forward. She looked around, but could not see where the sound was coming from. She looked up. Kenner was above her, on the catwalk. He gestured for her to join him, pointing to a set of stairs at the corner of the room. The computer voice said, "Testing begins in 20 seconds." She climbed the stairs and crouched beside Kenner. The whine had now built to a shriek, and the chugging was rapid, almost a continuous sound. Kenner pointed to the jet engine and whispered, "They're testing airplane parts." He explained quickly that airplanes were frequently struck by lightning, and all their components had to be lightning-proof. He said something else, too, but you couldn't really hear him over the increasing noise. Inside the center room, the lights went off, leaving just a faint blue glow over the jet engine and its smoothly curved cowling. The computer voice was counting backward from 10. "Testing begins now." There was a snap, so loud it sounded like a gunshot, and a bolt of lightning snaked out from the wall and struck the engine. It was immediately followed by more bolts from the other walls, striking the engine from all sides. The lightning crackled over the cowling in jagged white-hot fingers, then abruptly shot down to the floor, where Sarah saw a dome-shaped piece of metal about a foot in diameter. She noticed a few of the lightning bolts seemed to shoot directly to this dome, missing the engine entirely. As the test continued, the lightning bolts grew thicker, brighter. They made a long crack as they shot through the air and etched black streaks over the metal cowl. The fan blades were struck by one bolt, causing the fan to spin silently. As Sarah watched, it seemed as if more and more of the bolts did not strike the engine, but instead struck the small dome on the floor, until finally there was a white spider web of lightning strikes coming from all sides, going directly to the dome. And then, abruptly, the test ended. The whining sound stopped, and the room lights came on. Faint, hazy smoke rose from the engine cowling. Sarah looked over at the console and saw Brewster and Bolden standing behind the seated technician. All three men walked into the central room, where they crouched beneath the engine and inspected the metal dome. "What is it?" Sarah whispered. Kenner put a finger to his lips and shook his head. He looked unhappy. Inside the room, the men upended the dome, and Sarah had a glimpse of its complexity. Green circuit boards and shiny metal attachments. But the men were clustered around it, talking excitedly, and it was hard for her to see. Then they put the dome back down on the floor again and walked out of the room. They were laughing and slapping each other on the back, apparently very pleased with the test. She heard one of them say something about buying a round of beer, and there was more laughter, and they walked out through the front door. The test area was silent. They heard the outer door slam shut. She and Kenner waited. She looked at Kenner. He waited, motionless for a full minute, just listening. Then, when they still heard nothing, he said, "Let's have a look at that thing." They climbed down from the catwalk. On the ground level, they saw and heard nothing. The facility was apparently deserted. Kenner pointed to the inner chamber. They opened the door and went inside. The interior of the chamber was bright. There was a sharp smell in the air. "Ozone," Kenner said, "from the strikes." She walked directly to the dome on the floor. "What do you think it is?" Sarah said. "I don't know. But it must be a portable charge generator." He crouched, turned the dome over. "You see if you can generate a strong enough negative charge." He broke off. The dome was empty. Its electronic innards had been removed. With a clang, the door behind them slammed shut. Sarah whirled. Bolden was on the other side of the door, calmly locking it with a padlock. "Oh, shit," she said. Over at the council, she saw Brewster turning knobs, flipping switches. He flicked an intercom. "There's no trespassing in this facility, folks. It's clearly marked. Guess you didn't read the signs." Brewster stepped away from the council. The room lights went dark blue. Sarah heard the start of the whine, beginning to build. The screen flashed "Clear area now," and she heard a computer voice say, "Please clear the test area. Testing begins in 30 seconds." Brewster and Bolden walked out without looking back. Sarah heard Bolden say, "I hate the smell of burning flesh." And they were gone, slamming the door. The computer voice said, "Testing begins in 15 seconds." Sarah turned to Kenner. "What do we do?" Outside the facility, Bolden and Brewster got into their car. Bolden started the engine. Brewster put a hand on the other man's shoulder. "Let's just wait a minute." They watched the door. The red light began to flash, slowly at first, then faster and faster. "Test has started," Brewster said. "Damn shame," Bolden said. "How long you figure they can survive?" "1 bolt, maybe 2. By the 3rd one, they're definitely dead, and probably on fire." "Damn shame," Bolden said again. He put the car in gear and drove toward the waiting airplane. Part 4. Flash. City of Commerce, Saturday, October 9th, 12:13 p.m. Inside the test chamber, the air took a sizzly, electric quality, like the atmosphere before a storm. Sarah saw the hairs on her arms standing up. Her clothing was sticking to her body, flattened by the electric charge. "Got a belt?" Kenner said. "No." "Hair clip?" "No." "Anything metal?" "No, damn it, no!" Kenner flung himself against the glass wall, but just bounced off. He kicked it with his heel. Nothing happened. He slammed his weight against the door, but the lock was strong. 10 seconds to test, the computer voice said. "What are we going to do?" Sarah said, panicked. "Take your clothes off." "What?" "Now, do it." He was stripping off his shirt, ripping it off, buttons flying. "Come on, Sarah, especially the sweater." She had a fluffy Angora sweater, and bizarrely, she recalled it had been a present from her boyfriend, one of the first things he ever bought her. She tore it off and the t-shirt beneath. "Skirt," Kenner said. He was down to his shorts, pulling off his shoes. "What is this?" "It's got a zipper." She fumbled, getting the skirt off. She was down to her sports bra and panties. She shivered. The computer voice was counting backward. 10, 9, 8. Kenner was draping the clothes over the engine. He took her skirt, draped it over too. He arranged the Angora sweater to lie on the top. "What are you doing?" "Lie down," he said. "Lie flat on the floor. Make yourself as flat as you can, and don't move." She pressed her body against the cold concrete. Her heart was pounding. The air was bristling. She felt a shiver down the back of her neck. 3, 2, 1. Kenner threw himself on the ground next to her, and the first lightning bolt crashed through the room. She was shocked by the violence of it, the blast of air rushing over her body. Her hair was rising into the air. She could feel the weight of it lift off her neck. There were more bolts. The crashing sound was terrifying, blasting blue light, so bright she saw it even though she squinted her eyes shut. She pressed herself against the ground, willing herself to be flatter, exhaling, thinking, now is a time for prayer. But suddenly, there was another kind of light in the room, yellower, flickering, and a sharp, acrid smell. Fire. A piece of her flaming sweater fell off her bare shoulder. She felt searing pain. "It's a fire! Don't move!" Kenner snarled. The bolts were still blasting, coming faster and faster, crackling over the room. But she could see out of the corner of her eye that the clothes heaped on the engine were aflame. The room was filling with smoke. She thought, "My hair is burning!" And she could feel it suddenly hot at the base of her neck along her scalp. And suddenly, the room was filled with blasting water. And the lightning had stopped. And the sprinkler nozzles hissed overhead. She felt cold. The fires went out. The concrete was wet. "Can I get up now?" "Yes," Kenner said. "You can get up now." He spent several more minutes trying to break the glass without success. Finally, he stopped and stared, his hair matted by the sizzling water. "I don't get it," he said. "You can't have a room like this without a safety mechanism to enable someone to get out." "They locked the door, you saw it yourself." "Right. Locking it from the outside with a padlock. That padlock must be there to make sure nobody can enter the room from the outside while the facility is closed, but there still has to be some way to get out from the inside." "If there is, I don't see it." She was shivering. Her shoulder hurt where she was burned. Her underwear was soaked through. She wasn't modest, but she was cold, and he was nattering on. "There just has to be a way," he said, turning slowly, looking. "You can't break the glass?" "No," he said, "you can't." But that seemed to suggest something to him. He bent and carefully examined the glass frame, looking at the seam where the glass met the wall, running his finger along it. She shivered while she watched him. The sprinklers were still on, still spraying. She was standing in 3 inches of water. She could not understand how he could be so focused, so intent. "I'll be damned," he said. His fingers had closed on a small latch flush with the mounting. He found another on the opposite side of the window, flicked it open, and then he pushed the window, which was hinged in the center, and rotated it open. He stepped through into the outer room. "Nothing to it," he said. He extended his hand. "Can I offer you some dry clothes?" "Thank you," she said, and took his hand. The LTSI washrooms weren't anything to write home about, but Sarah and Kenner dried off with paper towels and found some warm coveralls, and Sarah began to feel better. Staring in the mirror, she saw that she'd lost 2 inches of hair around her left side. The ends were ragged, black, twisted. "Could have been worse," she said, thinking, "ponytails for a while." Kenner tended to her shoulder, which he said was just a first-degree burn with a few blisters. He put ice on it, telling her that burns were not a thermal injury, but were actually a nerve response within the body, and that ice in the first 10 minutes reduced the severity of the burn by numbing the nerve and preventing the response. So, if you were going to blister, ice prevented it from happening. She tuned out his voice. She couldn't actually see the burned area, so she had to take his word for it. It was starting to hurt. He found a first aid kit, brought back aspirin. Aspirin? Sarah said. Better than nothing. He dropped 2 tablets in her hand. Actually, most people don't know it, but aspirin's a true wonder drug. It has more pain-killing power than morphine, and it is anti-inflammatory, anti-fever. Not right now, she said. Please. She just couldn't take another of his lectures. He said nothing. He just put on the bandage. He seemed to be good at that, too. Is there anything you're not good at? She said. Oh, sure. Like what, dancing? No, I can dance. But I'm terrible at languages. That's a relief. She herself was good at languages. She'd spent her junior year in Italy and was reasonably fluent in Italian and French. And she'd studied Chinese. And what about you? He said. What are you bad at? Relationships, she said, staring in the mirror and pulling at the blackened strands of her hair. Beverly Hills, Saturday, October 9th, 1:13 p.m. As Evans climbed the steps to his apartment, he could hear the television blaring. It seemed louder than before. He heard cheers and laughter, some sort of show with a live studio audience. He opened the door and went into the living room. The private investigator from the courtyard was sitting on the couch, his back to Evans while he watched television. His jacket was off and flung over a nearby chair. He had his arm draped across the back of the sofa. His fingers drummed impatiently. I see you made yourself at home, Evans said. Pretty loud, don't you think? Would you mind turning it down? The man didn't answer. He just continued to stare at the TV. Did you hear me? Evans said. Turn it down, would you? The man did not move, just his fingers, moving restlessly on the back of the couch. Evans walked around to face the man. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but... He broke off. The investigator hadn't turned to look at him, but continued to stare fixedly at the TV. In fact, no part of his body moved. He was immobile, rigid. His eyes didn't move. They didn't even blink. The only part of his body that moved was his fingers on the top of the couch. They almost seemed to be twitching, in spasm. Evans stepped directly in front of the man. Are you all right? The man's face was expressionless. His eyes stared forward, seeming to look straight through Evans. Sir? The investigator was breathing shallowly, his chest hardly moving. His skin was tinged with gray. Can you move at all? What happened to you? Nothing. The man was rigid. Just like the way they described Margot, Evans thought. The same rigidity, the same blankness. Evans picked up the phone and dialed 911, called for an ambulance to his address. Okay, help is coming, he said to the man. The private detective gave no visible response, but even so, Evans had the impression that the man could hear, that he was fully aware inside his frozen body. But there was no way to be sure. Evans looked around the room, hoping to find clues as to what had happened to this man. But the apartment seemed undisturbed. One chair in the corner seemed to have been moved. The guy's smelly cigar was on the floor in the corner as if it had rolled there. It had burned the edge of the rug slightly. Evans picked up the cigar. He brought it back to the kitchen, ran it under the faucet, and tossed it in the wastebasket. Then he had an idea. He went back to the man. "You were going to bring me something." There was no movement, just the fingers on the couch. "Is it here?" The fingers stopped, or almost stopped. They still moved slightly, but there was clearly an effort being made. "Can you control your fingers?" Evans said. They started, then stopped again. "So you can, okay. Now, is the thing you wanted me to see here?" The fingers moved, then stopped. "I take that as a yes, okay?" Evans stepped back. In the distance, he heard an approaching siren. The ambulance would be here in a few minutes. He said, "I'm going to move in one direction, and if it is the right direction, move your fingers." The fingers started, then stopped, as if to signal yes. "Okay," Evans said. He turned and took several steps to his right, heading toward the kitchen. He looked back. The fingers did not move. So it's not that way. He now moved toward the television directly in front of the man. The fingers did not move. All right, then. Evans turned left, walking toward the picture windows. Still, the fingers did not move. There was only one direction remaining. He moved behind the investigator, heading toward the door. Since the man could not see him, Evans said, "Now I am walking away from you toward the front door." The fingers did not move. "Maybe you didn't understand," Evans said. "I wanted you to move your fingers if I was heading in the right direction." Fingers moved, scratching the couch. "Yeah, okay, but which direction? I went in all four directions and—" The doorbell rang. Evans opened it, and two paramedics rushed in, bringing a stretcher. And now there was pandemonium. They were asking him rapid-fire questions and loading the guy onto the stretcher. The police arrived a few minutes later with still more questions. They were the Beverly Hills police, so they were polite, but they were insistent. This man was paralyzed in Evans's apartment, and Evans did not seem to know anything about it. Finally, a detective came through the door. He wore a brown suit and introduced himself as Ron Perry. He gave Evans his card. Evans gave him his own card. Perry looked at it, then looked at Evans and said, "Haven't I seen this card before? It looks familiar." "Oh yeah, I remember. It was at that apartment on Wilshire where the lady was paralyzed. She was my client. And now it's happened again. The same paralysis," Perry said. "Is that a coincidence or what?" "I don't know," Evans said, "because I wasn't here. I don't know what happened. Somehow people just become paralyzed wherever you go." "No," Evans said, "I told you, I don't know what happened." "Is this guy a client too?" "No." "Then who is he?" "I have no idea who he is." "No? How'd he get in here?" Evans was about to say he had left the door open for him, but he realized that was going to be a long explanation, and a difficult one. Sometimes I don't lock my door." "You should always lock your door, Mr. Evans. That's just common sense." "Of course you're right. Doesn't your door lock automatically when you leave?" "I told you I don't know how he got in my apartment," Evans said, looking directly into the detective's eyes. The detective returned the stare. "How'd you get those stitches in your head?" "I fell." "Looks like quite a fall." "It was." The detective nodded slowly. "You could save us a lot of trouble if you'd just tell me who this guy is, Mr. Evans. You got a man in your apartment. You don't know who he is. You don't know how he got here. Forgive me if I feel you're maybe leaving something out." "I am." "Okay." Perry took out his notebook. "Go ahead." "The guy's a private detective." "I know that." "You do?" Evans said. "The paramedics checked his pockets, found a license in his wallet. Go on." "He told me he'd been hired by a client of mine." "Uh-huh. Which client is that?" Perry was writing. "I can't tell you that," Evans said. He looked up from his pad. "Mr. Evans, I'm sorry, that's privileged." The detective gave a long sigh. "Okay, so this guy is a private investigator hired by a client of yours." "Right," Evans said. "The investigator contacted me and said he wanted to see me, to give me something. To give you something." "Right." "He didn't want to give it to the client." "He couldn't." "Because?" "The client is, unavailable." "I see. So he came to you instead." "Yes." "And he was a bit paranoid and wanted to meet me in my apartment. So you left the door to your apartment open for him." "Yes." "Some guy you'd never seen before." "Yes, well, I knew he was working for my client." "How'd you know that?" Evans shook his head. "Privileged." "Okay, so this guy comes into your apartment. Where are you?" "I was at my office." Evans quickly recounted his movements during the intervening 2 hours. "People saw you at the office?" "Yes." "Conversations?" "Yes." "More than one person?" "Yes." "You see anybody else besides people in the law firm?" "I stopped to get gas." "Attendant will recognize you." "Yes." "I had to go in to use my credit card." "Which station?" "Shell on Pico." "Okay." "So, you were gone 2 hours. You come back here and the guy is, as you saw him, paralyzed." "And what was he going to give you?" "I have no idea." "You didn't find anything in the apartment?" "No." "Anything else you want to tell me?" "No." Another long sigh. "Look, Mr. Evans, if 2 people I knew were mysteriously paralyzed, I'd be a little worried. But you don't seem worried." "Believe me, I'm worried," Evans said. The detective frowned at him. "Okay," he said finally. "You have a client privilege you're invoking. I have to tell you that I've gotten calls from UCLA and from the CDC on this paralysis thing. Now that there's a second case, there are going to be more calls." He flipped his notebook shut. "I'm going to need you to come by the station and give us a signed statement. Can you do that later today?" "I think so." 4 o'clock? "Yes, fine." "The address is on the card. Just ask for me at the desk. Parking is under the building." "Okay," Evans said. "See you then," the detective said, and turned to leave. Evans shut the door behind him and leaned against it. He was glad to finally be alone. He walked around the apartment slowly, trying to focus his thoughts. The television was still on, but the sound was turned off. He looked at the couch where the private investigator had been sitting. The indentation of his body was still visible. He still had half an hour before he was supposed to meet with Drake, but he wanted to know what the PI had brought to him. Where was it? Evans had moved in every direction of the compass, and each time the man had indicated with his fingertips that it was the wrong direction. Which meant what? He hadn't brought the thing? It was somewhere else? Or that whoever paralyzed him had taken it, so it was no longer there? Evans sighed. The critical question, is it here, was one he hadn't asked the detective. Evans just assumed it was there. And suppose it was. Where would it be? North, south, east, west? All wrong. Which meant... What? He shook his head. He was having trouble concentrating. The truth was the private investigator's paralysis had unnerved him more than he wanted to admit. He looked at the couch and the indentation. The guy couldn't move. It must have been terrifying. And the paramedics had lifted him up bodily like a sack of potatoes and put him on the stretcher. The cushions on the couch were in disarray, a reminder of their efforts. Idly, Evans straightened up the couch, putting the cushions in place, fluffing them. He felt something. Inside a slit in one cushion. He stuck his hand deeper into the padding. Damn! Of course, it was obvious in retrospect. Moving away in every direction was wrong, but the investigator wanted Evans to move toward him. The guy was sitting on the thing, which he had slipped inside the couch cushion. It turned out to be a shiny DVD. Evans dropped it in the DVD player and watched as a menu came up, a list of dates. They were all in the last few weeks. Evans clicked on the first date. He saw a view of the NERF conference room. It was a side angle from the corner of the room, waist high. It must have been from a camera hidden in the speaker's podium or something, Evans thought. Undoubtedly, the investigator had installed the camera the day Evans had seen him in the NERF conference room. At the bottom of the screen was a running time code, numbers flickering. But Evans stared at the image itself, which showed Nicholas Drake talking to John Henley, the PR guy. Drake was upset, throwing up his hands. "I hate global warming," Drake said, almost shouting. "I fucking hate it! It's a goddamn disaster." "It's been established," Henley said calmly, "over many years. It's what we have to work with." "To work with? But it doesn't work," Drake said. "That's my point. You can't raise a dime with it, especially in winter. Every time it snows, people forget all about global warming, or else they decide that some warming might be a good thing after all. They're trudging through the snow, hoping for a little global warming. It's not like pollution, John. Pollution worked. It still works. Pollution scares the shit out of people. You tell them they'll get cancer, and the money rolls in. But nobody is scared of a little warming, especially if it won't happen for 100 years. "You have ways to play it," Henley said. "Not anymore," Drake said. "We've tried them all. Species extinction from global warming. Nobody gives a shit. They've heard that most of the species that will become extinct are insects. You can't raise money on insect extinctions, John. Exotic diseases from global warming. Nobody cares. Hasn't happened. We ran that huge campaign last year connecting global warming to the Ebola and hantaviruses. Nobody went for it. Sea level rise from global warming. We all know where that'll end up. The Vanuatu lawsuit is a fucking disaster. Everybody will assume the sea level isn't rising anywhere. And that Scandinavian guy, that sea level expert, he's becoming a pest. He's even attacking the IPCC for incompetence." "Yes," Henley said patiently. "That's all true." "So you tell me," Drake said, "how the hell am I supposed to play global warming? Because you know what I have to raise to keep this organization going, John. I need $42 million a year. The foundations will only give me a quarter of that this year. The celebrities show up at the fundraisers, but they don't give a shit. They're so egotistical, they think showing up should be payment enough. Of course, we sue the EPA every year, and they may cough up 3-4 million. With EPA grants, maybe 5 total. That still leaves a big gap, John. Global warming isn't going to cut it. I need a fucking cause. A cause that works.
I understand, Henley said, still very calm. But you are forgetting the conference.
Oh, Christ, the conference, Drake said. These assholes can't even get the posters right. Bendix is our best speaker. He's got a family problem. Wife is having chemo. Gordon was scheduled, but he's got some lawsuit about his research. Seems his notebooks were faked.
Those are details, Nicholas, Henley said. I'm asking you to stay with the big picture. At that moment, the phone rang. Drake answered it, listened briefly. Then he put his hand over the phone and turned to Henley. We have to continue this later, John. I've got an emergency here. Henley got up and left the room. The clip ended. The screen went black. Evan stared at the blank screen. He felt as if he were going to be ill. A wave of dizziness passed over him. His stomach churned. He held the remote in his hand, but he did not press the buttons. The moment passed. He took a breath. On reflection, he realized that what he had seen wasn't really surprising. Perhaps Drake was more explicit in private. Everyone was. And obviously he felt under pressure to raise money. But the frustration he expressed was perfectly understandable. From the beginning, the movement had had to fight apathy in the broader society. Human beings didn't think in the long term. They didn't see the slow degradation of the environment. It had always been an uphill battle to rouse the public to do what was really in its own best interest. That fight was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. And it was probably true that it wasn't easy to raise money for global warming. So Nicholas Drake had his work cut out for him. And environmental organizations were really working with very small funds. 44 million for NERF. The same for the NRDC, maybe 50 for the Sierra Club. The big one was the Nature Conservancy. They had 750 million. But what was that compared with the zillions of dollars that could be mobilized by corporations? It was David and Goliath. And Drake was David, as he had said himself on every occasion. Evans glanced at his watch. In any case, it was time to go see Drake. He took the DVD out of the player, slipped it into his pocket, and left the apartment. On his way, he reviewed what he was going to say. He went over it again and again, trying to make it perfect. He had to do it carefully, because everything Kenner had told him to say was a lie.